Hello everyone. So I'm back with another video, and in this video we are going to build a complete full stack app using .NET MAUI for our mobile application for Android and iOS, and we are going to use ASP.NET Core API with Entity Framework Core and SQL Server. And in this video we are going to implement SignalR as well for our app. So first let's see the demo. So this is going to be a pet adoption store app where there are going to be pets. We can go through all those pets and we can adopt some pet. So this is the app. I am starting it on my physical device. So this is the first onboarding screen. Then we go to explore. So it opens up this login and register screen. We are coming for the first time, and that's why it's shown that onboarding screen, and it is showing this register mode. We can switch to login mode using this. So switch to login, switch to register. This works. We can skip from here. We can register, and we are going to get this toast message, error message that everything is required. Now we have this skip for now button, so we can skip it and it will navigate us to the home page where we have first this newly added pads, so which are displaying here. So we can move around. All this data is coming from API. Then we have this list of popular pets. Then we have these you may like pets. So this is a random pets list. Okay. Then we have all pets screen. If we tap on it, it is going to open up this screen where all the pets which our application has, those are going to be listed down here. And on this screen we have this pull to refresh functionality as well. So we can pull to refresh. It is going to make a API call and then it will refetch this list of pets. So sometimes it's lagging because I'm running it in debugging mode and Visual Studio is running right now. After that I have this favorites page. So you need to be logged in to load your favorite pets, because I'm not logged in, so we cannot see anything on this page. Then we will go on profile page where it is showing this user is not logged in. So for my adoptions it will say same, you need to be logged in. Then we have change password, and for this also we need to be logged in. Okay, now let me go to the home page. If we tap on any of the pet, it is going to open up the detail page for that particular pet, and this data is coming from API. That's why we have that activity indicator, that loader. So now this is the list, the detail view, where we can see image, price, description, breed, gender, age, and everything. This pet is already adopted, so that's why we cannot adopt this button is disabled, adopted. We can add this pet to favorites, but as we are not logged in, so it will not allow us. Now let's go back, check some other pet which is not adopted, maybe this Max. So this first it checks the status, then yes, now we can adopt this pet because this pet is not adopted, so we can directly adopt it. Now if I adopt it, it is saying not logged in, you need to be logged in to adopt a pet. Do you want to go to login page, yes or no? So using no, nothing will happen, and if we press yes, then it will redirect us to the login page, and here we can simply log in. So I have one user setup, test.com. we can register a new user as well, but right now let's use this only. So I have this 1234567, this is the password, and I have logged in now, and we can see hi test user. Test user is the name of this user. Now if you go to profile page, here also we can see test user and initials in this rounded avatar view. Now if you go to favorites, this page is going to be loaded. We have these two pets added to favorites. On profile my adoptions, we can see the pets which this user has adopted. Okay, then let's go to home page again, and we were trying to adopt some pet. We were trying to adopt Max. So let's see. Now first thing, we can add this pet to favorites. Now it is added. Now if we go, this is Max. If you go back and go to favorites, now we should see Max, which is at the first place, right? And if we remove this Max from favorites here, it got removed. If you go to home page and open Max again, now this heart icon on the right top, this is not going to be selected because we have removed that. Cool. Now if we adopt it, and we have adopted this pet. Now if we go to explore more pets, now if we open Max, it should show adopted, right? And if we go to profile, and in profile, if we go to, okay, my adoptions only, so here we should see this Max. At the very end we can see Max. We can tap on it and we can see the complete details of this pet here again. So this is the app on physical device. Now let me show you the app on iPhone, iOS. So on Android emulator, this is going to be look and feel same. Right now let me stop it on my physical device. Let me start this app on iPhone simulator. So I've selected it. Let's run it. Okay, so it is opening on iPhone. Okay, so this is onboarding screen. This is not going to be shown again. This is going to be shown only when the user is coming to our app for the first time. Let's explore. We are on login register page. We can same switch to login register. Let's log in with the same credentials. test@test.com 1 2 3 4 5 6. If I enter incorrect password, then we are going to get this error alert, error incorrect password. So let's fix the password. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Login. Now we are on home page, and here we can see all the newly added pets. We have this popular pet section. We have you may like this pet section. We can tap on any pet. It is going to open up detail page. This is fine. We can add this pet to favorites. Go back. This pet is adopted, right? Now let's go to all pets, and here it is going to load all the pets. We can see all the pets, and we can tap on any of the pet. It will open up details. This pet, we already added this to our favorites, so that's why this heart icon is in this reddish color. Go back, go to favorites. We have our favorite pets. We can remove from here. Same thing, if we go to profile, we have this test user, initials, my adoptions. My adoptions, we can see our adopted pet. Go back and change password. We can change our password from here. Okay, then we have this logout button from where we can log out easily. Cool. Now let's just stop it and let's try to run it on our this emulator. I want to, now we'll see what is the use of SignalR in this app. Okay, so for that I need to run the app. I will run app on all these three devices. So first let me set it up on Android emulator. All right, so this is on Android emulator and it is going to behave same. Switch to login. This I'm skipping for now. Then same thing, we can see all the details. Okay, now for SignalR, what is the use of SignalR in our app? For that, what I'm going to do, first let me open my physical device, and then I'm going to open it on iPhone simulator, and this is already open on Android emulator. So in this Android emulator, I am not logged in. This says hi stranger, welcome. We are not logged in. In my physical device, I am logged in as hi test user, and in iPhone, I'm going to register a new user. Let's see how this works. So I'll go to profile, log out, then I'll go to profile again, login, and this time I will register. Let's register a new user. let me say Abhay Prince, my name, or some test email, test@test.com, and then password 123456, register. This email already exists, so let's say test@test1.com, register, and we are on this page. And hey Prince, that means that B was missing, but we are good. So hey Prince, it sounds weird, but now this user is also logged in. Now the point of SignalR here is these are all real pets. This is a pet adoption store. So let's say I have opened this Purani pet from here. This is already adopted. Let's find some pet which is not adopted. So Daisy, this is not adopted. Now let's say I was looking at this pet and there is this test user is also looking at the same pet. Let's find where Daisy is. Daisy. Let's try it in all pets screen. Daisy, where are you? Here is. So now if the test user also opened this pet, and you already saw that message, right? So the point here is if some user was already looking at this pet and I just show interest in adopting this pet, so first thing I'll do, I'll open this pet, I'll try to check the details. But at that time, if someone else adopts this pet, I was still making up my mind that I am going to adopt this, I'm going to checking all the details. But at that time, some other user has already adopted the pet, so we should somehow notify the user. So whenever I am opening this pet, so all other users who have this pet opened on their screen, it should say that someone else is also viewing this pet. So if you want to adopt it, you should hurry. You should just adopt it quickly. The reason is these are not some inventory items that we have this product which we have 2 or 3 quantities, but that is not the case. These are real pets. That means there is going to be only one pet with all this description, this name, breed, gender, age, everything. This is going to be single pet. So only one adoption can be there for one pet. So we need to notify users about this. So you saw that, right? Let me show you this same thing. So Daisy, I will open this Daisy again from somewhere, from this Android emulator. This is not here. Let me go to all pets. So at this screen, I am at this all pets screen. I am not logged in the this third screen. Let it open. So let's do this. I can try from here also. If I open this Daisy pet again, then keep an eye on this left physical device. It is going to display that the toast message that someone else is also viewing this pet. So you see someone else is also viewing this pet. So you should better hurry if you are planning to adopt this pet. Okay. Now let's open this same pet on this emulator. This is, my controls are not working properly. Okay, so from here, when I'll open this, where is it? Daisy Max, Daisy, it here. It is here. So if I open it on my emulator, we are going to notify it on my physical device and iOS simulator at both of these screens. Just on top of this adopt now, we will see a notification that someone else is also viewing this pet. So you see someone else is also viewing this pet. That means we need to hurry if, and on this screen as well we saw that someone else is also viewing this pet. So if we are opening the pet, we would know that okay, someone else is already looking at this pet, so if we want to adopt it, we should hurry. So on this emulator I am not logged in, so there is no point of adopt now. And on my iOS and physical device I am already logged in, so I can adopt on these. So I'm going to adopt it on the this iOS simulator. So as the moment when I adopt it, after adopting, we are going to notify all other users. So right now my physical device and Android emulator, for both of these screen, I'm going to have that notification that someone adopted this pet. So you won't be able to adopt this pet now. And all these buttons are going to be disabled. So let's try it now. I'm saying adopt now. And you see someone already someone has adopted this pet now, and now all these buttons became this disabled. Now explore more pets. Now if I open it again on my screen, now here also I'm going to see adopted. This is already adopted, right? Now go to profile, my adoptions. Here I have only this one pet adoption, so this is here. So that is the complete app which we are going to build in this video from scratch to end. We'll do everything. We'll create models, we'll add data, we'll set up our entity framework core database, we'll add migrations, we'll create our API controllers, complete business logic, then we'll work on UI design for our mobile app, then we are going to connect our mobile app to our API, and then we are going to have that authentication, login and register. We are going to use JWT tokens in this, and after setting all these things, we are going to use MVVM, and we are going to use preferences, shared preferences to keep track of the currently logged in user and if we have shown that onboarding screen or not. So if I close this app and open it again, I'm going to get the same user because I'm already logged in. So we are storing this device, this information on device. We are storing JWT token which we are passing to each and every request to the API, and then at the very end we will implement SignalR, and then we will have this design fix for all for both the platforms, Android and iPhone. So you know, we there are some design considerations, so we can the same design, we need to do some additional stuff to make it work on both the platforms, so we are going to do that as well. So all that we will do from scratch to end. Okay, so without wasting any time, let's get started. All right, so I have created this project, this solution, which is this pet adoption, which has these three projects: pet adoption maui.api, .mobile and .shared. And as the name suggests, this mobile is for our mobile application .NET MAUI app. Then this API, this is an ASP.NET Core Web API project. And then this shared, this is a simple class library project. And all the classes, models, DTOs, enums, which are going to be shared between these two projects, we will have those inside this shared project. Okay. So in mobile MAUI application, what I have done, in the resources, in images folder, I have added a couple of icons and two images which we are going to use in our app. Apart from this, I have copied this Ubuntu font. We are not going to use this default OpenSense regular font. We are going to use this Ubuntu font. And after this, in resources, styles, colors, I have modified this primary color. This is now this one. It was some that blue or purplish color which .NET MAUI gives by default. I modified this to the color R color theme basically, and then I have added these two color nodes, so BG color and tab bar color. That's all I have done in MAUI and mobile project. Then in API project, what I have done, I have installed this NuGet package for JWT bearer authentication. So Microsoft ASP.NET Core Authentication JWT bearer. After this, In appsetting.development.json, I have this connection string. So you can modify it as per your requirement or your system's configuration. I'm using my system. And then I have added this JWT key with these three values, issuer, expiry minutes, and key, to be used in our app to generate JWT token. And after this, what I have done, in services, I have created a services folder. In that I have created token service.cs file, and inside this file I have all the configuration, all the code related to JWT bearer token generation, validation, all that thing I have in here. And all these things we are getting from our app settings only, which I just showed you. JWT, expiry minutes, issuer, and all these. Cool. And apart from this, I have created this data folder, and in that this entities folder, and these are the entities, database entities, which we are going to use in our app. Okay, so first we have pet, or maybe before that, let's see, we have user. So this user.cs, it has simple ID, which has this identity, name, email, and then plain password I'm using. But this is not good for production purpose. I'm just using this plain password for the sake of simplicity. In real world, in production level apps, you might want to implement authentication using some third-party provider, or maybe using identity or any other provider. And if you're not using any other provider, you might want to implement custom authentication. So for that, hashing is a good way. So for that, you can use these hash and salt. If you want me to create a dedicated video for this, for custom authentication using salt and hash, do let me know in the comment. I can plan a dedicated video for this. Cool. But in this, we are going to use this plain password. After that, we have this pet entity. So it has this ID, which is unique ID, then pet name, pet image, then pet breed, gender, and this gender, after that we have price, date of birth, short description, number of views. So this pet, how many times this pet has been viewed by users, then adoption status, and is active. These all fields we are using in here. And if you see, we are using two enums here, enumerations, it's gender and adoption status. So these things we are going to use in mobile application as well. So for that, I have added these two in our shared project. So shared, we have a folder enumerations. In here we have one gender enum, which is male and female, and then we have adoption status, which is available and adopted. So if the pet has not been adopted yet, its status is going to be available, and when the pet is adopted, the adoption status is going to be adopted. Okay, and after that we have this user favorites. So user can mark pets as favorites. So for that, I have this mapping table. This is many to many. So we have user ID and pet ID. So we are going to keep those mappings inside this table. After that, we have user adoptions. So whatever pet user has adopted, all those are going to be here. Okay, and this is going to be one to many from user to pet, because one pet can be adopted by single user only, but one user can adopt multiple pets. So in here I have ID, user ID, pet ID, and adopted on. When this pet was adopted, this current user ID and the pet ID, all these. So I have all these entities here. Cool. And now if we go to shared, we have this DTOs folder. In this folder, I have added couple of couple of classes. So all these are DTO, data transfer objects. all these we are going to get response from the API to our mobile application, or we are going to request uh, these models from mobile application to our API. So first I have API response. I have two flavors of this. One simple API response which has its success and message. So using this one, if we don't want to return any data, we just want to return the API response, we are going to use this one. So here it will indicate that if the response was successful, operation was successful or not. And if we have some message, in most of the cases we'll have error message. Then I have these two factory methods inside this API response. So these are kind of shorthand methods. We can directly say API response.success. So it will return us this is success true and message null, and then same for fail. And then I have another flavor of this API response with this generic type T data. So if we want to return some data from the API along with status and error message or other message, we can use this one. So inside this also we have its success string message, and we have this T data as well. So whatever data we are returning, we can access from here. And in here also I have these two same factory methods shorthand, so we can use success and fail directly. After that we have login request DTO. So when user is going to log in, we'll pass this email and password. Okay, then we have register request DTO. I am showing these the way in the form in which order we are going to use, kind of. Okay, we have register request DTO. So it is derived from login request DTO. So in login request DTO, we had email and password. So in register request DTO, we have email, password, and this name. So user's name and then email and then password, these three things. And from login and register, from both of these sites, we are going to get this auth response DTO, in which we are going to have user ID, which we'll use for so many purposes. Then we have name, user's name, and this name we are going to display it on the UI that with the greetings that you are the logged in user. And then we have this token, the JWT token. We are going to get it from the API. After that, I have this pet list DTO and pet details DTO. So in pet list DTO, so we are going to list these on home page, newly added pets, popular pets, and on all pets, favorite is pets. So we are going to use this a couple of times. So in pet list DTO, we have pet ID, pet name, pet image, pet price, and then pet's breed. All these things. Then we have pet details DTO, which we are going to use on the detail page with complete details. And this is derived from pet list DTO. So it will have these things as well as these properties from pet list DTO. So ID, name, image, price, breed, we have from pet list DTO. And then from pet details DTO, we are adding is favorite. If this pet is user's favorite, if user have added this pet as favorite is, then we have description, gender, date of birth, adoption status. Then I have these three computed properties. So first I have gender display. I want to display the gender, that is this pet male or female. So for this I'm using this gender.toString. So from this enum. Then we have gender image. So for gender, if the gender is male, I have different icon. If the gender is female, I have different icon. So for that, what I'm doing in gender image, I have simply applied a switch statement here on the gender property. If gender is male, we are going to use this male icon, which I have in our mobile application images. We have this female.svg and male.svg. By the way, all these icons, I have downloaded these icons from boxicon.com, and the pet images, I got these from Pexels and Pixabay. So in our API project, in root images, pets, I have this photo credits.txt. So you can check from where I got which image, all these images. Most of these images are from pexels.com. And there are, I think, one or two images from Pixabay. Okay. After that, so I have gender image then we are going to display age of the pet. So for this, I have this computed property here in getter. I am simply checking, getting the difference from current date time to the date of birth. And this is not 100% foolproof. It is not incorporating all those leap years and all other things. So this is for simple purpose. This is a very minimal age calculation. So here what I have from this difference, I'm getting this days, and on these days I have applied a switch statement. So if the days are less than 30, I'm going to use that, let's say 20 days, 30 days, it will display the age like this. Then if the age is between 30 and 31, including 30 and 31, so I'm going to display 1 month. And then if the age is less than 365 days, then I'm going to display the months. So yeah, 5 months, 4 months, 2 months, 1 month, something like this. And if that's not the case, it does not fall in these three categories. That means it is going to be greater than 365 days. That means in years. So then I'm going to display these years. And right now I thought maybe we can add one more condition if we want. We can say if this is 365, then we can simply say 1 year. Like this, 1 year. And if that's not the case, if it is greater than 365, then we'll say 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, or whatever. So this is the simple calculation. Great. Cool. So I think that's all the setup I had. Now we'll start working on the things. So first, let's add the entity framework to our API. We are going to use entity framework with SQL Server. So close all tabs. Cool. So in API project, let me open NuGet packages. From here, we are going to install two NuGet packages. First is going to be entity framework core. I'm searching it. I'm not going to install it directly. From entity framework core, I'm going to first install Microsoft entity framework core.sql server. So it is automatically going to install the required packages, which are entity framework and all other dependencies basically. Cool. Apply, accept. And apart from this, we are going to use code first. So we will use migrations. So for that, we are going to use entity framework core.tools. So this package, this provides all these migration commands: add migration, bundle migration, drop database, get migration, all these commands. We are going to use the migration in this for it. So save everything. Cool. We have installed entity framework core packages. Now let's start working in this data folder. So this data is related to all the database related stuff. So we already have this entities folder where we have all our entities. Inside this data, I'm going to create a new class, which we'll say, let's say pet context. So this is our database context. This should be a derived class of DB context, which will come from Microsoft core, Microsoft.entity framework core. And let's add the constructor, this DB context options constructor with this generic parameter of type this. Cool. And after that, let's override couple of methods. First, we'll override on configuring, and this one we are overriding for local debug purposes. What I like to see what queries it is using. So for that, we can say options builder dot log 2. And inside this, we can use console dot write line like this. So what it is going to do, whatever queries it is generating, EF core is generating and running on the database side, it is going to log these. It simply calls this method. So we have provided this delegate, so it is going to write in console whatever queries it is running against the database. Okay, now this should always be in debug. The reason is it is going to fill up the console, and it is an additional stuff. We don't want this in production because is no sense of it. So this should execute only in the debug mode. That means when we are developing our app. Cool. Okay, so apart from this, let's add our entities first. So we are going to add our entities db set. What all entities we have? We have pet, user, user adoption, and then user favorites. So let's add all these. So we'll say db set pet, pet, this one, pets, and then we'll have db set users, and then we'll have other ones as well. So db set user favorites, and then the last one db set user adoptions like this. Cool. Okay, now this user favorites, for user adoptions we have this unique id, right? But user favorites we don't have any id, so we are going to use a complex id, composite key. Basically this user id and pet id both should be part of primary key. So if we want to do it sorry, using data annotation, we can add column then order, but for this one the fluent approach makes more sense. In order to add that additional configuration, we need to override one more method, which is on model creating inside our db context. In here we are going to add that configuration. So from model builder, which is a parameter of this on model creating, we can have this entity, and the type we are going to add the configuration is for user favorites. Now we have access to this type entity, and here we'll say has key. So this has a key, and that key is going to be user favorites uf. We'll say an anonymous object where we'll say uf dot user id comma uf dot pet id. Okay, cool. And I think we are good, but before that, okay, let's do one more thing. So if you are familiar with ef core or entity framework in general, it automatically tracks all the changes what we are doing inside this db context, and then that using that change tracker we can save changes in single go into the database. But in our case most of the calls are going to be read only. What I mean is, the change tracking, how it works: first we'll fetch some data and entity framework will start uh, tracking the changes for that set of data. If we have some collection, it will start tracking for that particular collection, and then if we modify something in that, then we call save changes, then it will simply know that these changes are there using its inbuilt change tracker, then it will save all those changes to the database. But in our case most of the calls are going to read only, so we don't want implicit change tracking. We will use that explicitly whenever we need it, right? So change tracking is good in general, but it comes with its performance overhead, right? Because it is going to track each and everything, which we don't want, we don't need actually. So for this, what we will do on this options builder, we are going to set the query tracking behavior. If we have use query tracking behavior, this is a method, and here we can have these track all, no tracking with identity resolution. So just no tracking, we don't want any tracking, automatic tracking, right? So now whenever we are going to say maybe context.pets.toList async to array async, so it will simply have without anything. If we have not added this thing, then if we say context.pats.toList.toArray, in that case it is going to fetch all this list, all the pats, then with it will start tracking all those changes which we don't want, right? So we can have this. So it is a performance boost in our application. Great. So I think that's pretty much it for pat context. Apart from this, we will just have one more thing which I'm going to add later, that seeding data. But before that, we have added pat context. Now let's register it in our main program.cs so that we can start using it. Cool. So inside this one, the order does not matter. It should be just before builder.build and after var builder web application create builder. So inside this, it can be anywhere. Okay. I'll start adding here. So we can say builder dot services dot add db context. And the type of context is going to be our pad context. Cool. Inside this, we need to provide our options. So these context options, here we'll say options dot use SQL Server because we are using SQL Server. And inside the SQL Server, we have this overload, which has we need to provide connection string. And if you remember, we already added a connection string in app settings.development, which is named as pat. We can get this connection string from this connection string. So here we'll say what connection string equals so builder dot configuration. From this configuration, we'll say get connection string, and here we need to provide the name, which is this name. So this is pat. Just copy this and add it here like this. Cool. Now we can directly use it here. So we'll say connection string. And after this connection string, do we need to set anything else? Okay, fine. Save. And after that, this db context by default, it registers this as scoped. And again, scoped is good if we need the same instance throughout the request lifecycle. But in our case, we are not going to use it. So we can simply free up our memory using service lifetime.transient. So just create a new instance whenever we need it and then just dispose it as soon as you can. Cool. So database context services.add db context. So this is fine. After this, we will add our seeding data basically. So for that, let me take a quick break. So I have copied the seed data. So this is the seed data. I have 35 pets with all this data, the ID, name, breed, price, description, gender, and all other things. So I have created this private static initial pets data method. And now we need to seed this data. So for that, in our pet context on model creating, what we'll do, we'll say model builder dot entity pet. Now we have access to this entity pet entity, and here we have a method has data, and this has data we can provide our list of data which we want to seed, basically the initial data for this entity. Okay, so here we'll say initial pets data like this, and now we are good. Everything looks fine. Great. So from API side, the entity framework code database setup is done. Now next thing is, let's create the uh, migrations. Okay, so migrations are basically the code which runs all the model EF core entities related changes, converts the scripts, writes the scripts, and those scripts, those migrations can be run on the database to apply the changes to the database. So for this, let's open package manager console, and here we need to select our API project. Let's set API project at startup project, API project from here as well, default project. And now we'll say add migration, and now name of the migration. So right now, let's say initial. Now there is one thing, by default, it is going to create a migrations folder on the root of our API project. But all the database related stuff, we want all that data inside this data folder. So we will explicitly provide one setting, one configuration, which will -o, that means output path, where we want the migrations to be. So here we'll say data slash migrations. So now it is going to add this migration inside the data folder and then migrations folder. So let me press enter, and if everything was fine, it will generate migrations. All right, so it generated this operation was successful. And if we check now in our data folder, we have this migrations folder where we have these files. And if we quickly check, it has created this up method. So create table paths with all this configuration ID, name, and all these. After that, users, user adoptions, user favorites, and then insert data in paths. It is inserting all this data, then creating some indexes, and we are good now. Now we can run the all these migrations on our database. So for that, what we can do, on this package manager console only, we can write one more command which will be update database. So we can use this one. So it will run the pending migration. Right now there is only one pending migration, which is this one. But I'm not going to use this. I'm going to show you a different way. Not a different way. We'll migrate the database programmatically, and so that whatever changes we have, if you are going to run this solution, you don't need to run this update database command explicitly. So for that, what we can do, we can simply go to our program.cs file, and here what we are going to do, let's create a method here. So we'll say static void, let's say apply db migrations, and we'll get I service provider as a parameter, service provider, and inside this we will create a scope. So we'll say using var scope equals service provider dot create scope. Now we will get a database context. So we'll say db context equals, and this we can get from scope dot service provider dot get required service, and this we need from pet context. Now we have access to this db context, or let's name it context only, or maybe db context. Fine, so we have access to this. Now on this, it provides some helper methods. We can say db context dot database dot, now we have one method which says get pending migrations. Okay, there is async version as well. I'm not using async version. So if get pending migrations, this returns an collection. So we can check if we have any pending migration. Right now we have this one pending migration because we did not run anything. If that's the case, we will say db context dot database dot migrate. So now this code, this piece of code is going to run the pending migrations automatically on the database. Now we need to just call this method, and the point from where we need to call this, it should be after builder.build. When we have this app, after this we could add it anywhere, but I'm adding it inside this app.environment.isDevelopment because we want this inside development mode only. So that's the safe place to run pending migrations. So we should not run automatic pending migrations in the production environment because that could break some things, break some data, and we could have data loss. So for this, apply DB migrations, and we need service provider that we can get from app.services like this, and boom. Now whenever we'll run our this API, so let me show you. I'm adding a breakpoint here. API is already selected, right? So let's run the API. Let this breakpoint hit. So whenever our API is going to start for the first time, then this method is going to be called. So now if we go here, we have scope, we have access to this, and this time it came inside this if condition because we have pending migration, that is that one pending migration. Now if we run it, we pass through and the migration was successful. How can we know this? I can show you database, but let's try this. I'm running the API again. This time it should not go inside this if, because right now we don't have any pending migration. So from if, it will simply come out and we are good. That means there are no pending migrations and everything worked fine. Great. So now let me show you if this will actually run for other changes. So maybe let's go to some entity, let's go to pet entity, and let's add something. Let's make this breed required. Okay, so I modified something in this entity, so we need to generate a new migration for this. So here what we'll say is add migration, we'll say make breed required. This name is up to you, you can name it whatever you want. Cool. Now if we check, it created one migration, and this migration is alter column name is breed on the table pet, and now it should have required where nullable false. Initially nullable was true, now nullable is false, so this field is required. Now if we run our API, it should again go to that if condition because now we have one pending migration. So this change, we did not run it on the database yet. So if we continue, and now it should go to this if condition. So it came here, that means there are some pending migrations. In our case there is one pending migration. Now it is running it. I passed, continue, and we are good. Let me try to run it again. This time it is not going to go inside this if condition because now we don't have any pending migration again. After if, it came out directly. Cool. So I guess most of the stuff is done. The setup part is done on the API side. Now let's start working on our services for API. So after creating services, then we'll create our controllers. So in our services folder, let's create a new class, and this is going to be auth service for login and register. Okay, let's have a constructor, and we need to inject our pet context. Let's call it context, and in this we will need token service as well. We need to generate the JWT from here. So let's create private read-only fields for these. Cool. Now first we will have our login method. So we'll say public async task, and if you remember we had that auth response DTO in our shared DTO. So we will return this. From here we'll say login async, and the parameter will be login request to DTO. Let's call it DTO. Okay, great. Now first thing, we will fetch user using the email ID. So we'll say db user await context dot users dot first dot default async, and u goes to u dot email equals dto dot email, like this. Okay, so now we'll check if this db user is not null. That means we have the user. Or let's do the opposite. If db user is null, we will directly return. So it should be auth response DTO. No. It should be API response of auth response DTO, like this. So we are going to return API response from all the services. We are going to use this class. Cool. So if db user is null, that means this email does not exist in our system. So we can call this factory method fail and then add a message, and here message will say user does not exist, and we are going to return this. Cool. If that's not the case, then we'll check for password. So we'll say db user dot password if this is not equals to dto dot password, the password which user just provided. If this is not equal, then we'll say incorrect password. Incorrect password. Okay, now if we reached at this point, that means everything is fine. User exists in our system and the passwords are matching. So that means we can go ahead and generate a token. So here we'll say var token equals, we have a token service, and on this token service we have generate JWT method, and in this method either we can pass claims or we have a helper method, other overloaded method. There we can pass the user object directly. So we'll say db user, like this, and then additional claim, we don't want to add any additional claim, so we are good with this. If you go to this generate JWT, here we are adding this name identifier and name, these two things in the JWT token. So name identifier is actually user ID and name is username, whatever name he has provided. Cool. Now we have this token. Now we can return API response auth response DTO dot success. And now we can pass our data. So data is going to be auth response DTO's object, user ID, which we can get from db user dot ID, then username, which we can get from db user dot name, and then token, which we have right before this call. So token. Now our login async method is ready to be used. Great. Let's collapse this and let's start working on next method, which is going to be a register async method. So here we'll say public async task, and the return type is going to be same, like this. And here we'll say register async, and this time we'll have register request DTO, like this. Cool. So here we will check if this email ID already exists in our system. So we'll say existing user And here we'll say await context dot users dot first dot default async u goes to u dot email equals dto dot email. Okay, now we check if existing user is not null. That means this email already exists in our system. So from here, we don't want to continue because we should not register a new user for the same credential. So from here, we will return failure. So we'll say email already exists. Now, if the code flow passes this condition, that means everything is fine. Now we can register this user, insert this user in our database. So let's create a variable here and create an instance of user entity. Okay, so for this, what we'll do, we'll add all the properties, email, name, and password. Because we're using plain password, if we have used some hashing or some other technique, then we might want to create salt and hash before then assign those here. Okay, so now we have this db user object. After this, what we'll do, we'll say await context dot users dot add async, and we'll add this db user here. Cool. And after this, we will save changes. So we'll say await context dot save changes async like this. Cool. Now we have this user in the database. Now next thing is to generate token and return the response. So we can simply copy these two lines from login async and just add these here. So we have generated a token and we are returning the response. Great. So looks like our auth service is done. Cool. Now let's extract an interface. So extract interface for all the both of these methods. Okay. And we have iauth service. Let's move this to same file, cut, because these are smaller 2-3 methods, so we can add these here only, but it's a preference how you prefer these. You could have these in single file, separate file as well. There is no issue with this. We have this auth service. After this auth service, let's create a new service, and this time we will create a pet service. So we'll say pet service. Okay, so inside also, first thing, let's add a constructor. Let's inject our pet context. Let's create a field. And now let's start working on the methods. So first, we will use public async task API response, which is the returning type. Pet list DTO, array of pet list DTO. And here we'll say get newly added pets. And we are going to have a count here. So how many newly added pets we want, that we'll have here. So here, let's do this. Here we'll say var pets equals. Here we'll say await context dot pets dot. Now we'll say order by descending. When we say newly added, so we can use p.id in our case because the id is auto incremented. So the greater the id, the recent the pet was added in our system, right? So that means order by descending means the highest id is going to come first. That means the recently added pet is going to come first in this list. Cool. And on this we are going to have take count and then to array async like this. Cool. And then we can simply return API response of pet list DTO array What is the issue? Okay, dot success and then this patch. Now we have an issue. It returns, this call returns pet entity, but we want to convert that pet entity to pet list DTO. So we need some mapper. I'm not going to use any third-party mapper for this because we have the only two places, only two classes we need. So we need to convert pet to pet list DTO, and then we need to convert pet to pet details DTO. So we are going to get only two mappers. So for this, what I'm going to do, let's create a folder. Maybe let's call extensions. Okay, I don't know if this name makes sense or no, but we are going to have our selectors in this. These are mappers actually, but I'm calling selector because we are going to use these for selection. So here I'm going to say public static class selectors, and first thing we'll say public, and the type is public static pet list DTO. Okay, and here we'll say pet to pet list DTO, something like this. Okay, let's have it as a property, and this property is going to be of no, it should return some expression, not this, because we are going to use it directly inside here the selection for projection, right? So we'll use expression of func of the incoming type. Input type will be pet entity and the output type is going to be pet list DTO, like this. So now we can say pet to pet list DTO. There should be one more. Great. And here we could say p, which is pet, and from this pet we can select our pet list DTO like this. And now we can map all the properties. Cool. So we have ID, image, name, price, and breed. So everything is fine. Cool. Let's use this selector in here. So maybe order by descending or before order by descending, we are good, or maybe after take. So here we'll say dot select, and this time we'll say selectors, which should come from api.extensions dot pet to pet list DTO. Now we are good. Okay, get newly added pets. Now let me copy this thing and let's create other methods which we need. So for example, first let's suffix it with async, copy it again, paste it here. This time we would say get popular pets async. Popular pets async. So what I mean by popular is the pets which has view count. The more the view count, the more popular the pet is, right? And view count gets increased whenever we see details of that pets in our mobile app, in our MAUI app. Great. So selector is fine, this is fine, but here we will, the order by descending, it would be views. So it should be before this select should go after take. So here we will say context.pets.order by descending p goes to p.views. That means order by views. Take whatever number of pets we are expecting, then select, then to erasing, and we are good. Great. After popular pets, let's have one more method for fetching the random paths. That is also we are going to use in our app. So random paths. This time this order by ascending descending does not matter, and we'll say GUID dot new GUID. Order by this GUID grid. So it is going to be random. Cool. Okay, so we have all this. Now if you remember the demo I showed you, we had one screen where we were displaying all the paths. So let's have one more method where we'll say get all paths. Get all paths async. This time we don't want this count. So we can remove this count and we can remove this count, and order by is up to us. If we want, we can. If we do not want, then we can skip this order by, but I'm having it, so it will display in the descending order. Cool. Now we have get all paths as well. After this we need one more method here, and that is going to be the path details. So for this we'll say public async task API response path details DTO. Here we'll say get path details async, like this, and here we'll have our path ID as a parameter. Okay, so first thing we will fetch the path. So well, let's say path details equals, we will say await context dot paths dot first dot default first dot default p goes to p dot id equals path id, and let's use first dot default async. Now inside this, whenever we are viewing any path, I mentioned that we have that view count, so we need to increase the view count for this path. So for that we will add one method here in this chain which we'll see as tracking, because we want change tracking enabled for this call. Okay, after this we'll say path details is not null, which we know it not going to null, but let's have for safer side. Here we'll say path details dot views plus plus, we want to increase the view count. Okay, and when we increase the view count, let's save the changes. Save changes async. So this is going to increase, or maybe not async, we can have save changes this time so that it can just wait. Okay, now we have saved the changes, so view count is increased. After this, now we need to modify, not modify, we need to return path details DTO, and this path details is of type entities path. So we need to map this path to path details DTO. Okay, so in our extensions, let's create a new class, and this we can say mappers, and it will be public static class mappers, and here we'll have an extension method public static which will return path details DTO. And so we'll say map to path details DTO, and we will add this extension method on the path entity, path like this. Okay, and from here we will simply return new, oh my god, new path details DTO. Let's use p here. Okay, so we'll have to write less. Now let's start adding all the properties. Date of birth, description, gender, ID, image, p dot image, then name and price. Is favorite, we don't have this on here, right? So we can skip this. And age, gender display, and gender image, these are computed properties, so we don't want to map these. We can say like this. Cool. Save everything and we are good now. Now let's go here, and from here now we'll say var pet dtu equals, so we'll say pet details dot map to pet details dtu. Now we have this pet dtu object here, right? We can skip this warning because we know this is not going to null. And from here we can simply return API response of pet details DTO success pet DTO. Great. Looks like everything is fine now. Cool. Save everything. Let's extract interface for this. Add to current file. Okay. We have all these methods now. Great. Now let's go to the next service, which is going to be user pet service. Right? So inside this, we are going to use all the API calls or all the operations which requires logged in user, right? So let's create a new class, and this we'll call user pet service. Great. So constructor, let's inject our pet context like this. Cool. Now inside this, first what we need, first we have an operation, we can toggle the favorite pet, right? We can mark pet as favorite and we can remove pet from favorite. So let's do that first. So public async task, and from this call we don't want to return any data, so the return type is going to be public async task API response directly without generic parameter. And here let's say toggle favorites async, like, all right. Here we'll say int user id and int pet id. Cool. So here first thing, we will fetch the current status. So we'll say var user favorite, and here we'll say await context dot user favorites, and from here we will fetch first or default async uf. So here we'll say uf dot user id equals this user id and pet id equals this pet id. Great. After this we will check if user favorite is not null. This means this pet was added to user's favorite and now we need to remove it from there because user tapped on that heart button to uncheck that. Okay. So for this what we can do, we can say context dot user favorite dot remove user favorite like this. If that's not the case, in else we need to add this. That means this does not exist, so we want to add it to the favorites. So for this we need to create an instance of that user favorite. So let's use this variable only. Here we'll say new user favorite. Let's add this namespace. Cool. And here we will say user ID equals this user ID. User ID. Oh my god. User ID. Then pet ID equals this pet ID. Cool. Now we can directly add this user favorite. So we'll say await context dot user favorites dot add async like this. And after if and else in both the cases, we are going to say await context dot save changes async. That means apply these changes to the database, and then we'll simply return API response dot success. Cool. Okay, we have added this toggle favorite method. Now when we added the toggle favorite, then there is one screen where we want to fetch all the favorite pets for this user. So for that, we can copy from pet a service basically. So let's use any method, add it here, rename it to get user favorite is async for the user ID. So here we'll say context dot user favorite is. Now we need details of the user, or no, we don't need it. Do we need? Let's see. So user favorite is dot where uf dot user ID equals this user ID. From this we just need to select pet. We need pet details. Cool. After this we can use this select. So now we are going to convert pet to pet list DTU, and then we can apply to array async. Cool. Pets, and now we are returning these pets. We are good. Cool. What other method we can have in this? We'll have when user adopts a pet, we will have that method, and then we'll have one list of user adoptions. So first, let's copy this method. First, we'll have user adoptions list. So here we'll say get, put like this, get user adoptions async, like this. Okay, and this time instead of user favorites, we will use user adoptions. And all other things I guess can be same. No need to change anything. Okay. After this, we'll have one more method, and that is going to be the main method, public async task API response. This is adopt pet async. This is when user presses that adopt now button. So we'll have user ID. Okay, now first thing, let's access the pet. So we'll say pet await context. Okay, not just user ID, we need pet ID as well. Pet ID. So here we'll say context dot pets dot first or default async. We'll say p goes to p dot id equals pet id, and we need to modify this. So we'll use as tracking like this. Cool. Now we'll check if pet is null, although this is not going to be the case, but let's have it. So if pet is null, we will say return API response dot fail and we'll say, let's say invalid request. After that, we'll check what is the adoption status of this pet. Maybe this pet is already adopted. For this, we'll check if adoption status. Let's add this using, so we'll say adoption status dot if this is already adopted. So we'll return again this fail request and we'll say pet is already adopted, or maybe let's make it dynamic. So here we'll say the name of the pet, which is pet.name is already adopted. Okay, cool. Now if that's also not the case, what we'll say pet dot adoption status. Now we are modifying its adoption status. So this pet is the entity which we just got from database, and we are modifying its adoption status to adopted. After this, we'll create a user adoption object, new user, because we need to add this in user adoptions table. So there we'll say user ID equals user ID and pet ID equals pet ID, like this. And then we'll add this user adoption. So await context dot user adoptions dot add async user adoption, and then we'll save all the changes. So we'll say await context dot save changes async. Cool. And after this, everything is fine. So we'll say API response dot success and we'll return it. Great. Now everything is going to work fine, but let's wrap all of this in a try catch block. Try in catch, we have this exception. Let's not throw it. And from here, we'll say return API response dot fail. And here we'll say error adopting or error while adopting, something like this. And here we can display the error message like this. Cool. Now there is one crucial point here. So when I was demoing it, so in this case, these are not multiple quantity products, these are real pets, and there is only one pet for single description. So if I want to adopt some pet, that is going to be only single pet. So let's say I was looking at the pet in our mobile app, someone else also looking at that pet at the same time, and I pressed adopt now, and the second user also pressed the adopt now. So both of requests came here. Somehow, if there is any raise condition, so we both might come to this status. So how it is going to work? First request came to this pet. It generated this query and went to run the query. Then second request came to this. It was waiting. First request came back. Then second request went here. Then first request goes here. And adoption status was not adopted. So it came here. And when the first request came to this line number 85, await hit, and the control flow goes back to the pet to the second request. Then second request came to this section, so this was not adopted. The second request also passes through. Now we have both of these requests, both of those users are adopting the same pet. That is not what we want. So we have two approaches. Either we can change this method to be sync, so we can remove async and all the await calls, or if we are using async and await, we can use semaphore slims to make this section synchronous. Okay, so let's use synchronous, sorry, not synchronous, let's use semaphore slim. So okay, inside this, on the very top, I'm going to have a private static read only semaphore slim. Let's call it semaphore and slim. And here, if we check in its constructor, we have initial count and max count. So initial count is 1, that means one thread is going to execute inside this. Then is maximum count, how many concurrent requests are allowed inside this section. So we want only one. We don't want to allow concurrent requests to use the semaphore slim and pass through this. Okay, so we have this. We can remove this thing. New is automatically going to use this. Now on the semaphore slim, when we are going inside try, we will say semaphore slim dot. Here we have a method which is wait async, and it should be awaited. Now when we say await semaphores dot wait async, first request will go through and all other requests, whatever request is coming to this thing, it will simply wait this semaphore to be released. Okay, and when we are going to release it, we are going to release it at the very end. So we are going to release it here and inside catch as well. So if there is something which needs to be done inside both try and catch, we should move it to finally. In finally, we'll say semaphore dot release. Cool. So now this is kind of singleton. So only single request is going to insert pass through this region at a time. Now let's see the same thing. I tapped on adapt now, you tapped on adapt now. We came here. If first request was mine, my request came to this one. My request is going to pass through this, and your request is going to wait for the semaphore to be released. So your request is stuck at line 70, but my request, which was came first, so it went ahead, it fetched the pet, checked adoption status is not adopted, it added the changed the adoption status to adopted, created this new object, added it to the database, saved changes, return, and when this return hit, it will go to finally, and on finally the semaphore is going to be released. And as soon as this got released, the second request, which was your request, it came to this, and now it can pass through this request. Now you also fetch the same, your request fetch the same pet. It came here, pet is not null, yes. But this time pet's adoption status is adopted. So your request is going to return from here. So there will only be one adoption for a pet for sure using this thing. Great. So let's extract interface for this as well. So let me extract it, add to the current file, and we are good. Cool. So I think all the service layer related code is done in the API side. Now we need to register these services. So let's go to program.cs, and here we are going to register our services. All these services are going to be transient only. So here we'll say builder.services.add transient, and let's start first auth pet token user. Let's add all this. So auth service, then second one add transient token service, then add transient pet service, and then the last one add transient user pet service. Cool. Great. Now we can go to the controllers. So we had this weather forecast controller. We don't need this controller now, right? So let's remove this controller. So delete this, and it has this weather forecast model as well. So we don't need this as well. Remove this. Cool. Now in our controllers, we are going to add our controllers, and we'll have 3 controllers. First, let's have a controller. This is going to be API controller. Add, and this will be first auth controller. Okay. Now let's add one more, or maybe let me copy this, paste it. So after auth controller, we are going to have our pets controller, and then we are going to have a third one which could be users controller, user pets controller, but we'll say user controller. Okay, now auth controller, it will be anonymous, allow anonymous. We don't need authentication to this because this is the login request, login and register request. We don't have authentication at that point. Then we have pets controller. So inside this we are going to fetch all pets, pet details and all those. Here also we don't need authentication. But for users controller, for this controller we want authentication because this user needs to be logged in. Then only we can fetch the users details, user favorites, users adoptions and all those things. So on this I'm going to add authorize attribute because we want this to be authorized, the user to be authorized for this. Okay, so let's first start working on auth controller. Inside this, let's add constructor, and this is going to be, we are going to inject our auth service, auth service, auth service, like this. And here we are going to have two methods, public async task API response of auth response DTO. This is going to be for login, and for login we have login request DTO, like this. From here we could say await auth service dot login async, and we can pass this DTO. We are good. And we need to decorate it with HTTP post. This is going to be a post method, and on post method let's add the route as well. So login. So the complete route will be this API slash controller, which is auth. So API slash auth slash login. So it will be API slash auth slash login, like this, login. Cool. Same thing we'll do for register. So let's copy this, paste this, and here we'll say register. Register. This should be register request DTO. Register request DTO, and this should be register async. And this should be not auth service, it should be IAuth service. Okay, register, the URL is going to be auth register, like this. Cool. So our auth controller is ready. After this we have our pets controller, and for pets controller we will have all those methods which we have defined in our pet service. So first let's inject the pet service here. So we'll say inside its constructor, we'll say pet service. Okay. First method we'll say public async, or maybe let's do this. Go to services, pet service, interface, and let's copy all these. And let's add all these here. Okay. Now let me add the method signatures. So here we'll say public a string, like this. Now we need to provide bodies for this. So for this we can directly use the same method. So we'll say await pet service dot get all pets async. For this one we'll say await pet service dot get newly added pets async, and this needs count, so we'll use count. Here we'll say await pet service dot get pet details async with pet ID. Here we'll say await pet service dot get popular pets async, pass count. and then random await underscore patch service dot get random patch async with this comment. Cool. Now we need to define the HTTP verbs and URLs for these. So first API slash controllers is there. So API slash pets will be there. And after that, for all pets, we'll just add HTTP get with default with blank. So the URL for this is going to be API slash pets. That's all. Then we have newly added pets. So for this, we'll say HTTP get and the URL we'll use, let's say newly added, right? So we can say new, and then the count we could have it as a query string, which is default, or we can have it as a part of URL. So let's have it as a part of URL. So we'll have it in here like this. The URL for this is going to be API slash new, pets slash new slash some number, let's say 5. Let me copy this, go to the next one, pet details will come here, but before that let's go to popular, replace this to popular, so it should be pets. Okay, and after that random we'll say pets slash random and slash then count. Cool. So on this one, that pet detail, let's move it to the very end. Here we'll say HTTP get, but here we will directly have our pet ID like this. So the URL would become API pets and then pet ID, which could be anything. So this one is dynamic pet ID. Okay. So looks like this pets controller is also done. Let's move it to its separate class. So separate file, move type to pets controller. Good. Now we have this users controller. Now we'll add our methods which are related to this users controller. Okay, so here let's inject the user patch service. User patch service. So we'll say user patch service, go to patch controller. It should be iPatch service, iPatch service. Good. Okay. Now we have added authorized. So we need to have access to the user, current user, and that we'll need almost in all the action method. So in order to get this, let's create a private property here. So we'll say private int user ID. Okay. And we'll use, okay, we will have private int user ID. This should be convert dot to int 32, and here we will have user dot claims. This is provided by controller base API controllers. Basically from claims we are going to find the first claim. So we'll say first and c dot type. Claim type is going to be claim types dot name identifier. This is the user ID dot value. We have user ID, we are converting it to int 32, and then we are assigning it to this user ID property, and now we can access this user ID. So if you are wondering from where we are getting this, so if you remember, we had our auth controller, from that we have auth service. In auth service, when we are logging in or registering a user, we are generating a token that is calling the generate JWT method, and in here we have this claim types.name identifier, we are adding user ID to name identifier. So when we'll fetch the claim value of this name identifier claim, we will get access to this user ID, which we have here. Now whenever we'll try to access this, this is a computed property, it is going to compute this thing. So when we say compute, it is going to get claims, it is going to get the first claim of type name identifier, then it is going to convert it to int32. So what we can do, we can have a private nullable field here underscore user ID like this. And then what we can do, we can say, or maybe we will have only, we will access this once for one action method, right? So we should do good. If that is going to be used accessed multiple times, we could have that backing field, and then we can check if that is null, get this. If that is not null, directly return that. Okay, in here we are going to have all the methods which we have, let's say in iUserPatch service. So let's go there, copy all these, come here, add these. So we'll add public async, and this time we don't need this user ID in all these signatures. That's because we are going to get access of this user ID from the claims using this user ID property which we just defined. So we are going to remove all these user IDs. Cool. So first we have adopt pat async. For this we'll say user patch service dot adopt pat async. User ID, which we have this property, user ID and then pat ID. Pat ID, and we are good. Great. It should be updated. Get user adoptions. Same thing. Await user patch service dot get user adoptions async user ID. Then user favorites. Await user patch service dot get user favorites user ID. Cool. Then we have this toggle favorites async. Here we'll say await user patch service dot toggle favorites async user ID and pat ID. Cool. Now we just need to define the HTTP verbs and URLs. Okay, so first one, adopt pat. This is going to be post request, HTTP post, and we'll append to this. The URL is going to be API/user, and then we will add something to this, and that something is going to be adopt, and then we could have pat ID here like this. So the URL for this will be API/user/adopt/1. This is pat ID basically. Okay, then comes get user adoptions. So this is going to be a get request, and which we could say adoptions. So it will be API/user/adoptions like this. Then get user favorites. So it will also going to be get request. So let's say favorites. The URL will be API/user/favorites. Okay. After this we have toggle favorites. This is going to be a post request. So here we'll say HTTP post, and the URL is going to be favorites slash. Now we are going to have a pat ID like this. The URL for this would be API/user/favorites/pat ID, which could be anything. Cool. So I guess we are done with these changes as well. So let's move this user controller to its own file. Great. Now we have these three controllers. So I think we are done with all the changes in our API project. Now after this we are not going to use, we are going to use this directly without any change. Let's try to run this API project and we'll see the Swagger documentation and we'll check if we got everything in the documentation and we can get the data. Okay, apply migrations, continue, and this came here. We have some problems. Response status is 500. What is the issue? Refresh 500 swagger.json. It says conflicting method path combination, get new / count for actions, get newly added, and get random. So we have problem in our controller pets new popular. This should be random. Cool. Save and run. Okay, continue. And this time we got okay. So we have these three auth controller with API auth login, API auth register, then we have pets, user, and everything. Okay, now let's check. First, let's try to get all the pets so we can try it out, execute. We have some issue which is saying iPad service is not registered. Yes. So in our program.cs, we have registered these direct concrete services. We should have registered these with interfaces like this IAuth service, token service. I don't have interface for token service, right? Service, token services directory. I don't have interface for that, but I have interfaces for other services. So cool. We are good. Remove this breakpoint. We don't need this breakpoint. Run. And we have it here. Cool. So now let's go to API pads, try it out, execute, and boom. Success true. Data, we have this data in ascending order ID 35, 34, 33, and we have this complete data. That means API is working, controller is working, service is working, our database is working, migrations were successful. That's why we are getting this data. Let's check some random, try it out. Let's say two random pads, execute. We have 19 and 1. Try it again. 1917. Try it again. 1528. So we are getting random pads. Now if you go to this user, we are not going to get the data. The reason is 500. No authentication scheme was specified and there was no default challenge scheme. Okay, so that is the missing piece we need to add. We have added the token service, we have added everything, but we have not enabled authentication. Cool. So let's go to our program.cs file. We need to add authentication first. So let's add it somewhere. So we'll say builder dot services dot add authentication. Okay. Inside this, we are going to add some options. Options are going to be options dot default authentication scheme. Because we are using JWT, so we can say JWT bearer defaults dot authentication scheme. So this is a constant which is there. Okay. And let's, what is the issue here? Okay. Like this. And let's add default challenge scheme as well with the same JWT bearer default authentication scheme. Cool. After this, we have added the default authentication. Then we need to add JWT bearer. Here we will add JWT where is JWT bearer options. So let's say JWT options. So using this, the system is going to validate our token. Okay. So here we will say that JWT options dot token validation parameters. We need to pass these token validation parameters. So using those values, it will try to validate the token for authenticated requests. So for this, I have this in a token service as a static method get token validation parameter. And it needs configuration object. This we can say builder dot configuration like this. Because this is single line, we can directly have it inside this. So here I'll have this like this. Cool. So we have added the authentication. Now let's use it. So before authorization, let's say app.use authentication. Use authentication. Cool. Save everything and we should be good now. Let's run it. Let's first check the random if initial the things which were working earlier are working still working. So execute and yes, anonymous requests are working fine. And now let's go to adoptions authenticated request, try it out, execute. Now we can see response status is 401 because we have not provided user authentication user token. Cool. Now we need to use this login and register calls. So I think API is working. We should be good with this one. Now after this, we will start working on our mobile app, our MAUI app. So it was a lot of code. It took a lot of time to set up this API, but it is set up for good. Now we will directly going to consume it and we will work entirely in the mobile MAUI side. Cool. I'm going to take a quick break. All right. So for mobile app, let me close everything. So close all. And in mobile project, first let's install NuGet packages. So we are going to use Community Toolkit MAUI and Community Toolkit MVVM packages. So let's install both of them. Community Toolkit.MAUI install. Okay, accept. Cool. And then Community Toolkit MVVM. This one install, apply, accept. Did it get installed? Yes. Okay, cool. So save everything. Now let's go to MAUI program. And in here we'll say dot use community toolkit. What was that? Read me. Use MAUI community toolkit. So use MAUI community toolkit like this. Cool. Save everything. Now, if you remember, I showed you that I have added different fonts. So this Ubuntu font. So we are not going to use OpenSense. So let's modify this. So instead of OpenSense regular, we'll say Ubuntu regular. and for semi bold we'll say this, and let's change the name as well. So open sans regular and open sans bold. Okay, and then in styles.xml we need to change this. So H, control H, and I'm changing, replacing open sans regular with ubuntu regular because this is the font we are using. Cool. And the semi bold that is not here. Yep. Okay, save. Now we can delete these two open sans fonts, we are not using them. Closed. Cool. Save. After this, let's start adding the folders which we are going to use in our application. So first we'll have pages, and this is going to have all the pages, the screens, main screens we are going to have. Then we'll have some reusable controls. After that we'll have models, and after that we are going to have our view models like this. Okay, and then we are going to have services. Cool. In pages, let's add all the pages we are going to need for our app. So new .NET MAUI content page XAML. Okay, so first we will have our home page. Okay, then after home page we will have our first we'll have our onboarding page. After onboarding we will have our login register page. So we are going to use the same page for both login and registration. So login register page. After that we will have home page that I already added. Then we'll have all pets page. Cool. Then I'm going to have a favorites page. Then we'll have profile page. Okay. And then we are going to have a pet details page. Let's call it details page. After that, new item and user adoptions page. So let's say adoptions page. I think that's all the pages we are going to need in our app. Okay, cool. Now inside this main page, so this is the first page which gets loaded when the app starts for the first time. So inside this page we are going to have our logic, and that logic is going to be, first let's clear everything from this page. We don't need anything inside this. Let's remove this. So in this we will simply have a logic which will check if this is the first time user is opening the app, or it is not the first time. Basically, if user is opening the app for the first time, we will display onboarding page, and if that's not the case, we will open home page. Okay, so for this, save everything, and in here we'll say we are going to override on appearing method. Okay, inside this, before that let's go to main page, and on main page we will have simple grid. Inside grid, we are going to have activity indicator with vertical options at center and horizontal options at center, and is running to true, so that if it comes to this page, we will show that activity indicator, that loading screen only. And the color, we are going to use static resource primary color, like this, like this. Okay, cool. In main page here, we need to check if onboarding screen shown. Okay, so we need to somehow store some flag which will tell us that we have already shown the onboarding screen or no, right? So for that, we can use preferences API. So preferences dot default dot, we can check if we have some key, and that key is going to be some magic string. So instead of using the magic string directly, what we are going to do, inside this mobile project on the root only, let's create a class and we will call it UI constants, and we'll say public static class UI constant, and inside this we'll use public const string, we'll say onboarding shown, and the value could be anything, onboarding shown, like this, clean, and we should be good now. So here we will check UI constants dot onboarding shown. If we already have shown onboarding, then we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async, and this is going to be name of home page. So this, okay, and if that's not the case, user is opening this for the first time, in that case we will redirect user to onboarding page, like this. Cool. So save everything. Great. After this, what we need to do, first let's go to app shell and there define the pages. What I mean is, we'll create our uh, what we call our tab bar, and we'll register these top level pages. Top level pages are the pages we can display using this double slash, so that these are the main page. These are not the stacked navigation pages which have those back buttons. So these are not those pages. These are main top level pages, global pages. Okay, so we need to register this first. Home main page. So this is the main page. So it is going to be the first page in the list. We don't need to change anything here. After that, we will have shell content, and now we need to register our other pages. First, let's say title onboarding, and we are not going to have anything on onboarding. Let's have it here. We'll say it. Then the content template. So here onboarding pages on all other pages are in pages folder. So we need to add a namespace for this first. So in here we'll say XML pages equals pages, and then in here we could say data template, and then pages onboarding page. This is the next page. Cool. On this page, this onboarding page, first set the route, which will be name of the page, onboarding page, like this. And then on this page we will say shell dot navbar is visible false, We are not going to show navbar, and we are not going to show tab bar. So tab bar is visible, also false. So navbar and tab bar, we don't want these on this onboarding page. Cool. Now same thing we'll do for our login registration page. So here we'll say login register page, and the route is going to be login register page. And title, there is no point of having this title because we said shell navbar dot is visible false, so this is not going to be shown in any way, so we can remove it, or we can directly remove this title altogether. Okay, after this, these two pages, these three pages actually are the pages which are outside of our tab bar. All other pages will fall inside a tab bar, so we are going to wrap all other pages in tab bar. And in here we are going to add our tabs. First, let's say home page. So for home page, we'll say home page. Route is going to be home page, and home page tab bar is visible. No, we need to remove it because we want tab bar. So the default value for tab bar is visible is true, so tab bar is going to be visible. And on this we don't want nav bar. Yeah, maybe, or let's remove it from here. We'll add it on page label itself. Okay, I think fine. Let's add the home. Cool. So after home title, let's add icon for this. So for this, I have already added icons. So this will be home. Let's run the app and we'll see the design in real time so that we will see uh, the tabs when we are adding those. Run it. It is going to take some time because it is building the app for the first time. Okay, so the app is here. So first let's comment these three things. I just want to show that this tab bar. We are going to uncomment this for sure. Let's copy this shell content, add it again. We can see this. So the second tab is going to be all pets, and it is going to be all pets page, route all pets, and the icon we are going to use is list. Great. Next, let me copy it two more times. Third one is going to be our favorite pets. So we'll say favorite is favorite page, this, and the icon is going to be heart. Heart. Then last one, it is going to be profile, icon, I guess user, yes, and this is going to be profile page. Copy, paste, and everything is fine. Now we can see all these, all pets, favorites, profile. So this is working great. Cool. Now let's uncomment these, save. So by default, this first page, main page, is going to be displayed, and on main page we have a logic which says if we have already shown onboarding, go to home page, and if we have not shown onboarding, then we should go to onboarding page. In this case we have not shown it, we are not adding this key to the preferences, so it will always go to this else case, and else case means it is going to this onboarding page. So let's go to onboarding page. This is the first page we need to design. Let's rerun it and we'll start designing this page. Okay, So we are here. Let's see if this is the correct page. Yes. Cool. So first thing, let's remove this vertical stack layout and everything from this page. Remove everything. We don't need this title on this page. We will have a grid with row definition as star and star. We'll have two rows on this page. Save. In the first row, we are going to have that image, rounded corner image. And for rounded corners, we are going to use border. So we'll say border grid dot row 0, which is default. And here we'll say stroke shape. It is going to be round rectangle and 150 radius. If we do this, save this, we can see something, right? Okay, now we'll have height and width, which is going to be double of this 150. So we'll say 300 height and 300 width so that we can see a perfect circle. Cool. After this stroke shape, let's say stroke thickness 10, and then we'll say stroke color, which we are going to use static resource, our main primary color, this one. Cool. Okay, then we'll say vertical option center and horizontal option center for edge cases. Everything looks fine. Cool. Now inside this border, we are going to have an image. The source is going to be, I have this image in our resources folder, so img22.jpg. This is the image, this one. Cool. And on this image also, let's set horizontal option center, vertical option center, aspect fill, and then height and width same as we have on its container. So we'll say height 300 and width 300, like this. Save everything. Great. Now let's have some shadow. So for the shadow, we are going to have the shadow on border only. So we'll say border dot shadow, and inside this shadow, let's have the color of shadow. So we'll say brush, and we are going to use the main color we are using, which is this primary color, like this. Okay, we can see something. Let's increase it. So we'll say radius and 250. Cool. We can see this thing. Great. Save everything. Now let's start working on the second part where we are going to add some text. So after this border, we are going to have a grid with grid.row1, and inside this we are going to have two rows. So row definitions, first star, second auto. So the second one, we are going to have our button, which is that get started button, which will navigate us to the next page. And the first section, we are going to have whatever space is remaining, it should take the first row. Okay, now inside this, let's have some padding of, let's say 15. Cool. Inside this, we will have a vertical stack layout. So this will be grid.row 0, and we are going to have some spacing of around 30. Inside this, we are going to have a label with some text, and the text is going to be find your favorite friend close to you, and we can see this. Cool. Now let's add some styling to this label. So first we'll say font size 40. Cool. Then we'll say font attributes bold. Okay. Then we'll have line height to this 1.2. Okay. That's all, I guess. Now let's add one more label. For the second label, we are going to have a long text, a small description kind of text. And for this, we don't need this to be bold. Then the font size, it should be smaller font size, somewhat around 18. Okay. And line height is fine, 1.2, or maybe we can increase it a bit, 1.3. This is fine. One more thing I want to do on this, we'll say horizontal text alignment to center. So everything moves to center. Save, and we are good with this. Great. Now let's have a button. So we'll say button, and this is going to be row 1. Text is going to be explore. Let's see how it looks. It looks great. Let's add some styling. So first we'll add some padding. We don't need padding. Let's have the default padding. We can increase corner radius. Let's have it to 12. And yes, let's increase the padding. So from left, right, we are good, 0. From top and bottom, we need 15. Cool. After this, let's increase font size a bit. So we'll say font size 20. And then font attributes, bold. Bold. Okay, cool. Save everything. And now we are good. Good, it looks great. Okay, now when we tap on this explore, but before that we have shown this page, right? If we have shown this page, we should add that to, if we go to our main page, we are checking this constant in our preferences. So when we have shown this onboarding page, we should add this key to our preferences that we have shown this thing. So for this, what we are going to do, inside its constructor only, we'll say preferences dot default dot set the key. Key is going to be UI constants dot onboarding shown, and the value, it could be anything. So let's have some string dot empty. We are not using its value, we are just checking if this key exists, right? So this key exists now, and we are good. Cool. And when we click on this explore page, before this, we should, let's remove this top status bar. This is this default blue color, but we want this color, our primary color. So for this thing, what we'll do, we'll go to our app shell. We need that global level on complete app level. So here what we'll do, we'll add a namespace first. So we'll say XAML NS toolkit. So here we'll say MAUI toolkit, this one. And then we'll say shell dot behaviors, and here we'll say status bar behavior, and the status bar color, we will get it from static resource primary, like this. And then the text content is light, which is good, but let's add its status bar style light content and save everything. Cool. Now we have this thing, so we are good with this. Now when we tap on this explore, it should move to the next page. And when we are going from here, so next page should be our login register page. That should be default. Okay, so onboarding, where is XAML? Here. On this button, let's add a clicked event like this. Save everything, btn click. Let's go here, and here we'll simply say await shell dot current dot go to async, and we'll move to the name of login register page, like this. Save everything, and we are good now. Okay, so let me stop the app and run it again so that we can see this page. Right now when I'm running, it should display the onboarding page, because right now we do not have that key set, that UI constants this key onboarding shown. Okay, output, app is loading, and we are on onboarding screen. We tap on explore. Now we are on login register page. Let's see if we are on that page only. On this we'll say login register page, right? Yes. Save. Cool. Now if I rerun the app, now it should directly land on home page. No login register page, no onboarding page, because we have that logic which says that move to home page if onboarding screen is already shown. You see, we moved to the home page. This time we did not see that onboarding page, and that logic we have in here, right? Cool. So we'll work on login register page later, or maybe let's work on that page first. Okay, let's work on that page. So for testing, to show that login register page, let's change this home page to login register page, so that we will be on login register page, and then we'll design that page. Okay, we are on login register page. Now let me close all these pages. Close all tabs. Open the login register page is XAML and code behind. On XAML, on XAML, we don't need this title. We are not using this here. Remove this vertical stack layout. We don't need this here. On this page, we'll use grid. Then we'll use row definitions. And now we are going to divide our page in 5 sections. So first 40% for the first row, and the second 60% is for the second row. Okay, so like this. Inside this, first I'm going to use the same thing I have used for the onboarding page, or maybe let's try this. Border grade dot row 0. Okay, and here I'm going to say stroke shape round rectangle, same 150, height request 300, width request 300, stroke color, we need stroke is static resource primary, and then stroke thickness same, stroke thickness same 10. Okay, we can see this. Inside this we are going to have an image, and this time the image is going to be img underscore 21.jpg, this image. Cool. Now let's have something. So first, on this image we are going to have height and width, but before that let's use aspect. So we'll say aspect fill. Then we'll have height, let's have 250 px, and then width also 250, like this. Let's change these as well, 250 and 250. Okay, cool. On this image, let's have vertical options as center and horizontal options and center. Great. After this, we are going to have the same border shadow. So border dot shadow, and here we are going to have shadow with the color which is brush, static resource primary, and then the radius same 250. Cool. Save everything and we should be good now. Okay, first row is done. Minimize this. Now let's start working on the second row. For the second row, we are going to have one scroll view. We'll say grid dot row 1, first row, and on this let's have a padding of 15. Inside this, let's have a vertical stack layout. Okay, on this one we'll have some spacing 30. Inside this, first we'll have a grid with column definitions, star and auto. So we'll have two columns. First column will display some text. So that is going to be, right now I'm hard coding it to login, then we'll make it dynamic. Text login, let's see how it looks. Okay. So this is going to be grid.column0, which is default. Then we are going to have one more label, and this label grid.column1, and the text is going to be switch to register like this. And cool. Save everything. Now let's start designing these buttons, sorry, these labels. So on this text login, first let's say font size 40. Okay, font attributes bold. Okay, then line height same 1.2. Okay, then for this second one, they switch to register. So first thing, let's move it to vertically center. Okay, horizontally end, which is in this case looks like default, but let's add it. After that, let's add some padding to this. So we'll add padding of 5, and then we are going to add some, okay, I had that setting, that BG color, right? So if I go on resources, styles, colors, I have this BG color, right? So this is some a very light gray kind of color. So on this page, login page, let's add the background color for entire page. Here we'll say static resource BG color. Nice. Now on this label, this switch to register label, we'll say background color white. Okay. Okay. Now what else we can do on this one? Say, let's make it bold. Font attributes bold. And let's add text decoration underline like this. Cool. Okay, it looks fine. Save everything and we are good with this. Cool. After this, now we'll start designing our main form. So for this, inside this main vertical stack layout, after grid, we are going to have one more vertical stack layout with the spacing of, let's say, 10. Okay. Here we'll have entry control. So entry placeholder is going to be enter name, For login we don't need name, but I'm adding it. Then I'll set to its visibility. I'll modify its visibility, but for now let's see how it looks. Enter name, this is fine. Let's change the placeholder color. So placeholder color, and this we are going to have static resource primary color like this. Okay. Fine. Let me copy this 2 times. First name, then we'll have email, and then we'll have password. Okay. Save everything. For email, the second one we'll say keyboard. It should be email keyboard. And for the last one, this password, we'll say is password to true, because this should be password. And move, save everything. Now if we remove this, we can see name, email, and password. So this looks fine. For login we don't need name, that I'll modify it later, but for now I'm just focusing on designs. This is fine. Cool. After all these entries, let's have our buttons. So after entry, let's have button. Not inside this entry. So for button, we will have a text, and then text is going to be, let's say, login. We'll save it. We can see this login. Cool. On this button, we are going to have the same design which we had on onboarding. So let's do this. Let's create one style on global label. So we'll go to styles, styles.xaml. We can edit here, or maybe we can edit it in app.xaml. Here also we can add, but let's add it in styles only. So we'll say at the very end, we'll say style target type button, and here we'll say X key, and this key is going to be, let's say, BTN only, or maybe BTN primary. Okay. And here we are going to have couple of setter properties. So setter property and value. Save. Now let's go to our button, and we will have first, we'll have padding of 0 and 15. So padding value is going to be 0, 15. Let's copy it couple time. Then corner radius 12. So corner radius 12, and then font attributes bold, font attributes bold, and then font size 20. So font size 20. Save everything. We are good. From onboarding, we can remove all these. Remove this. Remove these three. Fine. And here we can add style, static resource, BTN primary. Save. And go back to our login register page, save everything, open it, and here we will add the same style. So we'll say style static resource btn primary, and save, and we can see the same design. Great. Okay, now after this vertical stack layout, let's have, we need to have that skip button, right? So for that, I'll have some line, and then skip, and then line. So for that, what I'm going to use, I'm going to use a grid with column definitions. I'll say star, auto, and star. Inside this, first I'm going to have a box view. So grid dot column 0. Okay, and then height request, let's say 1, and then color is going to be our main primary color, static resource primary. If I do this, I can see this. Great. After this, let's copy this, paste it one more time, and this should be grid.column 2. Save. Okay, and between these I'm going to have a button with the grid.column 1, and the text is going to be, let's say, skip for now, like this. Cool. We just need to make this button smaller. Okay, so for this what I'll do, I'll say padding. First, let's say horizontal options as center, it will move it to center. Then we'll say padding, and from left and right, let's say 25, and from top and bottom, let's say 5. Okay, and then let's have a fixed height of 30. Cool. Okay, it looks fine. If you want some spacing between these, we on this grid we can say column spacing, and let's have 5. And cool, we are good with this. Okay, so it is fine. Everything looks great on this page. We will work on this, the functionality interactivity, after some time. So it looks great. Cool. So let's work on interactivity then. For this, what will do, we need that view model. Now we'll start working on the main view models. Okay, so login register view model. Let's go to view models. Okay, so for login register page, before creating view model, let's create a model. So in here we'll say login register model. Okay, and this is going to be an observable object. So let's say public partial class login register model, and here we'll say observable object, which should come from community toolkit mvvm component model. Cool. Inside this we will have 3 properties, and because all these properties are going to be observable properties, so we will use this private string and name. We'll decorate with observable property. Then second one we'll have for password we need, and one for email, and all these 3 are going to be observable property. Cool. Okay, now in this we can have some helper properties which we can use. So one property I need is going to be public bool is new user. So new user is going to have name, this property. What I mean by new user is when user is trying to register, that means it's a new user. So here we'll check if is new user, right? So it should be not string dot is null or white space name. If name is not null or white space, that means this is a new user case. This is a registration case. Cool. After this, I'm going to have one method here, public void validate, or we can have this as a property. Public bool will say is valid. This is going to be get only, and here we will apply our logic, and that logic is going to be, first we will check if string dot is null or white space email, or string dot is null or white space password. If any of these is null or empty or white space, we know these two fields are required for both the cases, login and registration for both cases. So from here we will simply return false. After this we will check if this is new user case, new user, we have this name, right? But what if we do not have name? No. Okay, we should have this as a method. So we'll say validate, and we will get one parameter here which will be is registration mode. I'll tell you why this is required. This is in my mind. Okay, so now we will check if this is registration mode and the name property is null or empty. If this is registration mode, we should have some value in this name. So if this is registration mode and we do not have any value for name, this is an invalid state. And after this, we'll say return true because now this is a valid state. Cool. So now our model is ready. Now let's go to view models, and here we are going to create a class for our view model. So here we'll say login register view model like this. Okay, so this is going to be public partial because this is again going to be an observable object, object. Cool. Now in here we will have a property private bool is registration mode, and this is going to be an observable property. You remember when we are working, we have that switch to login, switch to registration, that label, that button. So it will, that functionality will be handled by this is registration mode. Okay, after this we are going to have our model. So private login registration model. Let's call it model only, and this is going to be an observable property like this. And I think we are good with this. Okay, let's add the methods. So first we will have, if you are following me, I follow one approach. In almost all our view models, we have an initialize method. So here we are going to set registration mode to true, but it should be true only when we are coming for the first time from our what is that, onboarding page. So we need to have some state which will handle that if this is the first time we are coming to this page. So for this, what we should have a property here. So private bool is first time, and this is going to be observable property, and this we are going to have it as a shell navigation parameter, so query parameter. So here we will decorate our view model with query property, and the name we are going to use this is first time, and the query ID same is first time, like this. Cool. Now we have this property set. What is that shoe? This is that shoe. Okay. Now in initialize, we will check if, let's make it nullable so that we don't force it from inside our app. From our profile page, we can come to login again, right? So at that time, we are not going to pass any value for this, so it will be null in that case. So here we'll check if is first case dot has value, is first time dot has value, and first time dot value is true. If that's the case, we will set is registration mode to true, else the default value for registration mode is false. So we are good with this initial setup. Cool. After this, we are going to have couple of commands. The first command is going to be that toggle the switch to registration and switch to login mode. So here we'll say private void, let's say toggle mode. Inside this, we will simply set is registration mode equals not is registration mode. So opposite of is registration mode. So if this was true, we'll set it false. And if it was false, we'll set it true. And now because this is a command, we will decorate it with relay command like this. Cool. After this, we are going to have one method. So we have that skip for now button, right? So for this, let's add a command private async task, and we'll say skip for now like this. And from here, what we should do, we should simply say await shell dot current dot go to async, and from skip for now, we will redirect user directly to home page like this. And this is again going to be a relay command. Save everything. Cool. After this, now we'll have one command for our submit case. So login register case. So here we'll say private async task, and let's say submit. And this is again going to be a relay command. Relay command. Fine. Now we'll add our validation logic first. So here we'll say if login registration model, not this model dot validate, and here we need to pass the is registration mode. So if this is valid, we will continue. If this is not valid, we need to show some message, some indicator to user that something is invalid. You need to validate it. So for this, what we'll do, we will use community toolkit, MAUI community toolkit, to show an error toast message. So here we'll say toast. No, not from Android. So we'll say from community toolkit MAUI.alerts. Toast.make, and the message. The message is going to be, let's have this, all fields are mandatory. Cool. Dot show. Okay, and then just return from here. Don't execute further logic. We are good with this. Cool. If this was not the case, we should have some private bool is busy, and this is going to be observable property again. And now we will set this is busy to true like this, and then we'll make API call to login register user, login or register user. Okay, for now what I'm having here, let's have a some manual delay of, let's say, yeah, 1 second is fine, of 1 second. And when this is fine, after this, that means if the request was successful, in this case, let's assume the request is successful, we need to navigate user to the next page. Okay, so in this case, we will navigate user to the home page, and we can directly call this skip for now method because it is navigating user to the home page only. So here we can say await skip for now, this method, and after that let's say is busy to false, and everything seems good. Okay, let's clean this up. Now first thing I would do is let's add a global usings file so that we can add all these usings to global so that we don't have to rewrite these again and again. So on this MAUI project, let me create a class. We'll say global using. The name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. It does not matter. The only thing which matters is all the using statements should be prefixed with global. Global using and this. That's all. And you don't need to create a new class file for this. We could have this inside this also. So it will be complete application level, but it's always a good idea to have these separated so that we know all the global usings live inside this global usings. We have models, pages, input this. Let's add one for view models. Fine. We'll keep on adding others whenever we need them. Right now, you see, we don't need any of these, so we can clean this up. Great. And if you go to models, here also we should not be using this component model. We don't need this. Okay, so looks like this view model is fine. Now we need to use this view model in our app. So for this, let's go to our pages, login register page, XAML.cs file. And here we'll add this view model. So let's call it view model, cool. And now we'll override a method, override on appearing. And in here, we'll call view model.initialize method like this, cool. And then on this page, we'll set its page binding context to view model so that we can use it correctly. Save everything. And now we are good. So first let's add the namespace for our view models here. So we'll say XML NS. Let's call it view model. So view models. And let's add one more for models. I don't know if we will need this on this or no, but let's add it. So we'll say these models. Okay, fine. Save everything. After this, let's add the set data type for this page. So data type is going to be login register view model like this. Save everything. Fine. Now it should work. The only thing is we are injecting this login register view model inside this login register page. So we need to add this to our dependency container. What we'll do, let's come here on MAUI program and let's create one method here. So we'll say static void register services, or maybe what we should do, register app dependency, something like this. And here we'll have service collection services and we are good. And from here we are going to call this register app dependencies builder.services like this, and we are good now. Inside this method we are going to add all our registrations. So first let's say services dot add this login register view model. So we'll add it as transient. This is going to be login register view model, and with this we'll add our page, login register page, like this, and we are good. Registration is done. Now we can run our app, and then we'll start adding interactivity to our login register page. Where is this symbol this? Cool. So let's, or maybe before that, let's do this. Inside this grid we have that is busy flag. So let's have some that activity indicator to display that loader here. Here we'll say activity indicator, and vertical option center, horizontal option center, and we'll say I'm not setting any grid, row or column, anything. So it will be always after all these. That means it will be on top. Here we'll say is running. We are going to bind it with the is busy property like this. And after is running, let's have the color, which will be our static resource primary color, and then let's have height and width. So something like 30. Height request and width request is also 30. So save everything. Now let's run the app. Okay, app is here. Let's start working. So first thing, this login word, it should be handled by that is registration mode property. So let's go to this scroll view. We have this login, right? So hard-coded login value. What we'll do, we'll add triggers here. So label dot triggers. Here we are going to have a data trigger with target type label, and on this binding should be binding is registration mode. Okay, and it should trigger when the value is, we could handle with true or false, any. So if registration mode is true, let's use this. If this is true, then we'll say setter, and the property is going to be text, and the value is going to be register, like this. So by default value is login, and this trigger will trigger whenever is registration mode's value is true. So if its value is true, it will add this text to register, and if that's not the case, it will fall back to the default value, which is login. So this is fine. Now let's add the toggle mode logic to this switch to register, and the same thing, this trigger should be on this as well, because right now it says switch to register, and when we'll be on registration page, then it should say switch to login. So let me copy this trigger from the first label, and we'll add it to the second label like this, and this time we will make it opposite. So the default value is switch to register, and when is registration mode is true, we should say switch to login. Save. Right now there is no change. Now whenever we tap on this label switch to register, it should toggle the mode. So let's do this. On this label we will add a gesture recognizer, tap gesture recognizer, and on this we'll use a command, and we'll use binding, and here we will have toggle mode command, like this. Save everything. Now let's try it. So you see, right now this is a default case. If I tap on switch to register, the heading changed to register, and this label's text changed to switch to login. If I go there, so that means this functionality is working. Now we need to have two more things with this toggle mode. So first, this login text button, this should also change with this change. So if we are on registration page, this button's text should show register, else it should show login, which is the default. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this data trigger, or maybe the first data trigger, so we can use it directly. Let's go to our login button, and that is, where is it? This is the 186. On this button, we'll use the same thing. We'll say button dot triggers, add this, and the target type is going to be button for this one. So if registration mode is true, it will, the text should say register, else it will say true, that login, which is the default. So save everything, and now we can see register, login, register. So the text is changing. Cool. And there is one more thing with this toggle mode, this name field, this should come only if we are in register mode, in registration mode, right? So let's go to this name field. We have it here. So on this one, again, we are going to add, no, not trigger. On this, we can have this is visible property, and we'll bind it to is registration mode. So if registration mode is true, then it should be visible. If registration mode is false, it should be hidden. So if we check, you see, if we switch to login, then we don't have that name field. And if we switch to register, then we have the name. So all these three things are in sync. Now we can start working. Cool. Now on skip for now, let's add our other commands. So on skip for now, this is the button. So we'll add our command, and here we'll say binding skip for now command, like this. Save. Now if we tab on this skip for now, it went directly to home page. Now if we go back, we are out. So let's run the app again. Okay, we are on login mode. Now let's add the command on this login register button. So this button is here. On this button, let's add a command. This should be binding submit command. So save everything. Cool. And now if we tap on this login, we have an error which says object reference not set to an instance of an object. And do let me know in the comment if you can think of what the issue is here. Okay. So for me, I'll go to view model, and we do not have any default value for this. So this is null. And when we tapped on that submit command, it came here and tried to validate on this model, which is null. So we should have a default value for this. Save. And just now I got that we have one more missing piece. That missing piece is on these entry controls. We should bind the text. So this is the name. So here we'll say model.name. Let's bind others as well. So on email, we'll bind it to email. And on password, we'll bind it with password. Like this. So save everything. And before running it, let's use that is first. Where is it? This is first time. Let's use this one as well. So this should come from the onboarding page. So if we go to onboarding page, we will navigate into this login registration mode. So here we will add the parameter. So we have two approaches. Either we can have it as that dictionary, parameters dictionary, or because this is a simple value, we can use directly here with question mark name of login register view model dot is first time. This is the key name, and the value is going to be true, like this. Okay, so save everything. Now this, because we already have this onboarding shown preference set, so what we'll do, let's uninstall the app, then it will remove this thing, and then we can see the onboarding screen again, and when we'll tap on that explore button, it will go to the login registration mode with this is first time to set to true. Okay, so let me uninstall the app first, and then I'm going to run the app. All right, I uninstalled it and I ran it. Now we are on this onboarding page. Now if we tap on explore, we have error which says invalid cast exception, invalid cast from system.string to nullable boolean, and which is fine. Let's do this. Instead of using this approach, it should be good with primitive, not primitive, with maybe string values. So what we'll do here, we'll create a parameters variable here, and here we'll say new dictionary with string and object, which is the required format for parameters. So here first we'll add our key, which is going to be this login register view model dot each first time, and the value is going to be true. Cool. So now after this login registration page parameter, we'll say comma bool animate or parameters. So here we'll pass our parameters like this. Save, and let me uninstall the app again so that we can see that onboarding screen. Okay, let's run it. On the device, okay. Okay, you can see this. We'll tap on explore. Still there is some value. Invalid cast for system.boolean to system.nullables private curly. There is some issue. Invalid cast for system.boolean to system.nullable boolean. What is this? Let's check if we are missing something. We have nullable boolean on here, so we are good. Each first time we have nullable boolean, so it cannot set boolean to nullable boolean. It is strange, because the other way around I can think of. It cannot set boolean nullable boolean value to boolean value. It will from system.boolean to nullable boolean. What is this? Let's see. Let me check what the issue is. Let's make it nullable. Then we'll see is first time. Now we can remove all this. It should be just if first time is registration mode true. Let's see if this works. And we again need to uninstall the app. Uninstall. Okay. Okay, run. Okay, apps here, explore, and we came here, but it did not set this is first time property to true. And why so? Query property is first time, onboarding is first time to true, and we are using this parameter. There is some issue. Let me debug it. Everything seems to be right. I don't know what the issue is. Do let me know in the comment if you know what the issue is, or if I'm missing something somewhere. There might be some very small mistake. I'm just trying to debug, and you can pause this video and write a comment if you know what the issue is. Okay. Alright, so were you able to figure out what the issue was? For me, I tried so many things, but it is not working in the same way. So I just want to show you something. If I run this app again, if I click on explore, this is fine. Let's continue. On appearing, let's continue. This time it came to login register view models initialize method. At this time, this is first time is false, even though we first passed true from uh, the previous page. Now if we continue, because this was not like this. Now if we press this login, it came here. At this time we check, we have this is first time value set to true. That means it is setting this query property to the value which we are passing from previous page, but it is not set at the time when this initialize method is being called. This is being called from this on appearing. So at this point of time, it does not set the query property. We have another method which is override on navigated to. In this also, I tried to add this inside this method, and at this point of time also it was not setting its value. So right now I don't think we have some direct method or something that can guarantee that right at this point of time all the query properties are set. So what we are going to do in order to work the way we are expecting it, whenever we are using any observable property, for example this is first time and all these, so this community toolkit .mvvm, it creates some helper property and methods. So if I go to this each first time F12, now it is here in this generated file. So it's first time. Now if we check, before setting its value, it is calling these methods. On is first time changing with the value, then on is first time changing with default and values, then after changing it, then it is raising this on property changing, after that it changes the value, then again it calls these three methods on first time changed with the single parameter and two parameters. This is old value and this is new value, and then this property change. So all these events and these methods will be for all the properties this community toolkit is generating. For example, if we go to is busy, then we have on is busy changing second overloaded method. Then after changing the value, it is calling on busy changed, the same methods. Now if we go to any of the implementation of this, if we go here, we have this partial void on is first time changed and there is no body for this method. So these are hooks which this community toolkit is providing. So it is calling these, so we can add our logic, our code whenever something is changing or something is happening inside this. So these methods, these partial methods, this is not partial class, this is partial method. So partial methods are basically for implementing hook points. So it is created that hook point, or we are going to provide body for this method that will be called whenever this method is being called. This method is being called right before the is first time property is being changed. Okay, so what I am going to do in our login register view model, register model, login register view. Here, what we'll do, we'll say partial, and now we can see all the partial methods. So we have this on is first time changed, or on is first time changed, changing. We need this one. Now we can provide body here, and this method is going to be called from the community toolkits whenever it is setting this first time property. Okay, so now we can remove this, and this logic, we can cut this logic from here and add it here. And now there is no point of having this initialize method in this particular case, so we can remove this. Then from the login register page here, we can simply remove this on appearing altogether. Remove it, save it, and stop, save everything, and now we should be good. So using this, whenever we will first come to the this page from onboarding screen, we are setting this age first time, and when this is being set, we will set age registration mode to true, and then it should automatically open registration page for the first time. Cool. So let's try it out now. Okay, app is here. Now if I press explore, continue, and it did not work. Now am I missing something? Let's go there. Let's add the breakpoint here. Full value is first time. Oh, my bad. This is on is first time changing. That means before changing the value, right? So we have two approaches. Either we can use changed method, or if we are not willing to use changed method, then we can simply use this value, bool value, which is the value it is going to set. So we can use this one. Save, and now it should work. Okay, it's coming. Explore, continue, and this time we came here, value should be true, continue, and we are on register page, register mode. Basically we can switch around and everything will work same. We can tap login, it came to submit, continue, and we can see that this toast message. Cool. So looks like everything is working great. Okay, do we set that is busy? Yes, we set that is busy. Let's add values. Login, and we can see this activity indicator. Okay, so that means everything is working there. Avoid skip for now. In skip for now, we are going here. Cool. Now let's do one thing before continuing further. What we'll do, so this is busy, then this go to async method on shell.current, and this toast message. These are the things which will be used in almost all the pages. That means in almost all the view models. So instead of repeating all these things, what we can do, we can simply create all these things in a centralized place, and all the view models can use that centralized place. So that centralized place is going to be a base class for all the view models. So what I mean is, in view models, I'm going to create a new class which will be base view model. So base view model. Okay, and this is going to be public partial class with observable object as its base class, so that it is using community toolkit MVVM now. And in here, first thing, let's cut this private bool is busy property, add it here. Great, save everything. And now this file, this is going to be inherited from base view model. Save everything and we should be good now. Cool. Now let's do methods, add methods for these as well. So this is for go to async. So we'll say we can have protected async task go to async like this. Remove this. Okay. Add this shell.current.go to async. Because this is a single line, so we can use expression body like this, and this thing is going to be a dynamic part. So let's use all the flavors of this go to async. So we have 1 2 3 4 states, right? So let's use all these 4 in here. Remove all this description summary. So remove. Cool. Now we are going to use this. So first one is this navigation state. So let's add it here, and we can directly use it here like this. First method is ready. Then we'll do the other methods. Second method is going to be this one, state and animate. So let's do this. State comma animate like this. Async. Then third one is going to be with state and parameters. So state and parameters. And then the last one, it is going to be with state, animate and parameters. So we have all the overloaded methods of this defined in here. So we can directly use these now in our child view models, derived view models. Cool. After go to async, we had that toast, this toast message, right? So this is also a thing which will be used on almost on all the pages. So we'll use this here. So we'll say protected async task, we'll say show toast async string message, and here we are going to say await toast.make with this message and then show. Let's change all these public to protected. Cool. Okay, toast is fine, and at the same time let's add the alert as well. We might need alert. So here we'll say show alert async, and here we are going to use the app.current.main page dot display alert. This one, title message cancel button. Okay, so let's use this in this. So string title string message and then string button text. Here we'll say title message and then comes button text. Okay, and we might need a confirm box as well. For that also let's use task bool and we'll say show confirm async, and we'll use the same display alert. It has other overloaded methods. So this one which returns boolean, and it gets title message and then two buttons, accept button and cancel button. So here we'll say accept button, we'll say okay button text, and then we'll have second one, we'll say cancel button text. So here we'll say okay button text, which is accept button for this, and then we will have this cancel, which is our cancel button text, like this. And now all our methods are ready to be used. Cool. Let's use this. So in base view model, we have removed is busy from here, but we are still using it inside submit method. That means this thing is working. Then we'll skip for now. Let's directly use go to async. It is coming from base view model. Then for this toast.make show, we'll say show toast async, and then we are going to directly use this message here like this. Cool. So we are good now. Great. Okay. Now on onboarding screen, I have commented out this thing because we were working on that login screen. We wanted that login screen to come, sorry, that onboarding screen to display every time so that we can tap on that explore button and it can go to the login register page for the first time. Now I'm uncommenting it and let's run it. Everything should work same as it was working before. Okay, so the app is here. Let's explore. Oh my god, let's remove this breakpoint, continue, and now we are on register mode. Login register, switching working on register. We are here. This thing, enter password, register. Okay, continue, and we can see that, and now we are on home page. So that means this functionality is working. Right now this is not talking to API, not yet. We will add that functionality, but for now this is good. Okay, now I am thinking, should we implement API consumption first or we should design our UI first, then we should go there. Okay, so let's implement API consumption part here. So in this project, we are not going to use HTTP client or HTTP client factory directly. We are going to use Refit client to make our HTTP API calls. So how to use Refit client and what Refit client is, I have already created a video for this where I explained everything in detail, and in that video I showed you how can we use Refit client to connect to localhost APIs. But in this video I'm going to show you a different way. We are going to use dev tunnels. The reason being, we are using some images, right? And using HTTP client and HTTP client factory, we can make the HTTP calls from emulator, but it does not work for images. The reason is, the images, when we show any image in our mobile app using that image control, we directly set that image source, and if that source is an URL, it is going to hit that URL. And if our API is hosted on localhost, then that image source, that call is not routing through our HTTP client or HTTP client factory or that HTTP message handler which we have created. It does not go through that route. So it is not going to figure out that where this localhost is. So we will not be able to display images from localhost in our mobile app in .NET MAUI, this Android emulator or iOS emulator. Same thing goes with local device. If we have our local device in this demo, if you saw when I was showing the demo, I showed you how can we use our local device, and that local device was also using the same data, everything. So if we use local device, then that localhost API, that is not going to work for sure, because then localhost and that 10022, that does not exist there. So because of these two things, we are going to use a different approach. And maybe before using Refit, let me show you that approach. So this API, our API project, we are going to run this API project using dev tunnels. So what dev tunnel is, it is a feature which latest Visual Studio gives us whenever we are trying to run our app. So if you go to API here, we have this dev tunnels no active tunnel. It requires latest Visual Studio version. Using this, what we can do, I already have this test tunnel, but I can show you it from scratch. I'm going to attach the official Microsoft's link in the description or comment box. You can check in detail how dev tunnel works. So here what we can do, right now if we run this app, it runs on localhost with that port which we have defined in our program.cs. It runs on https localhost 7055. That is fine. So for using dev tunnels, we can go here, and here we have this dev tunnels. We can create a tunnel like this. We can name it whatever we want. So the name is up to us. Then we need to be logged in into Visual Studio to this to work. I am already logged in, so it will work for me. Here I'll say pet adoption API YT YouTube. Okay, then comes tunnel type, temporary and persistent. So temporary is, if you check, whenever we are going to close and open Visual Studio again, it will generate a new URL. But that is not what we want. So we can use persistent. So the URL is going to be same. That's because we are going to use this URL hard coded in our mobile app, .NET MAUI app. So we might close Visual Studio a couple of times and then we can open it. So we don't want to keep on changing that URL again and again. So we'll use persistent. Okay, then comes this access. You can read in detail. So we can use public for now. We are not using any sensitive information or things like that. So we should be good with this. And then we can press OK. Okay, now it is going to create a dev tunnel for us. It is creating, it takes some time. So dev tunnel has been successfully created and is selected as the currently active tunnel. So from here, this is selected right now. So whenever using this, when you close Visual Studio and open it again, by default, you will have this none. So whenever you reopen Visual Studio, just go to this section, go to dev tunnel and select your this dev tunnel. Now what it did for us, if we run it now, it is going to generate a new URL for us, and that URL is going to be a public URL which we can hit from anywhere in the world, from any device. So let's let it wait to run. Okay, so looks like this is running, API is running. It is although on localhost, but if we go to output, or do we have dev tunnel somewhere here? Okay, it opened this thing for us. So this URL, https sxd89 whatever it is .ms, this is the URL where our application is running right now. Let's continue. We'll continue Swagger UI. And the cool part is, although it is running in here, we can add breakpoints and we can debug our API. So if we go to, let's say we go to pets. So I'm going to add a breakpoint in our, let's say, controller, pets controller, and get all pets. Okay, let's add a breakpoint here. Cool. Now I'm going to run it from here. I'll say API pets, try it out, execute. Now if I hit this, breakpoint got hit. So this is a cool part. We can actually debug our code even though it is running on dev tunnel. So this is a cool part. Now we can use this thing to use this URL from any device, from my mobile device, from emulator, from anywhere. We don't need to set up that. If you remember earlier, whenever we wanted to connect to our API from our .NET MAUI app, if it is on HTTPS, we had to do a bunch of stuff. We need to create platform specific HTTP message handlers for Android and iOS. Then we need to allow the certificates, the HTTPS certificate, all those stuff. Using this, we don't need to do any of those. We can directly consume this URL and we will be able to use our API directly. Okay, so we are going to use this approach only. Now let me stop it first, and then what we are going to do, we will run it in the start without debugging mode. But before that, we have that URL copied. So for that URL, we are going to add it in our constants. So, and that is going to be used from both the projects. So let's go to shared. In shared, I'm going to create a new file, new class file, and let's call it app constants. So this is going to be public static class app constants, and here we'll say public const string base API URL like this, and we'll use this URL directly here. Great. Clean everything and we should be good now. Cool. So from API side, everything is fine. Let me, before that, now we'll start working on our mobile .NET MAUI application. So first thing, we will add a NuGet package to use Refit client. So that will be refit.http client factory. Refit.http client factory by .NET Foundation contribution. So let's install. Apply. And this is fine. What is the issue here? Okay. This is taking something else. If we go to the packages, refit.http client factory is installed. So save everything and we are good now. Cool. Now we have installed this. Now we need to set up this. So in order to set it up, we'll go to MAUI program, and here we are going to create one more method, static void. We'll say configure Refit like this with iService collection services. Save. And from here we will call it. So configure Refit with builder.services like this. Cool. Now we'll work inside this method only. Now in order to register Refit, in order to work with Refit, what we can say is services dot we have add Refit client, and then it needs the type, and this type is the way we work with our API calls. What I mean is, in order to use Refit for our API calls, we will go to services inside mobile app, inside .NET MAUI project. We'll go here, and here we are going to create a class, actually interface. We need interfaces, and the name is up to us. So for example, for login and register, we are going to use auth API. So I'll call it iAuth API like this, and I'll make it public interface iAuth API. Now whatever calls we need, we can add those as a part of this interface. So we'll go to in API auth controller. Here we have two methods. One is for login and one is for register. So we just need to use this thing, this signature. Go here. In here, we will just add this signature. Then let's do this same for register. Like this. So this method is up to us. The name, it could be anything. We can name it whatever we want. The parameter type and return type, these should match with the API's types, right? So here we'll say register async. After this, there is one more thing. If we don't want to use this API response, this is coming from our shared API response. So Refit also provides a API response class. We can use that directly like this. If we use this should come from Refit. This will not work. So we need to do something like this, refit.api response like this. The problem is I also named our response classes API response, and Refit also has API response. So there is a name clash, but we should be good with this. Cool. So using this, we have just created interface. Now we can configure it. Now next thing is how it would know that for this method, what is the API URL it need to connect with. So for that, Refit provides us some attributes. Those are with the HTTP verbs. So in our case, our login method, this is a post method. And here we need to provide the URL. So if you go to here, the URL is API auth login. This is our API URL for login. So here we are going to say API /auth/login like this. Save everything, and let's copy this thing again. Come here, and it should be API auth register like this. Now we are good. Now our auth API is ready. There is one error, and now this is the thing I was mentioning, that this API response, this generic type, I have also defined it, and Refit also has it with the same name, API response and then dynamic type. So we have two approaches. Either we can rename our API response, or we can use the fully qualified name. So we could say here shared .dtos.api response. So it would know that it is coming from our API response like this. Cool. So save everything. Now our auth API is completed. Now we'll configure this iAuth API. So let's go to MAUI program, and we are here. And here we can say iAuth API. iAuth API like this. Do I have global usings here? Yes, right? So let's add this as well, the global usings. So global usings, I have added global using and pad adoption maui.mobile.services. Cool. Now we can remove it from here. iAuth API, and this is the simplest form to register the or to configure a Refit client. Okay, but in our case we need couple of other things as well. So first thing is going to be we can configure our HTTP client. Okay, so here we'll say configure HTTP client and HTTP client, and we will set the base URL, the base address for our API. So here we'll say HTTP client dot base address equals new URI and the base address. We have set it to our app constants dot base API URL like this. And now our Refit client for this API is done. So this is the very simple basic example. How can we set this? We will keep on adding other things as well when we'll work on the authenticated things, or maybe we can work on that one also just right now only. Okay, let's set up this Refit. Once okay, after auth API we have paths controller. So let's create an interface for that as well. So public interface I paths API. We'll do this, and now we'll go to paths controller and we are going to implement all these methods. So let me copy all these from there. I'll come here and then I'm just going to modify things. I'm going to remove the body because all these methods will use. So clean this up, fine. Now we are going to change HTTP get, HTTP post to direct get and post, which will come from Refit. So get, and then get. Cool. Now the URL, we know this API slash patch slash one. So this one is dynamic. So we'll say API slash patch slash this. We are good. Here we'll say the same thing like this. API patch random. Then this popular will say API slash pop patch slash popular, and then for this one we'll set this, and then the first one it would be direct API slash patch. Cool. Now next thing is this API response. So we need to use this fully qualified. We can add it as static using as well, but so now let's use it like this only. And then what is the issue? Okay, because these are interfaces, we don't need public async. And fine. Now we can remove this commented URL parts. Now our paths API is also done. Let's move it to its separate file. Move type to iPads API. Cool. Now let's register this as well. So let's go to MAUI program and we are going to copy this same thing, paste it one more time, and this time we'll say iPads API. Now you see we are repeating this thing. Configure HTTP client with this. So we can extract this out in a method. So here we'll say static, and this takes an action. So it will return void, and we'll say set HTTP client or configure HTTP client. The name is up to us, and it would get HTTP client, and we can simply cut this thing and add it to the body of this method like this, and then we can directly use this here. like this, and now we are good. Okay, great. Now let's use the third one, which is this user controller. So we are going to create one more interface, public interface interface I user, maybe yeah, just I user API. Let's go to user controller and copy the methods from here. Copy and let's modify the things. Remove body. Okay. Remove public async. And change these HTTP get and post to direct post and get. So post, get, and then post. After that, let's add the complete URLs. So here we'll have this API user adopt this. Then this one will have API users adoptions. Then the third one API users favorites. And then last one this. Now we can remove this thing, remove, and then make this API response. So a single API response is fine, which is defined in our code only, but this generic one, this is the one which Refit defines. So we'll make it again fully qualified. So we'll say share DTO API response, share DTO API response. Great. Let's move this iUser API to its own file. And now we can go to MAUI program and do the same thing for this one as well. iUser API. Now Auth API, Pats API, these are same, but there is one difference in this iUser API, this user controller. So do let me know in the comment if you can guess what is the difference in this user, what's different in this user controller. Okay. So let me tell you what the difference is. The difference is this authorized attribute on this user controller. So auth controller and Pats controller do not have that attribute. That means anyone can access, consume these APIs, auth controller APIs and Pats controller APIs. But for user controller API, we need to have the user authenticator. That means in our case, we are using JWT token authentication. So each and every request which comes to this user controller, that should have JWT bearer token in its header. So right now from our MAUI app, we have not set that explicitly from anywhere, right? Right now all these are same. We do not have any difference in this, but somehow we need to add that users, the bearer token to this users API. So the way we can do this using Refit, I already have explained this in detail in the Refit client video which I created. So again, I'm going to add the link of that in description and comment box. So do check that video out. In order to do this, we have one headers attribute which we can apply on interface level or method level. So for example, let's say in this users API, let's say this adopt is the only one which needs that headers explicitly. So we'll add it on this only. In this headers, this is not going to be empty. Here we'll say authorization colon and then bearer like this. So right now using this, we are saying that you should add this authorization header, and that is going to be bearer for this call. Okay, so we can add it on single method level, that means API endpoint level, or we can add it on interface level, which will be applied to all the API calls, all the endpoints which are defined in this interface. So right now we need this to all these methods which are in this user API. So we are going to add it on interface level. Cool. Now we are good. We have said we said that you should add this authorization bearer token, but where is the token? The actual token value that is not in here. We need to tell the Refit that you should get this token value from somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be, we have this MAUI program here. When we are using this add Refit client, there we have something which is this method. It can take Refit settings. Okay. Now, if we have that Refit setting directly, we can use that. But there is other overload methods as well, which will this one, the second one. Here it says it. The first parameter is func delegate. So here iService provider is input and Refit settings is output. So we are going to use this method. How we are going to use it? We'll say SP, which is for service provider. And now from here, we need to return Refit settings. Refit settings object like this. What is the issue? New Refit settings. Okay. So this is the thing we are going to use, but right now we have not set anything. So this is the empty Refit settings. We have not defined anything. Now what we'll do, we'll define something, and that something is Refit has a property which is authorization header value getter. If you see, this is a func delegate which has two input parameters, HTTP request message, cancellation token, and then it returns one task of string which is going to be our token. So we're going to define it, but in our case we are not going to use HTTP request message and cancellation token, these two parameters, so we can simply omit these. How we'll do it? We'll say underscore HTTP request message, we don't want it. Then again underscore, we don't want this, the cancellation token. It should return task of string. So we'll say task dot from result anything. So let's say string dot empty like this, and now we are good. Okay, so this is all the setup we need. Just there is one missing piece. We are saying that authorization value is string dot empty, but that is not true. We should have this token from somewhere. So we need to define that somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be one service which we are going to define in our services folder. So here we are going to create a new class, and we'll call it maybe global service, or let's call it common service. Okay, public class common service, and this is going to have one property of type string, or maybe let's say nullable string. Here we'll set token, and it should be get set, or maybe we can make it private set so that we can control who is setting the value to this token. Here we'll have one method public void set token. We will get a token as a parameter, and then we will set this token to this token value. Cool. Now this common service, we are going to set this token whenever we are authenticating, right? So that means from our auth view model. If you go to view model, login register view model, we are submitting it. After that, we are moving away to the next page. So instead of doing this, we will do this, but before doing this, what we can do, we can set that token. So in order to do that, we need to inject common service to our login register view model. For that, let's add a constructor here, and we will add common service. We will inject common service. Let's create a private read-only variable here. And then we are going to use this. We'll say common service dot set token. And here we are going to set the token which we will get from our login or register API call. Okay, we'll add it actual code. But before that, let's go. Because we are injecting it common service, we need to register this common service to our dependency container, MAUI program. And we have this register app dependencies. So what we need a services.add singleton, only single instance throughout the app of this common service, like this, so that we can set the token from anywhere and we can access the same token from anywhere in our app. Cool. Now we know that we have the token in common service. We just need to get that token when we are setting our Refit settings. So here this parameter, which is SP, which is service provider. So here we can access our common service. Where we'll say common service equals SP dot get service or get required service, common service. Now we have access to this common service. So here what we'll do, we'll say authorization header value getter this task dot from result. Now we have this common service dot token. Now we have this, and to make it safe, we can say string dot empty. If common service dot token was null, we will use simple string dot empty. Great, so everything is fine now. Now how it is going to work, whenever there is any call going from iUser API using this Refit client, it will check that on this we need this authorization header to be set. So it will set this authorization header, but for its value, it will go to this property and then it will execute this thing. And then it will get this token from common service. So it will have that token. Great. We need this only for this API. That's why I'm having it here. If this is required from multiple APIs, you can extract out this logic in a separate function, separate method, same as I have done for this set HTTP clients. You can do this and you can use that for all these. But I do not need that for iAuth API and iAPADS API, so I'm good with this. Great. So enough talking. Refit client is done. We are good now. Let's move back to login register view model again. And right now, after common service, I'm going to inject. Now, how can we use the API calls from Refit? That is, I'm going to show you now. So we are going to inject iAuth API. We'll call it Auth API like this. And now on this Auth API, in here, in submit command, after setting is busy to true, we can say Auth API dot login async or register async like this. Right? We can directly have these methods and we can use this here. So login async and register async. So instead of doing this, because we need to now check if this call is for login or for register. So let's do one thing. Let's create a new service. We'll say auth service because we are going to need other things as well from this auth service. I'll tell you what those other things are. The first auth service. And now what we can do, instead of injecting this common service and auth API in this view model, we can inject these things in our service and then we can remove these from here. So I'll do this only. I'll inject this here. Let's make private read only fields like this. Cool. Now this file, this auth service, this is going to have couple of methods and properties, I guess. So first thing, we will have a method public async task login async. Then we are going to have a method for register async, or maybe because from there we can use direct single thing. So let's say login register async. It would be used for both. After that, we can have one logout method here, and then we can have helper method to get the logged in user details. So do we have that logged in user model somewhere? No, we have not it. So we will define it. Private void, we'll say get logged in user, or let's say get user, like this. And then we can have one property. So we'll say public bool is logged in. So these are the things which we will need in auth service. Okay, we will provide body for this, but before that, let's go to login register view model, remove this constructor. We don't need this now. We can remove common service underscore IAuth API, and then we are going to inject auth service in this login register view. Auth service, and then from submitting, when we are submitted, at that time we will say auth service dot login register async, and then we can provide our model from here. Cool. So okay, login register async, this will get login register model as a parameter. Okay, and then from here we can pass it login register model. So we'll say model like this, and we need to await it. And now we can remove this manual delay. We don't need that now. Cool. Now let's go to login register async. Here we have IAuth API. Now we'll provide body for this one. So here what we'll do, login register async. Okay. First thing, we will check if model dot is new user. This is a property which we have defined on login register model. This is new user. We are using this. If this is new user, we will go to register API. If that's not the case, we will go to login API. Okay, so if this is not this one, and return type of both these calls is same, which is API response of auth response DTU, this one. Okay, so we can say API response like this, and then we can say here API response dot, sorry, not dot, equals await underscore auth API dot register async. Now we need to provide register request DTO. We'll provide this. So we'll say new register request DTO, and we can set all three parameters. So name, email, and password. Password. We are good with API response now. And we can copy the same thing, go to second else case, and here we'll say login async, and this type is going to be login request DTO. What is this? Login async, login request DTO. Yes, it should have shown error. Oh, because parent type, it should be login request DTO, and from here we can remove this name. Cool. Now we have this API response. We can remove this, remove this. Now on this API response, we can check if this response was successful or not. What we'll do, we'll check if API response dot is success, then do something, and we'll check the negation if API response was not successful. That means we had some error. Okay. For that error, what we'll say await app.current.main page app.current.main page .display alert, and here we'll say error, and the message is going to be API response .message, and the button will be OK. So we'll display this alert, this error alert, and then we'll return from here. And if API response was successful, that means this thing worked, then what we'll do, we will fetch the user information and token information from here. Okay. So first thing, we can set the common service dot set token, and the token I can get from API response dot data dot token. Okay. And then I can, let me access the user details as well. So logged in user, we don't have that logged in user in shared. DTOs, this is fine. Enumerations, this is fine. Or maybe in our models. Okay, in our models, let's create a logged in user model which will be used in our MAUI application only. So in models, let's create a new class and we'll call it logged in user. Let's make it record. So we'll say public record this, and on this we will have ID, then name. I think that's all what we need, ID and name. And we will need token as well. I'll tell you why we need token. So we need these, remove everything, and now we can use this logged in user here. So we'll say new logged in user ID, which we can get from API response.data.id, user ID, the name API response.data.name, and then token API response.data.token. Cool. Now we have this user, we have set the token. Now we need to store this user information somewhere, and that should be persisted, because when we will close our app and open it again, it should have the same piece of information, right? So for that, we are going to set this user's information, and this information is not encrypted, so this is not that sensitive, so we can store it in preferences, and if you wish to, you can store it in secure storage. I'm going to store it in preferences only. So what I'll do here, I will create a helper method, private void, I'll say set user, and here I'll use the logged in user as a parameter like this, and then I'm going to set this user to the preferences. Here we'll say preferences dot default dot set, and here first we need a key. So for key, we are using our UI constants. So let's add one more key here. Here we'll say user info, and the value can be anything. Let's use the user info only. So here we'll say UI constants dot user info, comma, now value. So this preferences, this is a simple storage. So we will store string information, that means JSON representation of our logged in user model. For this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to logged in user and I will add methods here. So the methods, first I'll add an instance method, public string, and I'll say to JSON like this. And here I'm going to say JSON serializer dot serialize this. Then I'm going to have a one more method, static factory method for logged in user, and here we'll say load from JSON. We'll have string JSON here, and from here first thing we will check if not string dot is null or white space JSON. If this is not null or white space, if that's the case, let's make it nullable. If this is not null or white space, we will simply use JSON serializer dot deserialize logged in user JSON, and if this is null or empty, we'll simply return null, or we can return default like this, and we are good. Let's go there. Now when we are setting it, we'll set user dot to JSON like this. Because this is a single line, we can make it expression body like this. Now we are setting users to the storage in preferences. So we'll say here set user and this user like this. And then we are setting our tokens. So everything is fine now. Cool. Save and great. Now if this operation, this login operation was successful or no, we need to notify, we need to return something so that our view model, our login register view model would know that was this request successful or not. For this, we can simply return boolean from here. If everything was fine, it will return true. And if there was some issue, it should return false like this. Great. Cool. Now we have this login register logic. After this, let's go to our logout logic. In logout, first thing we'll set common service dot set token. Token is going to be null because now we don't have token. We have logged out, so there should not be any token. Great. After this, the way we were setting user, we are setting it, so we need to remove this from our preferences, users information. So we'll say preferences dot default dot remove and then key, which is this user info key, UI constants dot user info. Save and we are good. Now this property logged in is logged in. For this, we can simply check if preferences dot default dot, if this has this user info key. If it has this key, that means we have the user is logged in. Okay. Now comes the get user method. It should return logged in user. And here, first thing, we will get the users JSON from our storage. That is preferences dot default dot get. Key is going to be UI constants dot user info. Then it requires a default value. So for default value, we can use string dot empty. Now we'll check if this user JSON is not equals to null, or what we can do, we can simply return logged in user dot load from JSON. This is going to be this user JSON like this. So now we have this get user method also back. So this file is ready. Auth service is ready to be used. Now we will register this auth service in a dependency container. So we'll set it as a transient. So services dot add transient auth service, and we are good with this. Cool. Now we are using this auth service in login register view model, right? We are using it here. Now we can store the status. We can check the status like this when we are logging or registering the user. Here we'll check if status is true, then only we'll redirect user to the next page. If that's not the case, we will not do anything, because the error, if there was any error, it was already shown from auth service. If you go here, if there was error, we are already displaying it as an alert. So we are good with this complete. Cool. There is a lot of code. Now I'm going to run it and we will see if this login register thing is working. So for this, first we need to run our API. So I'll say debug and start without debugging. It will run on our dev tunnel. The only downside of, you see, starting dev tunnel report this, so dev tunnel is running. The only downside is we need to be connected to the internet always. And sometimes my internet is very bad. Okay, so it is running and we have it here. It is running. If I go to pets, let's see if we are able to fetch the data. I run it and we have the data. That means this thing is working. Cool. Now if we run our MAUI app, it should also work. I'm going to run it. So go to mobile app, run it on emulator. Let's see if we break something or if we miss something or everything is working. There is some issue. I missed something. What is it? Expected something. Yes. Okay, save, run. Okay, app came, so that means so good so far. This time we land on login page. Okay, we can switch to register, switch to login, and if we enter something random in login, it came here, continue. We can see the loading indicator, and then we have some error which says response status code does not indicate success, 400 bad request. We need to handle this API validation exception in Refit, but why is this 400 bad request? Stop it. Let's add all the pieces. So from login register async, we came here, register request DTO. In this case, it came here, right? Login request DTO. Login request DTO. It was a class, email and password. And on API side, if I go to API, is there something? Nothing, right? Login async. If we go here, this is a post request with login request DTO. Why bad request? API controller, auth controller, login, HTTP post. Everything looks fine. Okay, let's see if we are getting the data or no. So let me add breakpoints in this login register async method. Add something. Oh, maybe because this is this was not email, that's why. Login. We are here. Continue. We are here. User does not exist. Okay, because that was invalid email. That wasn't an email. Cool. So error, user does not exist. Okay. in this case we'll be on this page only, because yeah, we know user does not exist, right? Let's switch to register, and here we will create a user. We'll say test user, and we'll set email as, let's say, test@test.com. The password 123456. Save, register, continue, continue. It is loading, and we move to home page. That means user registration is successful. Okay. Now let me stop, or maybe let's rerun the app. This time we will try to log in with this credential. Mhm. Okay, so let's say test@test.com 123456. Continue, continue, it's loading, and we move to home page. That means login and register, both cases are working. Now for that error that came from here, but we were not able to get the actual error. So for that, what we can do, we can wrap this thing, the calls, in try catch block, and in the catch block we will handle API exception which comes from Refit, like this. And here we can handle it. So here we can simply show the similar alert message, error, and then we will say error in login register, or we can check the condition, or we can directly say tx.message. And if you want to get the actual error or other details, we can simply add a breakpoint here. We can check. It has one content property as well. It has status code, reason, content headers, content property. So this content property, this will have more details. So let me rerun the app, and this time we'll do the same thing we have done in the first attempt. So I'm going to add invalid email. Then let's see. And now we have this issue again, because this time we are using Refit. So we will remove it from here, and what we'll do for this API exception, we'll say this refit.api exception. What is the issue with this one? Local variable catch API response. Okay, let's set it to null, because we know it will be added, the value will be assigned in if and else, but it is not able to figure out. So we are good. Let's run it. It's coming. Okay, let's do the same thing. This error, login, and we came here, exception. We can see the actual exception message response status code does not indicate success 400, but if we check the complete details, we have this content. In content, we have status is 400, title is one or more validation error occurred, errors, key value pair, key is email, value is this, and here we can say the email field is not valid email address. So if you want, you can add a logic to deserialize or flatten this error message. Okay, we'll continue, and we have this generic message. Cool. Object reference not set to an instance of an object, and it came from where? Let's handle this one as well. So from here, after catch, it must have come here, and API response was null or this things. So we should return false from here. Cool. Okay, so let's try it one more time. with invalid and valid both approaches, both cases. First, let me disable all the breakpoints. I don't need any breakpoint. Let's add invalid details, login, and the error came, nothing break. Now let's add the add test dot abc. I am adding invalid email this time with the correct password 123456. It should say user does not exist. Correct. Now if I use the correct email and incorrect password, it should say incorrect password. And now if I use the correct email and correct password and login, this time login was successful and we moved to home page. Great. So everything is working fine. We'll stop it. And now we'll go to our main page, the first page, this one. Why we'll go here? Because we are moving to login register page if we have already shown the onboarding, but this is not what we want. Now we need to move to home page. We will not keep on showing the login page or register page again and again. So we'll show onboarding page for the first time. When user visits our app for the first time, it will go to onboarding page, and from onboarding page it will go to login page. And if the user visits the app again, we have already shown the onboarding screen, then we are simply going to navigate user to the home page. Regardless of whether it is logged in or not, doesn't matter, we'll move user to home page because our app allows non-logged in user to navigate through our app, because he can see the details, he cannot adopt the pet and add the pet to favorites. These two options user would need to be logged in. Apart from this, every other action is okay. So let's run it. This time it should directly land on home page. If we go on home page, where is it? It is here. Great. Now we'll start working on our home page. We have already set up our UI and that connection, so everything should work fine now. We just need to work on the home page UI designing and fetching the data. Great. Okay, so let's start working on our home page. So first let me clear up everything. Close all pages, all tabs. What did I press? I don't know. Okay. Let's open mobile view models and we'll create a new view model for our home page. So we'll call it home view model. This is going to be public partial class and it will be derived from base view model. Cool. In here we are going to have a couple of collections. So private, IEnumerable, pet list DTO. So let's add this as well to the global usings. So global using and this. Cool. Or let's add enumerations as well. Okay. Stop. Okay, API is running. Okay. So here we are going to have newly added pets, or let's call it newly added only, and we will have a default value of enumerable of empty and pet list DTO, and this is going to be an observable property. And for this, let me copy this couple of times. So we'll use one for popular pets, then we'll use one for random pets, and all these three are going to be observable property. We are going to fetch the data from the API, and then we'll add the data to these collections. Cool. And now after this, let's add constructor. So in this constructor, we are going to inject our pets API. So I will say I pets API. We'll say pets API, and like this, we are good. Now let's create that initialize method where we are going to initialize the data, initialize all these collections. So we'll say public async task initialize async like this. Okay, and we are going to have one field here. We want it to be initialized only once. So private bool underscore is initialized, and inside this method first line we will check if this is initialized is true. We'll return from here, we will not do anything. Cool. If that's not the case, we will first set initialize to true, and then we'll do our logic, or maybe we can set it after, but for now let's set it like this only. Here we will add try catch block. Okay, and in here we are going to call our pets API to fetch data for all these three. And now these three are not dependent on each other. So we will make parallel kind of calls for these. So for this, we will not directly await these. Instead, we'll simply trigger these. So we'll say newly added task. It will be pets API dot get newly added pets async. The count, let's get 5. After that, we'll have popular pets task, and here we'll get popular pets async, and let's fetch 10. And then we'll have some random pets, the random pets task. So we'll say get random pets, and let's fetch 6. Cool. Now we are going to await all these and fetch the data, so we can do this directly. Newly added, this is the collection, this I enumerable observable property. So we are setting it, we'll say await newly added task, and now we have the data. From here we can call data, which is patlist.to array. Cool, we can use this popular pets, second one, then random pets, third one. This is going to be popular, and the third one is going to be random, like this. Cool. And here we can have exception or API exception, which will come from Refit or Refit, whatever you call it. I call it Refit. And then finally, this is I'm having because we have that is busy flag, so I'll set it to true at the very beginning. Then in finally block, we'll set this is busy to false. Okay, and then is initialized, this should be here, that everything is initialized. This is initialized. Okay, cool. So now if it came to catch, we can simply say display alert or show alert async, and we can say error, and then message we can set ex.message, and button text, let's add default button text so that we don't have to type it again and again if we are using the default version. So we'll have okay. So like this, and we'll say await, and we are good now. Okay, so initialized async This is fine. This is fine. Everything looks fine now. Cool. Save everything. Let's register this home view model. Go to MAUI program. And here we are going to register it. So services dot add singleton, because this is the first page. So we'll set our view model as singleton and we'll add as home page at singleton. Home page like this. And now we are good. Now let's go to home page. We will inject our home view model. View model. We'll set binding context of this page. So binding context equals this view model. View model. And then we are going to override a method which is on appearing, and we will await view model dot initialized async like this. And now we are good with the setup. Let's go to homepage.xaml, and here we are going to add a couple of namespaces. So first we'll set XML as VM, which is for view models. So view models. Then we'll add one for our models. So we'll say models. And then let's add one for XML and as our DTOs. So DTOs. Cool. And then let's set the data type of this page to our home view model like this. Great. So now first thing, we'll start the API. Start without debugging. And then we'll run our app, navigate to home page, and then we'll start designing our home page. And we have issue here which says URL API pets count int has parameter count int, but no method parameter matches this. The reason is this constraint, this route constraint. This is we could say specific to ASP.NET course routing. So in controller actions and in minimal API endpoints, it is allowed, but for our Refit clients, so if we go to iPads API, so this thing, it is considering it as a complete parameter name, but that is not correct. So here we just need to do this. Just remove this route constraint, this type, remove like this. Okay, and same thing we'll do in our users API. If we have something, yes, we have it. So remove it, and we should be good now. Let's run. Okay, app is loading and we are here. 404 not found. And which one not found? Home view model. Newly added popular random. We might have missing something. API pets new count. API pets popular count. API pets random count. This is fine, right? Is our API running? Yes, our API is running. Let's check it from Swagger. New count. Okay, this is the issue. Random popular new. This is API pets is missing from these. Why is it missing? Let's go to our API controller, pets controller, and the reason is we are starting it with slash. So when we start it with slash, it removes all the route prefix. In this case, route prefix, the main route we have added at controller level. So it should start from API slash controller name, which is pets. So first one would work same, but if we start it with slash, it removes all the route related stuff from the its parent basically. So what we need to do, we need to remove these slashes. Let's verify in other controllers, auth is fine, and user controller, adoptions, favorite is right. So here we do not have that starting slash, right? So we should be good. Save everything, close the API, stop the app. We'll run our API again and then we'll start our MAUI app. So debug, start without debugging. We'll say response status is 502 and now we have all these URLs. It should work now. Let's fetch 2 new pets. So we have it. Cool. Okay, now start our app, MAUI app. It should run without any error now. Okay, cool. Now let's go to homepage XAML and we'll start designing our page. So first thing, we don't need this tab bar here. So we don't need this title. And here we'll say shell.navbar is visible false. Cool. After this, what we are going to do, we are going to have a grid, the main grid, that is because we need one section to display our that activity indicator. Okay. So activity indicator would be on top of it. Okay. So we'll say here row definitions. First one, let's say 80 and star. So first row is going to be for the username basically. So this, and in here first we'll have a vertical stack layout with grid.row0. After that we are going to have a scroll view with grid.row1. In this scroll view we are going to have all our complete data, and then I'm going to have one activity indicator. So let's have some background and then on top of that we'll have activity indicator. So for that I'll use grid, and in this grid I want this grid to take up the entire screen, everything. So row span 2, and inside this grid first I'll have a box view with color of our static resource primary color and an opacity of let's say 0.8, like this, and we can see something. Great. After this I'm going to have activity indicator and vertical option center, horizontal option center, and color white. And we cannot see this. Okay, that's because we need to set is running to true, and now we can see it. Okay, fine. So this should not always be here. It should be only if is busy is true. So we are going to handle this on this grid level. So here we'll say is visible. This should be binding is busy. So save. Now it will not be here. And if I start the app, then it should come initially before the all the API calls are done. And once all the API calls are done, it should hide. So let's see. It directly moved there. Okay, let's try. Where are we? Where is our home view model? And here let's add away task dot delay. Let's say 100 ms. Rerun. And we can see it. Fine, it was there, right? So that means this is working. Cool. Let's start uh, adding other UI pieces. So first, this vertical stack layout, we will add our name to this. So here we'll say we'll have a label with the text. We will make it dynamic, or let's make it dynamic right away. So here in our view model, let's have one more observable property. So we'll say private string string, and we'll say user name, and we'll have a default value, let's say stranger, and this is going to be an observable property. We'll make it dynamic. We'll fetch it the data from our login status. Okay, right now in here we can get this text from our binding username like this, and on this we'll have a string format. So what we'll say hi and then username. So this username like this, it should say hi stranger. It is not showing it. Let's add one more label, and here we'll say hard-coded text. Let's say welcome. Okay, we can see welcome, but we cannot see username. The reason might be we added it to the view model, but we didn't rerun the app. Let's rerun, and we can see this. Okay, okay. Now on first label, let's add some font size. So let's make it 16. And on the second one, let's say font size 20. Save, and we can see this. Edit, just keep on editing. On this vertical stack layout, let's add a padding of, let's say 15. Okay, and the spacing between these labels, let's add it 5. Okay, okay, okay. This vertical stack layout is fine. Now let's add the all the collections inside this scroll view. We are going to add all these things. So in here we are going to have one vertical stack layout. Okay, and now inside this vertical stack layout, first for newly added pets, we are going to have a carousel view. So here we'll say carousel view with item source as binding newly added. Okay, and now inside this we'll say carousel view dot item template data template, and data type is going to be pet list DTO. This one for this. Cool. And inside this we are going to have the name, price, and image of the pet. So for that we will first have a grid with 3 rows. So row definition we'll say star, auto, and auto, and then we'll have some spacing between these rows. So row spacing 5 like this, and inside this first we'll have that rounded image. For that we'll have a border where we'll say height request 250, width request 250, and then stroke shape we'll say round rectangle of 125. And then on this one we don't need any border around this, the stroke thickness 0. Inside this we are going to have our image, and the source, this is going to be from binding, and this should be image. Now we'll have one problem. I'll show you what the problem is. Source, then on this we'll set the same height request 250 and width request 250, and then aspect fill. Okay, we cannot see anything after image, or let's say after this border, which will be grade dot row 0. After this border we are going to have one label, the label grade dot row 1, and in this text is going to be binding name. If we say this, we should see something. Nothing is coming here, something is here, there was something. Let me rerun. So the collection view, carousel views, these designs for the dynamic content, this is not very good developer experience. I think hot reload does not work properly, that's what I mean. We can see this Rani, you see Amara, we can see this image, and we cannot see any other image. We can see only this image. The reason is all this URL. If you see in our database, data, entities, or in pad context, we had our seeding data. So this initial seed data, images, if we check, image. So image is img_2.jpg, img_3.jpg. So how this is going to work, when we set this image to this image view, image control, it is expecting this image to be inside our .NET MAUI project itself. Right? That's what it means, that this image is local image, but that is not the case in our case, right? We do not have all those images. Now this image does show properly. The reason is because this is the same image we are using on our onboarding screen. So this image in fact exists in our resources and images folder. This is one of these img 21 or 22. This is the 22. So that's why we can see this image and we cannot see any other image. So we need to fix this. We need to change this image inside this pet list DTO to have the fully qualified URL, complete image URL. Okay, what I mean is complete image URL, it should be with the complete API URL, because all our images are in our API project, www root images pads. So it should be our API URL /images/pads. So for this, what we are going to do, we'll go to extensions, we are in mapper, then we are in selector. So in selector, at this place, we need to modify this image. So it should be like this. First, we will have our app constants dot base API URL, right? /images/pads / then we'll have our this p.image. So this is the URL, and we should do the same thing for our mapper for this image. So let me do this. Fine, stop, and then stop the API also, because we made change in API, we need this thing. Cool. Now we'll run our API. So debug, start without debugging. And looks like this is working. Okay, let's check API patch, try it out, execute. And now we have the URL, complete image URL, right? If we check this image URL, if we go to the new tab, edit, we should see it is showing 404. And why so? URL is final. Images pets img 25. Okay, okay. So by default, API does not uh, enable this triple W root folder for physical files, for static, for not physical, static files. So we need to allow this. So we'll go to API projects program.cs, and here we will say app.use static files. So this middleware will allow content to be served from triple W root folder for static files, JavaScript, CSS, and images. So if you do this, and now if we run our API, debug, start without debugging, we should be able to see the image. We are here, let it run. Okay, API is running. Let's see if this time we'll be able to see the image. If I refresh it, and I can see the image. Alright, so that means if I run the mobile app now, we should see all the images in that carousel view. Okay, and we can see these images, right? Cool. So this is working fine. Now let's design the name and all these. So go to homepage.xaml. We are here, and on this label we'll say vertical options at center, and hot reload is not working again. Okay, never mind. We'll add all our designs, all our styling, then we'll say if everything is fine or not. So font size, let's make it 20, and then font attributes, bold. And after this label, we will have one more label with grid.row2, and this time we'll display the price. Okay, it came. After a while it came. So, but still it is not center aligned. It should be center aligned, but okay. Vertical option. Oh my God, I set vertical option. It should be horizontal options, right? My bad. Horizontal options, center, center, fine. And this price one, we will, uh, 20 is fine, right? Or maybe let's make it 18. And on this one, we'll say text color. We'll use our primary color. And then we'll add some formatting to this. So this is a price, so we'll say string format. And we'll simply say convert it to currency. Cool. Okay, it looks fine now. Let's rerun so that this gets fixed. So no, we have some issue here. Okay, we have some issue here. So if I go to a border 250, 250, and on image 250, 250, so everything is fine, then what's the issue? All these are clipping from the top, right? Let's rerun. Okay, so rerun fixed it. Now we can see all the images, name, and the price of the pet. Okay, let's increase this spacing a bit. This was on our grid. We had row spacing 5. Let's make it 8. Okay. Okay, cool. So this section is Done. Let's collapse it. And after this carousel view, we'll work on the next section, which is going to be our popular pets section. So for that, we are going to have again a vertical stack layout. This should be the child. So here we'll say in vertical stack layout, first we'll have one heading. So that is going to be label with the text popular pets and then font size 22 and font attributes bold. Okay, cool. Popular pets. Let's add some spacing between these. So we'll add it on the main vertical stack layout inside scroll view. So on this vertical stack layout, we'll add a spacing of, let's say, 10. Okay. Okay. Now there should be some spacing between left and right. So we'll add this on this vertical stack layout. Should we add this on this vertical stack layout, or we can add it on top vertical stack layout only? So let's see if we add it on here, adding 15, then what will happen? Okay, it will going to apply it on carousel view as well, but we don't need that on that one. Okay, so we'll add it here, so padding 15. Okay, fine. Great. After this, what we'll do, we'll simply define one collection view. So same item source is going to be our binding popular. Okay, we can see this. We need this as a horizontal collection view. We don't need it as vertical. So for this, we'll explicitly define collection view dot items layout. This is going to be linear items layout, and the orientation is going to be horizontal. And on this, we can set item spacing as well. So we'll set 10 for this, like this. Cool. And after this, we'll add a item template. Item template. Data template, X data type, pat list DTO. Okay. Now inside this data template, we will have image and then the name of the pet. And image will have the same structure, this rounded image. So we'll say data template, and inside here we'll say we'll have one vertical stack layout with spacing of less spacing 2, and then we'll have a border with height request of 100 and width request of 100, and then stroke shape is going to be round rectangle 50, and then stroke thickness we'll use 0. We don't need any stroke thickness. Inside this, we are going to use our image, and source is going to be binding image, and then height request same 100 and width request 100, and aspect fill. So now we should see this. Cool. We can see our collection view with this popular pets. Fine. So on this vertical stack layout, let's add some spacing. So in popular pet and these pets, we should have some spacing between these two. So we'll say spacing of, let's say, 10. 10 is fine, not much. Or maybe let's make it 15 is. Okay. Okay. After image, after this border, let's have a label for the name of the pet. So here we'll say text binding, label text equals binding name. We have a name, and why is it repeating? I don't know why is it repeating. Maybe this is also some issue related to hot reload. 2 times, 5 times, 4 times. Okay, let's add after this text binding name, we'll say horizontal options as center. Okay, and then we'll have a font size of 16. And let's have the text color as a primary color, static resource primary. Okay, so let me save it and rerun. Okay, app is here and now we can see it. It is same single item only. So the name is single time only. So this is fine. Cool. Now we'll work on the next section, which is going to be our that random pet section. So for that, what we'll do, we need to copy this complete vertical stack layout, and then we need to change this text, and then on this collection view we just need to change the binding source, item source. Instead of popular we'll use random. So what we can do, we can maybe move it to some separate control. Let's do this item template, this data template. Let's extract out this data template and we'll make it as a static resource, and then we'll reuse it for both of these sections, this popular pets and the random pets. Okay, so what we'll do, I have just copied this and we'll go to the very top, and here we'll say content page dot resources. Here we'll set a resource dictionary and we'll paste it here. The data template is here, and then we need to set a key here and we'll say pets horizontal list, something like this, horizontal list template. Save everything and now we can directly use this. So we'll go here and we'll remove this item template completely, and on this collection view after item source we'll say item template, and here we'll say static resource, this one. So we should have the same visual. Great. Now it is smaller, clean. Now let's copy this vertical stack layout, paste it one more time, and this time we'll say instead of popular pets we'll say you may like. For random pets, so we are just throwing some random pets here, and the collection is going to be random. Save everything, and boom, we have this section, we have this section, and we have this main top section. Okay, we can have, right now we do not have that indicator view, so we can have that indicator view as well, or maybe let's not add it or add it, I don't know. So I'm not going to add it. If you want you can add it. Okay, all right, so now we'll work on, before working on these all pets favorites profile page, let's work on the detail page, pet detail page. So whenever we tap on any pet on this home screen from this main carousel view or these collection views, it should open a new page, the details page. Okay, so we'll work on that page now. So for that we have already created a page, that is this details page. For this page, first we will need a view model. So let's go to view models, create a new class, and we will say details view model. Okay, and this is going to be public partial class view model, and the base class is going to be base view model. Cool. Now inside this we will have the path details. That means we are going to have that path details DTO, that object. We'll change that later, but for now we can work with that, and that is going to be an observable property. So we'll say private path details DTO underscore path details. Okay, and we'll have default value as new. Here we'll say observable property, and this is going to be filled, okay, from the previous page. So previous page is going to pass pet ID to this page, and on this page we will fetch the data on the basis of that pet ID. Okay, so that means we need to have one more observable property. So we'll say private int underscore pet ID, and this will be observable property, and we are going to use this pet ID as query property as well. So query property, name of pet ID and name of pet ID, like this. Now we are good. We will save it, and now whenever this pet ID is being changed, so we'll use the similar approach we implemented on our login register view model. So here we'll use a partial method on pet ID changing or change. So let's use changing only. Okay, and should we have it as async? Partial void, can we have it async? Yes, we can. Okay, so in here whenever this pet ID's value is changing, so we'll say fetch the pet details from the API. Okay, so we'll fetch it. What is the issue? This is error list edit. So that means we need to have our constructor ready. So we'll say constructor, and we'll inject our iPads API. Pads API. We'll create a field, private read-only field, Pads API. Okay, and now we can fetch that. But before fetching that, what we'll say, we'll set is busy to true. Then we'll add a try catch block, try catch finally, and in finally we'll set is busy to false. Okay, okay, and now in here we'll say exception ex, and here inside this catch block we'll say await and show alert async, like this, and we'll say error as title, or we can say error in fetching pet details, and then we can have the complete error message like this. Okay, now inside this try block we need to fetch the pet details. So here we'll say word pet equals await pets API dot get pet details async, and we need to pass the pet ID. but this pet ID does not have value yet, so we will use this value. Can we change this name? Yes. Okay, so let's remove this. Now we have this pet ID. What is the issue? Partial mail declaration have signature different. Int value, int pet ID. I have not tried it. If it works with partial, if we change the name of parameter, let's see if it works. If it not, then we'll use that value only. Pet ID, we are good. Everything is fine. It should work. Okay, let's add a breakpoint here and let's try to run it. And how would we reach this? We won't reach this, right? So stop it. Stop. And clear details view model. Let's use this on our pages. First, let's go to home page. Not home page. We'll go to details page. Here we'll inject this details view model. View model like this. Then we'll set our binding context on this view model. Okay, save everything. Stop it. We need to rerun the API. Okay, we'll rerun. And from home page, whenever we tap on any pad, it should go to the pad details page. That means we need to have one command in our home view model. So here we'll have one command which will say private async task will say go to details page, and we'll get pet ID as a parameter here, and from here we'll say go to async, and then we can have our URL. So that is going to be name of details page, and after this we can have this query parameter directly here. We'll say name of details view model dot pet ID equals this pet ID like this. And because this is single line, we can have it like this. We'll add await, and we have this ready. We just need to decorate it with the relay command. Okay, cool. So this command is ready. Now we need to use this command on our home page .xaml. So let's use it. So how we are going to use it on our carousel inside our grid. In data template in a grid, we can use grid.gesture recognizer, app gesture recognizer, and here we are going to have a command. This command is going to be binding source is going to be relative source, relative source ancestor type is going to be X type, and this will be our home view model like this, and on this the path is going to be the go to details page command. What was the name? Home view model go to details page command. Fine. And after that we will set our command parameter, which is going to be binding this pet.id, so we can have id directly like this. It should work, and now we need the same thing, so I'll copy tab gesture recognizer for the this section, vertical stack layout for popular and random pads. So we can go to our data template in our static resource dictionary, and we'll add it on this vertical stack layout. So on this, let's say vertical stack layout dot gesture recognizer, and I'll paste it like this, save everything, and now it should work. It should open that page, but before that we need to add that page to route. For that we can go to app shell, or we can use community toolkit MAUI's method in MAUI program. Here we'll say services dot add transient with shell route. We'll use this one. First should be view, and view is details page. Then we should have view model, which is details view model, and then we need to have route, which is going to be name of detail page. So now it has registered it as transient and generated a route for us, which we can directly navigate to. Cool. So I think everything is bind up now. Just one thing, on details page, we don't need this title. We can say shell.navbar is visible to false. Add namespaces, so we can copy all the namespaces from our home page like this, namespaces, and then we'll add the date, save the data type of this page. This details page is going to be a details view model, this thing. So save everything and let's run, and then we'll start designing our app. First let's start the API, start without debugging. Okay, now we'll start our MAUI app, and we have some error, and the error is we missed semicolon here. Okay, the app is here. If we tap on it, on pet ID changing, we'll go here and we move to this page, and we should see the pet details. We have data, it's success message, and we have this complete data. Cool. So we are good, I think. Let's use this pet, and this should be API response. So we'll say if API response dot is success, then set pet detail, this pet detail equals this API response dot data. If that's not the case, we have some error, so we'll display that error. In here we'll say API response dot message, API response dot message. Fine. So now we can remove this breakpoint, and we can directly use this pet detail object on our the detail page. Let's run it. Okay, it is coming. And unable to resolve this, and my internet disconnected. Okay, let me connect to the internet and rerun the app. Okay, so app is now ready, and if we tap on this, it moved to this detail page. If we go back, buddy, and we are on this page, so that means this thing is working, and we can start designing the detail page. So first thing we'll do, we will change the presentation mode of this page. So we don't want this page to be directly open it as a page. So we have shell.presentation mode, and here we are going to say modal animated. So if we go back and come to this again, we need to restart the app. It's loading. Okay, app is here. Now you see it came from the bottom like this. Cool. So for this modal animated modal presentation mode, the problem is it does not show that navbar and that back button. We need to work on that manually, but that's fine. We were going to design this complete page for ourselves only. Okay, so first thing, let's set the background of this page. So we'll say background color, static resource, bg color. Okay, after that, in this, we'll remove this vertical stack layout and we are going to have a grid here. And on this grid, we will have rows, row definitions. First, we'll have auto, whatever space it can take. After that, star and star, and then again auto. So first one is for header, second one is for image, third row is other details, and the last auto is for button, that adopt button. Okay, and then on this one, let's add some row spacing, let's say 20. And now we can start working on the main design. Did we set data type? Yes, details view model is our data type. So in this, first we'll have flex layout. So grade dot row 0. And in this flex layout, what we'll have, we are going to have an image. So we'll have border with background color of white, then height and width as 30. So height request 30, width request 30, and then stroke shape we'll use round rectangle of 5, and we don't want any stroke thickness, so we'll say stroke thickness 0, and we are good. Let's add some padding for tool, and inside this we are going to have an image and source. This will have left arrow. This icon is already added, so now we can see this nice icon here. Okay. On this grid, let's have some padding. So we'll say padding, let's say 10 from left and 20 from top and 10 from other two sides. So 10 from all sides with 20 from the top. Okay, now inside this flex, after this border, we are going to have one label to display the page text, which is going to be pad details like this. Okay, and now after this we will again going to have some image, the similar thing we have in here. So let me copy this, paste it again, and this left arrow, I'm not going to use this left arrow, I'm going to use this heart icon, this one. Cool. So save everything. Now we need these the icons on the very left and right, and the pad details should be in the center. So on this flex layout, what we are going to set, we can set justify content, which should be space between, like this. Cool. And okay, so this label, let's increase the font size of this label. So we'll say, let's say 20, and we'll use font attributes bold. Vertical option center. So all these three things will be in the same what do we say, same alignment. And let's do the same thing on border as well, the vertical option center. So vertical option center on this one and the last one as well. So now both of these borders have the same this designing, same styling. So we could extract this out, and I think we are going to have the same thing somewhere else also. We'll see it later. So right now we'll say content page dot resources, resource dictionary, and here we are going to create in style, target type border, and we'll add a key here. So we'll say icon btn container, something like this. And here we'll set setter property, and then value, like this. And let's see what all things we want to set. We want to set everything. So let's add it here. So first padding, value 4, and let me duplicate it. Then we'll say background color as white. Then comes height request, background color white, height request 30, width request 30. After that we have stroke shape, which is round rectangle 5. Then we have stroke thickness, which is 0. And then we have vertical options, which is center, like this. And we are good. We can use this icon btn container style on these borders. For the first border, we'll say style static resource icon btn container, like this. And let me copy this and add it to the second border as well. So now it looks clean. Cool. We have the header ready. Now let's work on the second part. The second part is going to be the image. So here we'll say border grid.row 1. This is going to be the first row. And here we'll say height request 300, width request 300, stroke shape round rectangle 150, and then we'll say stroke thickness 0, and horizontal options at center, and let's set vertical option center as well, but it does not matter in this case, so maybe we can remove this as well. Okay, now inside this we'll have an image source. This will come from binding, and it will be pat detail dot image, like this. And let's set the height and width same as its containers. Height request 300, width request 300, and then aspect fill. Okay, cool. After border, let's start working on the next section, which is going to be our the details of that pad. So for this, we are going to use uh, grid. Okay, so grid dot row 2, and here we will have 3 row and 3 columns. 3 row and 3 columns. So here we'll say row definitions, auto, and auto. And then column definitions, we'll have star, star, and star. So columns 3 equally spaced columns. Okay. And now in this grid, so first we'll have a label grade dot row 0 and grade dot column 0, and then the text we want to display pet name here. So pet details dot name like this, and we can see this. Cool. Let's add some styling to this. So font size 25, font attributes bold. Okay. Now the name could be long. We have 3 columns, right? So the last column we want to display the no we want to display the price. So for this, let's have a border grade dot row 0, grade dot column 2. So on the first one, let's use column span of 2. So the first 2 columns would be for name, and the last column is going to be used for the price for this border. So grid dot row 0, grid dot column 2, and then for this we are going to have a background color of white. Okay, stroke thickness, we don't need any stroke thickness, and we will not define any shape, so it will be default shaped, which is rectangle. Okay. Okay, now inside this we are going to have a label for text binding, then pad details dot price, and here we'll use string format, and we'll format this to currency format. It is here. Now let's add some styling. So first we'll say text color, static resource, primary color. Then we'll say font size 25. Okay, then we'll say font attributes bold, horizontal options, and okay. Okay, on the this border, let's have some padding of maybe 4 or 5. Okay, now let's move both of these two vertically, and so we'll say on this label vertical options as end, and on this border vertical options as end. Save everything and we are good. Cool, we have this now. After setting the name and price, now we'll display the description. So for this, we'll use label. This is going to be grid.row1, and it should take all the column space, all 3 columns. So we'll say col span 3. And then we are going to display a text description. So it should be binding pad details dot description. So it is here. Okay, now let's add some styling to this. So first we'll say font size 16, and then we'll have some line height. Let's say 1.5. Okay, now let's have some spacing between these. So this we can add on our grid level. Here we'll say row spacing, something like 25. Okay, cool. So now this is done. Save everything. After this, now we want to display the features, that breed and gender and age. So we want to display that thing. So for that, inside this grid only, for the first grid, we are going to have a grid with, first thing, it should go to grid.row2 and grid.column 0. And for this row, this grid, we'll set row definitions. So there will be two rows, auto, and two columns, column definitions, auto and auto, like this. And now inside this grid, first we'll display our that border. So we'll say border grid dot row 0 and grid dot column 0. Okay, first row and first column inside this grid. And on this border, other things can be the same as this icon btn container. So we can use that style directly here. So style static resource icon btn container. Inside this, we are going to have an image with source. So the image for our breed. So here we are going to display breed. So we'll say breed. If we do this, we should see this image here. And this is here. Cool. We have this breed here. After this, we'll have one label, text, and this text is going to be the heading kind of for this particular section. It should be grid.row 0 and grid.column 1. Text I already said. Here I'll say font attributes bold and font size 16. So let's see how it looks. It looks nice. Okay. Now on this top grid, let's add some column spacing. So we'll say column spacing 4. Okay. Now after this breed, we want to display the value of this breed. So which is going to be again a label, grade.row. No, we need to show the value of the breed. So we'll say grade.row1 and grade.column 1. And here we'll say text binding pad details dot breed, like this. And on this one, we'll set font size as 12. And then we need to use line break mode to word wrap. The reason is we are going to use 3 sections on this screen. So this name, if the name is long, it is going to overlap, or maybe I can show you this thing. So save everything. And now we need to repeat this inner grid for 2 more times for uh, age and gender. Okay, so what we can do, stop it, and we'll create a reusable control, and then we are going to use that control here. So we have this controls folder. Here we are going to create a control. So it should be new item and then .NET MAUI, .NET MAUI content view with XAML. So here we'll say pet feature control, or maybe pet feed control. This thing. Okay. So pet feed control. Now we can come here, and all these three things, the icon and the label text and label value, all these three are going to be bindable properties. So we are going to get these as bindable properties. So let's create properties here. First we'll have one property for icon, then we'll have one property for let's say label, and then we'll have third property for value. And we need to create these as bindable property. So let's create those. So here I'll say public static read only bindable property icon property equals bindable property dot create, and here property name. So this is going to be name of icon, this property we defined here. Then the second, return type. So this is going to be type of string. Then third is declaring type. So the declaring type is this type only, which is pet feed control. Then comes, that's all what we need, right? Or we can have default value. If we want default value, we'll say string.empty as default value. Cool. So let me copy this for 2 more times. So we'll say icon property, then we'll have label property. Everything will be same, just this label will be changed. Then we have value property, and this should be value. And we have issue because of this casing. Yeah, now we have value. So we have these three bindable properties defined. Then we have these properties. So let's use these bindable properties in this get and set. Okay, like this and this. For this getter we are going to use get value icon property, and this is going to be typecasted to string. And then for setter we'll say set value and icon property and value, like this. Cool, let's copy these and add for both the label and the value. And we just need to change for label, this should be label property, and for value it should be value property. Value property, save everything, edit, and we are good. Now we can use these bindable properties on this XAML side. So in this XAML side, what we are going to do, let's remove this vertical stack layout, we don't need this. So the design for this one is already ready on our details page. So we have this grid, we are going to use this grid. Let's comment it here, and here we are directly going to add it. Save, Now we need to get these values dynamically. Icon btn container static resource. So for this thing, what we can do, let's cut this from here and move it to the main style, because now it is being used by multiple pages and controls. So it makes sense to move it to our resources styles and style.xml, move to the very end, and here we'll add it. Save everything. Let's stop the API, it is breaking. Save. Cool. Now we can remove the static resource directly from here, and now we can use it here. Now we just need to get these values dynamically. So what we'll do, we'll add a name to this content view, let's say this, and then we are going to set binding context on this grid. So it is going to be binding context equals x reference this, like this, and we are good now. Now in this, we don't need this grid dot row 2 and grid dot column 0, because these are not related to this section now. But apart from this, we'll have everything. Just this breed. Now we are going to get it from binding. So binding icon. Then this breed, which was label. So here we'll say binding label. And then for this one, we'll say binding value. And now we can use this control on our this page, on our details page. So in order to use it, first let's create a namespace XMLNS, and let's say controls, and then we can use it directly here. So instead of this grid, we'll say controls pad feed control, like this. And first we need to provide these two values, grid.row and grid.column. After this, we'll provide the properties which we have defined. So first icon, which is breed, then label, which is breed, and then comes value, which will be binding pad details dot value or pad details dot breed. If we save everything and run the app now, but before that we need to run API. So we are running our API first. Okay, looks like API is running. Now let's run the MAUI app. Okay, app is running now. Let's go to the detail page and we can see the details here. And we can see this section. Now we are going to just copy this control and paste it 2 more times. We'll just change column 0, column 1, and then column 2. And now we have this section ready. Cool. Now we can remove this commented grid. We are not using it. We'll change this. So after this breed, the second thing is going to be the gender. So this image, this is going to be dynamic. If you remember, we have pad details dot gendered image, this dynamic property, which gives us male or female on the basis of gender. Then the label should be gender, and the value should be gender display, like this. This is female. Then for the third one, we need age. So for age, I don't remember what is the icon. Is it calendar? Yes. Okay. Label is going to be age, and the value is going to be pet dot age, 3 years. Cool, great. To save everything, it is working. If you go back, this button is not working, we have not added it. Let's check some other things. Rani, we have the details. Go back. Some Luna, we have these things ready. Lucy, okay, so this thing is working. So this section, this name, the bottom name, this will actually look bad when the name is longer. I right now I cannot see any breed name which is longer. I don't know, this one, cat Persian, this is not. Whiskers. Okay, right now I cannot say find anything, but I have checked it. So if the name is long, it uh, flows through to the second column, this gender female, and that looks very bad. So for that, what I have done for this first section, where is it? This value. So I have added line break mode to word wrap, but the problem with this one is it need to know the exact boundaries. If I am in a grid column, then it does not know the boundaries. So we need to set maximum width. So maximum width request, and we can set it 100. So it should look same in this, but for the longer one, it will break to the next line. So it would look good there as well. So save everything, and we are good with this as well. Great. It is coming out pretty good, right? Pause the video and do let me know in the comment if you are following along till this time, or you're just watching the video and then you are going to try it later. Do let me know in the comment. Okay, now let's add that button, adopt now button. So inside this grid only, let's minimize this grid, collapse this grid, and then we'll add our button. So the text is going to be adopt now, the default text, and the style is going to be static resource and our btn primary. If we do this, we should see this, and we have this adopt now button. We just need to move it to the actual place. So grid dot row, it should be 2 or 3. Yes, grid dot row 3. Cool, so this looks fine. Okay, so should we have some margin from the bottom, or it should be fine? It should be fine. It's fine. Okay, so now if we go back, open Raja, and we can see the details. We should show that activity indicator, right? So for that, we have this main grid. Here we are going to have our activity indicator. We'll say grid dot row span 4. Let's take everything, and then we'll say horizontal option center and vertical option center, and then the color, we'll use our primary color, primary, and then for is running, we'll use binding is busy, like this. Save everything, and let's open some pad. And for this as well, we need to have it, this is busy to true, and after that uh, is busy is true. Let's see. Let's add away task dot delay 100. Let's see if we can see the activity indicator. So we have made change here. We need to rerun. On this page, is there something else which we are missing? Looks like no, everything is fine on this page. Everything is fine. We can see this and fine. Okay. Okay, golden retriever. It is on the second line, so this is fine. Cool. So this thing is working. This spacing is, let's reduce this spacing. Column spacing 4 and the row spacing. Oh, maybe because on the first that icon grid dot column 0 row 0, it should be a row span. The icon should be row span 2. Grid dot row span 2. Okay, and then it should be horizontal option, sorry, not horizontal, vertical option should be top, that means start. Vertical option start. Okay, and then the row spacing should be somewhat, let's use 4 only. Okay, it looks good now. Okay, save everything and we are good. Let's add some interactivity now. So for this heart icon, adding it to favorites, it would require login, and then adopt now also is going to require login, so we will work on these two sections later. But for now we can work on this back button. So whenever we tap on this back button, it should go to the previous page. So for this, what we are going to do, let's go to details view model, and here we are going to create a method. So private async task, and here we'll say go back. Okay, and we don't need any parameter in this. And go to async, we can use from the base view model, and we can use dot dot. So when we are using shell, dot dot means the previous page. So we'll say await and go to async dot dot, and this is going to be a relay command like this. And now we can directly use this on our page, our details page. Details page, we have this back button. So on this we'll say border dot gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer, and on this we are going to use a command which will directly come from binding, and this is going to be go back command like this, like this. So we need to restart the app because we made change in view model. It is not picking up that. App is loading. If we open buddy, we have it. If we go back, and it works. Yeah, it works fine. Great. So that means details page is also working. The thing, this adding this icon to favorites, and then this adopt now button, this will work later in this video. For now, let's move to the next screen, and that is going to be this all pets screen. All right. So for this, first let's stop the app. And first we'll go to our view models and we'll create a new view model for this. So class all pets view model, public partial class all pets view model, and this is going to be derived from base view model. And in here, first let's have a constructor and we need iPads API for this. So pets API, sorry. And now in this first thing, we will have one collection for all our pets. So we'll say private enumerable of pet list DTO and underscore pets, and we'll have a default value enumerable of empty pet list DTO like this, and this is going to be an observable property like this. Cool. Now on this page we are going to implement pull to refresh functionality as well. So for that we are going to have one field here. So private bool, we'll say is refreshing, and this is going to be an observable property. Cool. And now on this page this is going to be initialized only once. So for this we are going to have one field is initialized, and this is not going to be observable property because we are not going to use it on the UI. We'll use this totally inside this view model only, so we don't need to make it observable. Cool. Now after this we can implement our initialize method. So we'll say public async task initialize async like this, and in this so first we will check if is initialized is already true. We'll return from here. If that is not true, then we'll add our logic. And because we are using is refreshing pull to refresh, this logic should go to load all pets and helper method, I think. So we'll say private async task will say load all pets like this. Okay, and inside here we can call it from here from our initialize async. So here we'll say await load all pets. Okay, and inside this load all pets, first thing we'll set is busy to true. Then we are going to have our try finally. So try catch finally. Here we'll say is busy to false, and on this we'll say await and show alert async error in loading pads, and then we can say ex.message here like this. And now inside this try, what we can do, we can say API response equals await underscore pets API dot get all pets async. Cool. Now if we have the data, so API response dot its success, then we'll display the data, and that is going to be, we'll say pets equals API response dot data. If that's not the case, we got some error, then we are going to display this error message. The message is going to be API response dot message like this. and this is fine. So loading this is fine. From initialize, when we are coming for the first time, we have this ready. Okay, here we should started is initialized to true, like this. We are calling it from here. Then for pull to refresh, we need to have one command. For that, we'll say private async task, and let's say load pets. And from here, we'll call the same method. We'll say load all pets, and this is going to be a relay command. Relay command. Now there is one UX related issue. The issue is when we say pull to refresh, it comes with its own activity indicator. And here if we are using this is busy, then we'll display the main activity indicator, which will be on the page label. What I mean is we need to have two different set of loading indicators. One will be shown by us using this is busy on the page level, and then there will be another one which will be handled by pull to refresh functionality. But the variables which will these properties which will handle those are defined by us. So one is refreshing, then other one is this is busy. So when we are loading the pad for the first time using initialize method, at that time it should use is busy, and after that if we are loading the pads using pull to refresh functionality, then it should use is refreshing. So the point is we should not set this is busy to true directly in load all pads, because this is the method which is being called from initialize and from this command, from both the places. Okay, so instead what we'll do, we need to have some state here, not state of a parameter. So we could say if this is the initial load, so we'll say initial load. If this is initial load, here we'll check. If this is initial load, we'll set is busy to true. If that's not the case, we will set is refreshing to true. Okay, and in finally we can either have the same condition to set these false, or we can say let's set both of these two false, like this. Cool. Now we just need to pass this initial load. So from initializing, it should be true, and from this command it should be false, like this. So looks like everything is fine now. Okay, let's clean this, save everything, all pets view model. We can use it in our page. Before that, let's register it. So we are going to register it services.add singleton. We are going to register it as singleton, and then we'll register the page as well. So we can create the page as transient, maybe add transient all pets page. So save everything. Now we can inject this all pets view model to our all pets page. So let's go there, all pets page, all pets page. Let's inject it, view model, and let's create a property, private read only field. Then we'll set binding context of this page to this view model, and then we'll override on appearing, and here we'll say await view model dot initialize async. Cool, this is fine. Now let's go to the XAML, and here first we'll add all our namespaces. So let's add all namespaces, and then Let's add, say the data type of this page is going to be all pets view model, and save everything, and let's run the app. Now we'll start designing our page, this page, the all pets page. It is running, is API is still running? No, API is not running. So we should stop it, run the API. So debug, start without debugging, and then we'll run our MAUI application. Okay, app is here. We can go to the detail page is working, and now we'll work on this all pets page. So first thing, I want to change the title, so it should be all pets. Cool, save everything. Okay, now inside this, what I am going to do, first I'll have a grid without any row or column. So first we'll have all our content, and that content I'm going to wrap everything in refresh view so that we can use pull to refresh functionality. So inside this refresh view, I'm again going to have a grid. This time we'll have two rows. First is auto and second is star. And this grid I'm going to use to let the user know that this page has pull to refresh functionality. So we'll explicitly tell user that you can use this functionality. So for that, I'm going to have a label here with grid.row0, and here I'm going to have a text which will say pull to refresh, like this, and we'll make it very small and some grayed out text, so that the focus is not on this label, but it is just an indication that you can do this as well. Okay, so for this we'll say font size 12. Let's see if it is there. Yes, pull to refresh, we can see this. So font size 12, horizontal option center. Okay, then let's have some padding of 5. Cool. And we are fine with this. Just set text color to static resource gray 500. Okay, okay, good. So after this label, now we can add our complete collection. So I'm going to wrap it inside scroll view. We'll say grid.row1 on this scroll view, and then I'm going to have a padding of 5, and inside this I'm going to have my collection view. So I'll have collection view, item source. What is the issue? Collection view. Yeah. Item source. It will come from binding pets, like this, like this. So now we can see all these items. These are all pets. Pull to refresh is working, but now it is not working. We can see this. So we'll modify appearance of this refresh view. So we can set refresh color. So we'll say static resource primary color, and now we can see this color. Great. Now we need to bind its is refreshing to our property, which is refreshing, right? Now it will work, is refreshing. Then we'll set refresh command that we have command directly. So on this command, we'll say binding and load pets command, like this. Save everything. Okay. After this, before working on this collection view, let's add that activity indicator, the main activity indicator for the initial load. So here we'll have our activity indicator, and for this we'll say horizontal options as center, vertical options as center, and then we'll say color is going to be our static resource primary color, and then for this we are going to bind is running with our is busy property. Fine, let's rerun the app so that these two things will work. And go to all pets view model. When we are loading the pets, after setting this, let's do that small delay so that we can see if the activity indicator is there. So rerun the app. Now for the first time when we are loading that screen, when we tap on all pets page, at that time the center activity indicator should be shown, and when the all pets are loaded, then if we use the pull to refresh, then only the pull to refresh that activity indicator should be shown. So if we go to all pets, we can see it in the section in the center, then it is gone. Now we use this. Now at this time this is the only one and we don't see that both of these things are working. Now we just need to work on the appearance of these items. Okay, so let's work on the data template for this. So we have collection view. Inside collection view we'll come here, and here we'll say collection view dot item template, data template, and the data type is going to be pet list detail. Cool. Now inside this, first we'll have a vertical stack layout. Inside this vertical stack layout, we are going to have a border with background color as white. And then stroke, we are going to have it round rectangle, and I'm going to modify it after some time. Then let's have stroke thickness as 0, and we are good. Let's have stroke color. So stroke thickness, stroke color, it should be stroke shape. Okay, stroke shape round rectangle. Fine. Inside this border, first I'm going to have an image. So the image. Should we have image inside this border, or we should have a grid with two columns, one for image and one for all other things, right? So here we are going to have a grid with column definitions as auto and star. Then we'll have some column spacing of, let's say, 10. And inside this we will have image grade dot column 0, and then source is going to be binding image. If we do just this, we should see the images, and we can see the images, but these are very big images, so we need to add some height and width to these images. So we'll say height request 125, and width request same 125. Okay, let's wait, it is coming slowly. Fine. Okay, now some image is small and some is bigger. So on this image, we'll set aspect to, let's say, aspect fill. Okay, okay. Now on this main vertical stack layout, let's add some margin. So we'll say margin, and on this, let's have 5 from left and right, 10 from top and bottom. Cool. So after this image, we will have a name, breed, and price of these pets. For that, we are going to have a vertical stack layout again. This time grid dot column 1. Okay, and inside this, hmm, inside this we are going to have first a label with the text binding name of the pet. We should see this quickly. Yes. Then we'll have one more label with the text binding breed, and it should come. Yes. After that, we'll have a label for price. So we'll say label text binding price with string format as currency, like this. And fine, we have this now. Cool. So on this vertical option layout, we'll set vertical options to center. Cool. We'll add some styling to this name, breed, and this price. So for name, let's have a font size of, let's say, 22, and font attributes as bold. Okay, and then let's change the text color to our primary color, so static resource primary. Cool. Let's add some spacing between these items. So on this vertical stack layout, we'll add spacing of 10. Okay. Okay, let's have some padding as well. So on this vertical stack layout, we'll have some padding, or we can skip this. So this is the spacing is handling this. Okay. Now this breed. So for this one, we'll set font size 16, and then text color we'll use light color. So we'll use gray 600. It should become lighter, and okay. Now this price. So for price, we'll use font size 18, the bigger font, and then color. So text color, we'll use same static resource primary color, and let's make it bold as well. So font attributes bold. And it crashed. Okay, so let me save everything and rerun. App is running. Let's go to all pets page. We can see this, and we can see the items. We can scroll around, and if we do pull to refresh, it should load the pets again. Okay, so now let's add a couple of other things as well. After this border, after this border, we are going to have some line here, the HR kind of thing. So for this, what I'm going to do, in this vertical stack layout, after border, I'm going to have a box view with color of static resource R primary color, and then I'm going to set height of this to 1. Cool. Now I want it to blend with this image. So what I mean is I will just add a margin with left 0, right minus, sorry, top -1, right 0 and bottom 0, like this. Cool. Now if you see this border, this is coming out on the left bottom section, this section. So for this, what we'll do on this border where we have this stroke shape round rectangle, what we'll do, we'll set 15, which is top left corner, and all other we'll set to 0. So it looks like this. Now what we'll do, we'll on this box view, we'll set opacity of, let's say, 0.2 or 3. Okay. Okay. It looks cool. Now after this, what I'm going to do on this image, I'm going to add some shadow. So for this, I am at this image. Here I'll say image dot shadow, and in here we'll use shadow. The color of shadow I want is our main primary color. So we'll say static resource primary, like this. And after that, we will use some radius of 50. So we can see this light shadow here. Save everything and we are good. Cool. There should be some spacing between these two as well, these thing as well, the description and this image. So for this, we'll go to the main top level vertical stack layout. The vertical stack layout or this grid? On this grid, we had column spacing 10. Let's make it 15. Okay, this looks like nice. Cool, this is fine. We can list down all these pads. Now when we tap anywhere on this row, on this pad, it should open the same detail page which we were opening from our home page. So what we are going to do for that thing, let's go to the home page view model, home view model. So let's do this go to detail page, this thing, let's cut it from here and let's move it to base view model, because this is the thing which will be used on almost all the screens. So let's cut it from here, go to base view model, and let's add it here. Cool. Now we can directly use this thing. Go to details page command. Save, save, and now inside this data template vertical stack layout, on this vertical stack layout, let's add that. So here we'll say vertical stack layout dot gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer, command. This is going to be binding, and we'll get X relative source. And here we are going to use ancestor type with X. Type is going to be all paths view model, and then the path is going to be the go to details page command like this, and then we'll have command parameter as binding ID. This is the pat ID. So we are good. Let's rerun the app. It should show the detail page from all pets page now. It is loading. We are here from home page. This is working same as it was working before, right? Now let's go to all pets. It is loading. Now if we tap on any of this, nothing is happening. And why nothing is happening? Is something missing? So binding source x relative source ancestor type all pets view model to, and then path go to details page command. This is fine, right? Let's check if we are missing something. Go to home page. Where is our home page? Home page. Here also we had this tab gesture recognizer, right? So let me copy this thing. Go here, save it, add it. I just want to compare both of these. Tab just binding source, relative source, home page view model, all pets view model, path, go to details page command, right? So everything is same. Go to details page command. Details page command. These are same. Why the alignment is not same? Something is not right. Home view model. And then okay. I was missing this A. Okay, it should work now. Save everything, open it, and now we can open it from details page as well. And go back is also working. Great. So we are good with our all pets page. That's all what we had to do on this all pets page. Now we'll start working on some next page. Okay, so now we'll work on profile page. So before favorites page, we'll work on profile because favorites requires a logged in user. So we'll work on this screen after this profile page. So for profile page, let's create a view model first, or maybe before that, let's close all tabs. Cool. Now we'll go to our view models, create a new class, profile view model. Okay, and this is going to be public partial class profile view model, and then the base class would be base view model. Save everything and we are good. In this, let's add a constructor. We would need our auth service because we will handle login and logout from this screen. So auth service. After this, we want to display logged in user name. So we'll have private string underscore username, and this is going to be observable property. And let's have the default name as maybe not logged in. And then here we'll have one boolean property which will be is logged in, and this is also going to be an observable property. Cool. After this, if you remember when I showed you demo, there was the initials of the user in that circular box. So for this, we are going to have a property here. We'll say public string, and let's say initials, and this is going to be a get only property. And inside this, we will use our username to get the initials. So first we need to split the username. So we'll say var parts equals username dot split, and we'll split by space, and then we'll add string split options dot remove empty entries, and we'll say string split options dot trim entries. Now we have splitted this username. Now we'll check if this parts dot length is equals 1. That means the username was a single word. So if it was single word, then we'll fetch the first two characters of the name. So here we'll say return, and let's check if, although this is not the valid case, but maybe for testing purpose we just added a single character to the name. We do not have that validation. Ideally we should have that validation, but if we do not have that validation, then we'll handle that case also. So that will fall in here, username dot length. If this is, let's say, equals 1, if username is single character word, then what we'll do, we'll say username and 0, that is actual username, so we can directly return this. Then if that's not the case, that means username is not a single character word, it is a complete word with multiple characters. So here what we'll do, we'll say username dot, we can get substring or we can use the range operator. So we'll say from the start take the two characters like this, and we are good with this first case. Then comes the second case where we know our username has multiple words in it. In that case, we will get the words, the characters from first and second word. Here we'll say return parts of 0, that means the first word, and then we'll get the first character. So first is for first word and the second index is for first character of that first word. After that we'll concatenate it with parts of 1 and 0. So from first word, from second word, take the first character. So this thing. Now the problem is it will return into string. What do you mean by into string? Okay, because this is character. Okay, so we can do this. Parts of 0 0 and then parts of 1 0 like this, or we could have added two string to both of these. Cool. So now this is going to work. We have this ready. What is the issue here? Name is save. Cool. So let me add some helper comments here. So if the username has only one word, that is, let's say this is Abhay. And here we are saying this case is when, or let's say, if username has one word with one character only. Okay, so this is going to be, for example, let's say I have just A. And then comes this one, which says username has is one word with multiple characters. So in this case, the main case, Abhay, like this. And then second is username has multiple words. So for example, Abhay Prince, like this. Cool. So we have initials. Now, this is not an observable property because this is a computed property. It depends on username. So whenever this username is changing, we should notify that initials should also change. So for this changing of username, we are handling it using this underscore username observable property. So on this, we will add one more attribute, which will be notify property changed for name of initials. So what it is going to do, whenever the value of this underscore username, this username observable property is changing, at that time it will notify that with this username this initials value has also been changed, so please pull up the latest value for initials as well. And then our system is going to pull the latest value for initial. So when it will come here, it will execute this get part. And here we are doing all our logic related to this username. So the initials will have the latest username initials. Okay. And apart from this, what else we need on this page? We'll see what we need apart from this. Let's first try to use this. So on profile page.xaml.cs, let's inject this view model, and here we are going to say binding context equals to this view model, and then we need to register our profile view model and profile page. So we'll go to MAUI program, and here we'll say services dot add transient profile view model, and then add transient profile page. Cool. Now we are good to use our profile view model on our profile page. So first let's add all these namespaces. Cool. And after that, let's add the data type for this page, which is going to be profile view model. Fine. Now let's run our app. Then we'll start designing this page. So first, let me run the API. Sorry. Okay, API is running. Now let's run the app. Okay, app is loading. Deserialize the response, and there is some issue. And yes, this is the thing which I was saying, that the problem is if we go to our API and if we check, we do not have our dev tunnel selected because I closed this Visual Studio and I'm recording this section on the next day. So till previous section I recorded yesterday, then I closed everything. So whenever we close Visual Studio and open it again, this dev tunnel automatically gets deselected. So we just need to select it again. So for this, we need to set API project at startup project, then go here. Here we'll check dev tunnels and we'll select our dev tunnel, which is this pet adoption API YT. So we'll select it and then we are good. Now if we start it with or without debugging, it will start the dev tunnel. Okay, now if we run our mobile app, for this, when the network is not there, we should have some correct error message. We should work on that also. Okay, cool, it came. So everything should work fine as it was working before. Cool, all pads. Okay, from here also we can open the details. Let's go to profile page. Now we'll work on this page, the design of this page. Okay, so first thing, let's change the title to just profile. Then let's remove this vertical stack layout. And here we'll have one grid with row definitions as auto, star, and auto. So first one is for the user initials, that box, avatar view. Then second one is going to take all the space which is remaining on the screen. Then third one is going to be for a login or logout button. If user is logged in, we'll show logout button here. And if user is logged out, then we'll show login button here. Cool. In this, let's have some row spacing of, let's say, 15. Cool. Now inside this, first we'll have that box, rounded box for user initials and then username. For this, we are going to have a vertical stack layout, grid.row0, and in here we are going to have a border. In this border, we'll have a background color of our static resource primary. Okay, then we'll have height and width of 100, height, width 100, and then we are going to have stroke shape as round rectangle of 50. Okay, we can see this. This is looking great. Now next thing, we will remove stroke thickness. So we'll set it to 0. Okay. And now inside this, we will have a label where we'll set text. This will come from binding and this is going to be initial. Okay, it is not coming because let's set the text color to white. Text color white. It should come. What is the issue? Initials. Let's set label text binding username. We can see this username, then why can't we see initials? Let's try it here. Initials, we can see it. Username, inside this border we have text color white, initials, font size 50. Okay, it might have at the left top section. Okay. Okay, now let's say vertical options at center and horizontal options at center. And if user has entered username in small case, lower case, then for that purpose we can use text transform property to uppercase. So we want this initials to be in uppercase always. Okay. After that, font attributes bold. Cool. So it looks great. Then this username, we will move it to the center. So we'll say horizontal options at center. Then we'll add font size to somewhat 20. Font attributes bold. And then text color, static resource, primary. Cool. Now we need some spacing between these two. So on this vertical stack layout, we'll add a spacing of, let's say, 5. Okay. Then we need this main box to have some spacing from the top. So for that, what we can do on the main grid, or maybe let's add the padding on page level only. So on the page, we'll add a padding 15 from left and right, 25 from top and bottom. Cool. Save. So this is fine. After this, let's add our login logout button first, then we'll work on the center middle section. So button, text, login, and for this we'll say grade.row2. Cool, it's at the very end. Now we'll start designing it. So the design, first thing we'll say horizontal options to center. Okay. Then let's have some padding, 50 from left and right and 5 from top and bottom, like this. Then should we have it some small thing or it should be good? Let's set a height to it. Height requires 30. Okay. Okay. Save everything. Now this login button, this should be computed if this should be login or logout, and it should be on the basis of that property we have in our view model is logged in. So here what we'll say, we'll add property data triggers here. So we'll say button dot triggers data trigger. Target type is going to be button. Binding is going to be binding is logged in, and then value is going to be false. If the value is false, then setter property text value as register, not register, logout. Fine, it shows logout, so it should be opposite. If is logged in is true, we should show logout, and the default will be login. Okay. Now let's work on this center middle section. We'll add the UI first, then we'll add functionality. So for this, what we are going to do, we will have a vertical stack layout because we are going to have multiple rows for the actions. So here we'll say grade.row1. So it should be first row. And on this, we are going to add a spacing of, let's say, 10. And the padding, let's say 15. And in here, now we'll add some design, and which will be like text, and then we'll have one icon, and then we'll have some horizontal rule line at the bottom. So for this, what we'll do, we'll say a grid with the two rows, the star and auto. First one is for text and second one is for the, no. Yes, first one is for the complete text and icon, and second one is for that the border. We'll use box view for that. And column definition also will have star and auto. So first is for the option text and the second one is for that icon at the right. Okay, so on this grid, what we'll have first, we'll have one label with grid.row0 and grid.column0, and then text. This text is going to be, let's say, my adoptions. Let's see how it looks. Where is it? Grid.row0, row definitions, vertical stack layout 012. It should have been somewhere here only. Text color black. Text color was white by default. That should not be the case. Okay, maybe it took some time to hot reload to work. Okay, we have this my adoptions. Then we'll add, let's say, a font size of 18. And then we'll have text color, and it is not coming. We'll check static resource primary like this, and it came. Okay, after this, for the first row, second column, we'll have that icon. So here we'll say image grade.row 0 and column grade.column 1, and source is going to be, we have that right arrow, so right underscore arrow, this thing. Yes, now we'll say height request 25 and width request 25. Cool. And now we'll need to change the color of this arrow icon to the same as this our primary color basically. So for this, what we can do, we'll add one more namespace of community toolkit XML. Let's say toolkit equals this one, 2022 MAUI toolkit. And here on this image, we'll say image dot behaviors, and we'll use icon tint color behavior, which comes from this toolkit namespace. Here we'll say tint color, and this is going to be a static resource primary. Cool. Now we have this. After this, for the second row, we'll use a box view. So box view grid.row1 and grid.column span 2. We need to take the entire width. And then here we'll say height request 1, and then color would be static resource primary like this, and it is here. Let's add some opacity to make it faded. So we'll say 0.25. Okay. Okay. So it looks fine now. Let's add some spacing between these two. So on this grid level, we can say row spacing of 10. Okay, it looks fine. Now we will use this same design for other options as well. We will have change password. We are going to have only 2 options, but you can add other options as well if you want. If you can think of any other functionality in this app. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this grid to a separate reusable control content view, so that we can use it multiple times and we don't need to repeat everything. We just make it dynamic, so text would be dynamic. So for this, what we are going to do, first I stop the app. Let me copy this grid, and then in controls, I'll create a new item .NET MAUI .NET MAUI content view with XAML. And for this, we'll say profile option row. Okay, and in this, the content is going to be this grid. Toolkit is not defined. Okay, added. Let's add the namespaces. So this toolkit namespace is required there. Cool, we have this here. So now this my adoptions, this section is dynamic. So we need to have one bindable property for this text. So here let's create one property first. So we'll say public string and text. And then we'll create a bindable property. So public static read only bindable property text equals bindable property dot create and name of our property, which is text, return type, which is going to be type of string, declaring type of this profile. Oh, I made a typo. Okay, we'll fix it. So profile row, and then comes the default value. We'll use string.empty like this. And what is the issue? Name of text, ambiguity between. Okay, this should be text property. So now on this text, we'll use our bindable property. So it will say something like get value of text property, and we'll make it string, and then set value text property and value like this. Everything is fine. We just need to rename it. So we'll do this. We'll rename it from here profile option row. Edit. Let's stop the API and profile options, and let's change the name of the file as well. Okay, fine. Now we need to use this text property in our XAML. So here what we'll do, we will first add a name to this. This name is up to you. You can name it whatever you want. I prefer this word. And on this grid, we will set our binding context to X reference this. And now we'll have access to this text property. So here we'll say binding text. Cool. Now there is one thing, whenever when we are displaying these options, there should be some action when user taps on these, right? So for this, we need to have some event by which we can notify the parent of this control that something has changed, or not something has changed, someone tapped on this row. So for this, what we'll have a public event here. So we'll say public event handler, and we'll pass the text which has been tapped, and we'll change it. We'll name it to tapped, to this tapped event. Now when should it trigger? It should trigger whenever user is tapping on this grid. So here what we'll do, we'll say grid dot gesture recognizers, tap gesture recognizer. This time we'll use tapped event Note command, just event. We'll come here and from here we will raise this event, this tabbed dot invoke, and we'll pass sender as this and string e, which is the text in this case, like this. Because this is single line, we can make it expression body like this, and our control is ready to be used. Now we can use this control on our profile page. How we can use it? We have this controls namespace added, so we will remove this grid entirely, and here we'll say profile row option, profile option row, like this. And on this we can set this text, which will be my adoptions. So save everything and let's try to run it, but before that we need to run our API. So API debug, start without debugging. And API is running. Now we'll run app, mobile app. Our app is here. Let's go to profile page and we can see our profile page. We can see my adoptions. Now let's add one more, my adoption. So this time we'll say change password, and it changed to change password. Cool. Now the action, what should happen when we tap on these? So for this, we know we have this tabbed event defined, so we can use this. And on this second one also we'll use the same thing, tabbed, and let's use the same method here. And this string e, this is going to be the tabbed option, or let's say option text. It should be option text. And now we can switch on this option text. So we'll say switch option text, and then we can add our cases here. So first case is my adoptions, and the second case is change password, like this. So here let's see if things are working. So we'll say view model dot show, what is it, on view model. Okay, because we have, if you go to base view model, we have these methods protected. That's why we are not able to access it. So let's say public show toast tracing. I made it public so that I can use it. Oh my god, add it so that I can use it here. So here we'll say show toast async, and here we'll say my adoptions tabbed, and on the second one I'll say change password tabbed, so that we can see that the functionality is working. Let's add a wait here, like this, and we need to rerun our app. Okay, app is here. Let's go to profile page, profile, my adoptions, and we can see my adoptions tabbed, change password tabs. That means the dynamic UI, dynamic text, and the tabbed event, everything is working. Okay, now let's do one thing. On this page, this profile page, let's add some spacing from top for this section, this my adoptions change password section. So we'll go to profile page. On this vertical stack layout, let's add a margin. We'll say 0 from left, 25 from top, 0 from right, sorry, bottom and shade. Okay, it looks fine now. Cool. So save. In it again, what is the issue? Needs to be rebuilt, apply changes. Okay, let's stop it for once, add it, stop. And let me restart the API and then MAUI app. Or maybe before restarting, let's do this. On profile view model, we have that login logout button, so we'll work on that login logout button. So let's add a command for this first, then we'll start so that we can see that change. So here we'll say private async task, and because we have single button, so we'll call it login logout async. Okay, and this is going to be relay command like this. And here we'll first check if user is logged in or not. So if user is logged in, that means we press logout. A user is not logged in, that means user pressed logout. So when we press login, we should go to login page. So go to async. We'll navigate to name of login register page like this. And if that's not the case, that means we pressed logout. So for logout, what we'll do, we will set logout from our auth service. So auth service.logout. After that, we'll move to home page maybe. Go to async like this, and this should be name of home page, and this should be awaited. Logout is await. It shouldn't be. It should be just void. Save. Go back and remove this await. Okay, so login logout async command is ready. We can now use it on our profile page. So here on this button, let's add command. We will get from binding. It should be login logout command like this. So save everything and let's first run the API and then I'll run app. Profile not logged in. Right now we have this login. We switch to login. Let's login. So test at test.com and 1 2 3 4 5 6, right? This was the correct credential. 502 bad gateway. Isn't API is running? What is the issue then? Okay, dev tunnel.ms. This is not working. I am connected to internet. Yes. Stop, save, run. Okay, now let's log in. Okay, maybe there was some issue with devtunnels.ms. This dev tunnel. Okay, we are here and now we logged in, and this section still says hi stranger. And if we go to profile, here we say not logged in and login button, but we are logged in. So that means the functionality is we need to implement is we need to get the actual authentication status, if user is logged in or not. So user is right now logged in, and the login information, the token and other user info that should be in preferences for sure. We just need to pull that information. Check. So let's start working on that. So for that, what we'll do, we need to have some centralized place. But before that, let's do this. Go to service, common service. Here we are going to have one event. So public uh, event handler, and we'll say login status changed. This event, we will trigger it whenever we are logging in or logging out. Okay. Now let's add a method here. So we'll say public void toggle login status. And from here, we will simply invoke this login status changed event. So this and event args.empty, we don't need uh, any argument, any event argument for this. Stop. Now let's use this toggle login status. So this should be whenever we are logging in and logging out, and that thing we are handling from our auth service. So in auth service, when we are using login register async, after setting this user, setting this token, we'll say common service dot toggle login status. And same thing we'll say after logout. So we set the token to null, we remove the user info from the preferences, and then we'll say toggle login status. Now we need to listen for this event change. So for this, what we'll do, we need user information on home page and on our profile page, right? So first, let's go to home page, that means home view model. In here, we'll inject our common service, common service, common service. Now in this common service, we are going to say common service dot login status changed. And we'll say on login status changed like this. Now we'll check if do we have auth service here. No, we need to inject auth service as well, because from there only we can get the actual login status and logged in users information. So we'll inject auth service as well, auth service, auth service. And now on this login status changed, we will check if auth service dot is logged in. That means we just logged in. So we will have the user information, that is this underscore username. So we can fetch the user information. We'll say var user info equals underscore auth service dot get user. We have this user now, and then we can set a username to user info dot name. And in the else case, we logged out. That means you just need to set username equals the default value, which is the stranger. Cool. So we are good. And we can copy the same thing to our profile view model. Let's copy this method. Go to profile view model. And here we'll inject our common service. Common service, common service. Then here again we'll say common service dot toggle login, sorry, not toggle login status, login status changed. And we'll use this method on login status changed like this. So in this case, we are setting username to not logged in, right? So let's do this. Not logged in, and we need to set this is logged in field as well. So here we'll say when we are logged in, we'll say is logged in to true. Else we'll set is logged in to false. Now we have this information. There is one missing piece now. I can show you. Before that, let's see the changes we just made. First we'll see these changes, then we'll fix that issue. I'll tell you what the issue is and how to fix that. App came, hi stranger, welcome, profile, not logged in and login. So everything is fine. Now if you go to login, we are on login page. Let's log in. Test at test.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. And now we can see hi test user, welcome. We'll go to profile, test user. So TU initials are coming up, test user, and now we can see the logout button. So everything is working as we expected. But now what if I restart the app? Now it is coming and loading, and we can see hi stranger. If we go to profile, we can say not logged in. But why? We already logged in, right? And the login information, if we go to our auth service, which is here, after login, we set user, and that means we set users information, logged in information in the preferences. So this information should be there in the preferences, but we are not getting this information when we are coming to the app, right? So we should use this as well. So for this, what we'll do in home view model and profile view model, in both the cases, what we are going to do, we are going to extract this logic which we have in on login status changed. We'll create a helper method. So private void, let's say set user info, and we'll add this logic here. From this on login status changed, we are going to directly call this. Everything is fine. Now from its constructor, we will call this same method, set user info. Whenever this is page is being initialized for the first time, when it is being constructed, at that time it will call this set user info. It will check if the user is logged in. If user is logged in, it will simply get its information, set the username. If user is not logged in, then it will fall back to the default value, which was this username stranger. Same thing we are going to do in the profile view model. Here we'll extract out this logic in a separate method. So we'll say provide private void set user info like this, and from on login status changed, we'll use this, call this set user info, and from constructor we'll call the same method, set user info. Save everything. Now let's try to rerun the app. This time we should have the logged in information beforehand, so it should show hi test user, and in the profile it should show that user is logged in. You can see test user, that means user is logged in. If you go to profile, we can see the user is here. Now if we log out, now we can see hi stranger and here not logged in. Now if we restart the app, it should show this not logged in state only. Okay, hi stranger, you can see, and profile we can see that it is not logged in, and we can see now login button instead of log out button. Cool. So this thing is working. Now let's work On favorites page we cannot work because first we need to have some pets added to users favorites that we don't have. So in order to do that, what we need to do, we need to first work on the detail page, pet detail page. So from pet detail page we can add or remove user from this favorites. So now we need to work on this section. Cool. So now let's work on this. So on this page, there are going to be two dynamic, when we say dynamic, interactive sections. First, this heart icon, this add to favorites and remove from it. And then this adopt now button, actually adoption status. If this pet is available for adoption or it is already adopted. So these two pieces of information is going to be interactive, that means observable. So for this we need to have these two properties as observable property. But right now if we go to our detail page, page is detail page, or let's say details view model, we have this pet details DTU which has this complete information, and this page, this thing is on in our DTO shared project. So this is being used from both API and from our MAUI app. So for this one, we should not add observable property and all that directly on this shared DTO. What we are going to do in our models folder, I'm going to create a new class for this pet. Okay. And this pet now is going to be observable. So here we'll say public partial class pet, and this will be an observable object. Now in here we are going to add all the required information. So first let's go to pet list DTO. We need all these: ID, name, image, price, breed. Add these. Then let's go to pet details DTO and let's get all of these. Now ID, name, image, price, breed is favorite, description, gender. We don't need this directly on this case because we need just gender display and gender image. So this thing we can get from the DTO itself. So we don't need to use this gender. We can remove this like this. And then comes for date of birth. We are not displaying a date of birth. We are just displaying age. So this complete age logic, it can be in the DTO itself, and we will directly assign this logic from there to this pet. So these are all the properties which we need. Now this is favorite is, this should be observable. So we will change it to be a field, make it private, and add observable property attribute to this. Cool. And same thing would go with this adoption status. So let's change it to be a field, private field, and we'll add observable property to this. So save everything, and now we are good to use this pet object in our pet details page, pet details view model. So let's go to our details view model. On pet ID changing, we have this pet details equals API response dot data, which is of type pet details DTO. Now we need to change it. So what we'll do, we'll use this pet object. This pet is going to come from our models pet. And here we'll say var pet DTO. Now we have this pet DTO and we need to set our pet to this pet DTO. So here we'll say new pet. This pet is going to be our pet details object. Actually, this pet details. And now we will map all the properties one by one. Now is favorite does not exist on pet details DTO. So we will see how can we use this. Does it exist? No, right? Oh, it exists. Pet DTO is favorite. Okay, have it here. Okay. Okay. Then comes name and then price. So now we have created a new pet object. This is our observable object and we are setting it to pet details. Now we should be able to toggle the favorite status. Okay. So for this, in this details view model, we will add a command private async task and we'll say toggle favorite. Okay, in this first thing we need to check if user is logged in. So for that we need to inject our auth service. Here we'll check if underscore auth service dot is logged in. If user is logged in, we'll do the thing, or let's do the opposite first. If user is not logged in, we will display a toast message. So we'll say show toast async and we'll say you need to be logged in to mark this pet as favorite, and we'll return from here. We don't need to do anything else. Now if if the user is logged in, then first thing we'll do, we'll set pet details dot is favorite equals opposite of it. So if it was added to favorite, then we'll remove it from favorite. If it was not added to favorite, then we'll add it to favorite. So we are setting it beforehand before making the API call so that user can directly see the change. After that, we'll make the API call in try catch block. So in order to make that call, we need to inject I user API. So we'll say user API, and then in here, first thing we'll set is busy to true. Then we'll make this call. So here we'll say await user API dot toggle favorite async, and it needs pet ID. So we will have this pet ID like this. After this, we'll set is busy to false, or maybe we can set it in. Okay, let's set it is busy to false. Now, if there was some exception, we were not able to add this user to favorite is. So first thing, we'll set is busy to false. We will revert the is favorite change which we have done. After that, we will display error message. So we'll say show alert async. We'll say error in toggling favorite status, and the error will use ex.message, so whatever it is. Let's do it after this, or maybe on top only. Revert, and we are good with this method now. So on this we'll say relay command. This should be relay command. Toggle favorite. Cool. Toggle favorite. Now we can use it on our page. So let's go to pages, details page, and here on this image, where is it? In flex layout, border, image heart, this one. In here on this border itself, we'll say border dot gesture recognizer, tab gesture recognizer command, and we'll get the command toggle favorite command like this. We don't need to pass any parameter. Now we will modify this image. So what we are going to modify in this is, we'll add a behavior to this. No, not behavior. We will add trigger to this. We'll change the, no. Yes, we will change it. We have one image for field, right? So service resources, images and heart field. We have this image, so we'll use this. Okay, so image dot triggers. Here we'll say data trigger. Target type is going to be image, and the binding should be binding pet details dot is favorite, and if the value is true, then we'll set setter property source. The value is going to be heart underscore field. So save everything. Toggle favorite command I already added, so everything should work now. API is running. No, API is not running, so let's run the API first. Start without debugging. Then I'll start the MAUI app. We are here. Let's go to detail page. We are on detail page, and you need to be logged in to mark this pet as favorite. This section is working. Let's log in. Go to profile, login, test at test.com, password, login, and now let's add it, and we can see this, right? It got added. If we remove it, go to this again, we should see this. Oh, this section is still remaining. So for this, if we have already added a pet to favorite, we need to get the information of that as well. So for this, if we go to our details view model, we are fetching the pet details from pets API, which does not need any authentication user ID. So one way is we can pass user ID from here, but that is not going to be a good approach region if this is public. And if someone added any random user ID, so I can see what all pets you have added to your favorite is, right? Because this URL is public. That's not what we want. So instead, what we'll do, let me stop the app. Let's go to the API, and here in pets controller, we have the pet details. So we'll make a copy of this. We'll add it to users controller. We'll fetch it from here as well, but this time Let's inject pet service as well in this. Pet service, pet service, pet service, and this one pet get pet details async. We will get one optional parameter user ID. So this is in service. So service is going to be called from our application only. So we are good with this. Here what we'll do after setting this pet details and all this, maybe after setting this pet DTO as well. Here we'll check if user ID is greater than 0. That means if we have provided user ID, then we'll do something else as well. And that something else is we will check if await context dot user favorites dot any async. If in our user favorites table, if we have any entry for this user ID equals this user ID, and uf dot pet ID equals this pet ID. That means if this pet is added to favorites for this user, then what we'll do, we'll say pet DTO dot is favorite equals true. And if we have not provided it, so the default case would work as it was working before. So now from our user controller, after passing pet ID, we will also pass user ID. The URL for this is going to be API slash user slash it should be something here, right? API user, let's add pets in between, but these are not user pets, right? So the URL we can have it, although we can have it anything whatever we want, but let's do this. View details, something like this. Okay, so the URL is going to be view pet details. Let's do this. API slash user slash view pet details slash pet ID. Okay, this is going to be get and with one parameter pet ID, and we are good. Let's add this to our Refit client. So on our MAUI side, user API, we will add this method here like this, and the URL is going to be get and this API slash user slash view pet details and this. Cool. And this API response, this should be this shared DTO.API. Cool. So we have this here. Now we can use this. Now this should be conditional. What I mean by conditional is if we do not have user ID, then it is not going to work. It will throw exception. So on our details view model, here what we are going to do, instead of directly calling this, we will add a condition here. The condition is going to be auth service dot is logged in. If user is logged in, then we'll say users API dot get pet details async, and we are going to pass this value. And if user is not logged in, we will get it from the main pets API. So this is the authenticated request. Await. The first one we are getting from users API. So we will have the is favorite status ready, And second one is for non-authenticated user from the public pets API. So here we will not have his favorite status, so it will be false. And that makes sense. If user is not logged in, how can we calculate that if user has added this to favorite or not? Cool. So I think this is fine. Now if we run both API and uh, mobile app, we should see it in action. So let me run both of these, and we have some error. The error says iPad service, iPad service. Let's go to what? Okay, we need to modify the interface. This pat ID here will say int user ID equals 0 like this. Save, and now we should run. Now we are already logged in, so it should show login status. We should see our high test user. And now if we open that particular pad, we should see that already added to the favorites. It was buddy, right? And we have some problem. Oh my god, the same issue. iUsers API, we should not have this route constraint ID. So let's rerun. Okay, buddy. And what is the issue here? URL path API users must start with a slash. Okay, this I am missing this slash. Restart. Okay, test user buddy. And this time it 401 unauthorized. And why? So we are already logged in, right? Let's try to log in again. Maybe token is expired. We need to handle this case as well. Now if you go, it should simply show the details without logged in, not logged in users. Now let's log in. Test at test.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. Hi test user buddy. 500. Error fetching pad details. Internal server error. Let's add the breakpoint to check what the issue is, or maybe we'll have it here. Yes, we have error. It says pet service while attempting to activate pet adoption MAUI. What is it? System.invalid enabled with pet service while attempting to activate pet adoption MAUI controller's user controller. What do you mean? We already have pet service ready and that is being used from other controllers, right? So from pets controller, we are using pet service. Oh, iPad service. My bad. It should be iPad service. The interface. Let me stop the API, save everything, run the API, and then I'll run mobile app. Okay, app is here. Let's open 401. Does the token, we are not saving the token, or is there some issue? Okay, we'll check it, but first let's see the thing we are trying to achieve. So login test@test.com 12345 6 login buddy and cool. We can see this selected now. Let's add some shadow to this. So on details page, and where is our details page? Details page. On this image, let's have some default shadow. So I will say image dot shadow. Just have a default shadow. Okay. We can remove it from favorite. We can add it. Go back. Open some other path. Select it. So this is working. Now let's see what the issue is with. When we first come to this, it says 401. And why so? Let's check. Where is our common service? We are using this token, and when we are coming for the first time, at that time we are not setting token. So token is empty, token is null. That's why it shows 401. So let's think where we can set this token. So when we are setting the user information, at that time only we should set it, right? So from home view model, we are setting the set user info. After setting username, we should set, we will say common service dot set token. Here we can access user info dot token. Same thing we'll do in profile view model. So after setting all these, we'll say common service dot set token user info dot token. Cool. So save. Now if we restart the app, it should open in the logged in status, and we should be able to directly fetch the pet details with the actual information, that favorite information, because this time the token should work. Okay, it is loading. If we go to buddy, and we can see this, that means that issue is fixed. Cool. This is not logged into favorite, so we are fine with this. Okay, let's add a couple of other pets as well. Cooper, add, fine. Now before working on adopt section, let's work on favorites page. Now we have logged in status ready, we have our users API ready, we have everything ready, we have that functionality to toggle the favorites, that is also ready. Now we can directly work on this. So on this screen we are going to show the list of pets which this user has added to its favorites. Okay, so for this, first let's stop it and let's create a new view model. Let's close all the tabs, close all tabs, go to mobile view models, add a new class, favorites view model, and this is going to be public partial class, and the base class will be same base view model. Save everything, close everything, save, fine. And in here, first let's add the constructor. So we need our users API, because from there only we can fetch the list of favorite pets for this user. Then we need to check the logged in status on this page, so we'll inject auth service as well. Auth service, cool. Now we need to display the collection, and we can remove some pet from this collection. So this collection is going to be modified, the items are going to be removed from this collection. So this time we can't use IEnumerable, we should use observable collection here. So here we'll say observable collection of type pet, and let's say favorites or favorite pets, or let's call pets only, with a default value of new. Fine. Now we will have that initialize method. So we'll say public async task initialize async. We'll have try catch finally here. In try first line, we'll set is busy to true. In finally, we'll set is busy to false. In exception, we will display an alert message, error message. So we'll say await show alert async, and here we'll say error in fetching pets and ex.message like this. Then comes main part is busy. Here we need to first check, so maybe before is busy or at the, so let's come to the out. We don't need to be in try catch, just first check if user is logged in or not. If user is not logged in, then there is no point of fetching the favorite pets. So here we will say if user is not logged in, we'll show toast message. So await show toast async, and you need to be logged in to load your favorite pets like this, and we'll return from here. Cool. And if it bypasses this, that means user is logged in. Now we'll say var pets equals, here we'll say let's call it API response. API response equals await user API dot get user favorite async. Now we'll check if API response dot is success, or else just show alert message. Here we'll say API response dot message. If this call was successful, then we know we will have a data for this pet using API response dot pet dot data basically, but it will give us pet list DTU, right? This gives us pet list DTU, and on pet list DTU we need to modify, we need to uh, notify change for is favorite, and on this screen we are not showing all these things. So let's create a new class for that small subset of this pet. So we can say pet small minor, or let's say pet slim. So this is a lightweight version of this pet, and we'll use observable object, and this needs to be partial for this. And in this, what we'll do, we'll have ID, name, image, and is favorite status. Just these things, nothing else. Observable property. What is the issue? Observable property does, oh, this. Okay, so pet slim, let's go move it to its own file, and now we are good. Now we can use this. So in our favorite view model, here we'll say, we'll change it to pet slim object, and now we'll say favorite pets equals API response dot data, or let's do this. Let's directly set this patch equals API response dot data dot select. Here we'll say P goes to new pet slim object, and then we'll set ID to pet ID, image to P dot image, then is favorite to P dot. We don't have his favorite on pet list DTU. Pet list DTU. So that means no. Here we can directly set to true because we know this is related to user favorite only. The list will give only favorites. Okay, then comes price. Oh, the price. We're not. What was the other thing we were displaying here? Pet slim. ID name image and is favorite. ID image is favorite and name. So we'll say name equals p dot name. Cool. So in pets we cannot directly add this. What we can do, we'll say new observable collection. We can directly add it. Add this data to this. Okay, so we are good now. Cool. Let's inject this to our favorite page. So pages, favorites page. Inject this. View model. Let's add the binding context to view model. Then let's override on appearing, and in here we'll say await view model dot initialize async, and then we need to register these to our DI dependency container. So let's come here, and here we'll say services dot add transient, favorite is view model dot add transient, favorite is page. Save everything, edit, and then on favorites page let's add all the namespaces. So let's get those from details page. Okay, and then let's set the data type for this page. X data type, this is going to be favorites view model. So save, and let's stop everything. So save. Now let me first run the API, then I'll run the mobile app. Okay, let's move to favorites page, and let's start designing this. So first we'll have a grid, top level grid. Then inside this we are going to have a scroll view. This is going to be a container for our collection view. So we'll say grid dot row 1, and let's have a padding of 5. Inside this we are going to have a collection view with item source, binding and paths. Cool. And the layout for this we are going to use, we'll say items layout, and this is going to be a vertical grid with 2 columns. Cool. Now we'll define our item template. So we'll say collection view dot item template and data template, and data type is going to be our pet slim. Cool. So now First, let's have a label. We'll set the name, binding name, so that we can see this thing is working. And we can see 5 pads which are added to favorites for this user. So we can see this. Now let's start designing. So inside this, first thing, we'll have a border. And then we are going to have stroke shape as round rectangle, and we'll have 50 from left top, 50 from right top, and then 0, 0 from left bottom and right bottom. Okay, on this we don't need stroke thickness, so stroke thickness 0, and then let's have some margin of 15. Now inside this we are going to have a vertical stack layout. In this we are going to have a grid. Then we are going to have an image. So the source is going to be binding image. Now we should see the images and we can see these. Cool. Now in this image, let's set the aspect fill. And then let's have height request of 150. We don't need to set the width because we have this vertical grid layout with 2 columns. So the width is going to be calculated automatically by this item layout. We just need to set height and it is good. It is looking great. Cool. After this image, we are going to have that icon, that is favorite icon. So for that, what we are going to have, we'll say border, and we are going to use one style which is going to be static resource icon btn container. So inside this border we will have our image with source, and by default we should have heart filled because we know this is favoritism. So okay. Now on this border, let's move these 2 vertical options end to the bottom. Okay, and let's set horizontally. It is center aligned only, right? Yes. Let's have some margin. Margin we'll say -5. Okay, now it is looking good. Cool. After this, let's work on this image first. So on this image, we are going to add our triggers, and this is going to be data trigger. We'll set target type image, and then we'll use binding, and this is going to be binding is favorite, and the value we are looking for is false. If is favorite's value is false, then we will use a setter and we'll set source property to heart image, this normal image, not filled, not this this red tomato color, this one. Okay, now on this border let's add a command to toggle this favorite. We can tap on it and it will be removed from our favorites list. So for this we'll say border dot gesture recognizers, tab gesture recognizer, and here we will have a command binding Source, this is going to be relative source, and ancestor type, it will be X type, favorite is view model, and the path is going to be, we have not defined command, right, for this toggling the status. We have not defined it. Okay, we'll define it. We can use the name. So we'll say toggle favorite command. Okay, let me copy the name. We'll add it to the view model, and here we need to provide our command parameter as well. This is going to be binding, and this will use ID, which is pat ID. Cool. So this is done now. Now if we tap anywhere on this image, we should open the detail page, right? Before that, let's add the pat name. So after this grid, inside this vertical stack layout, we'll add a label with the text binding and pat name. We'll say font size 18, font attributes bold, and text color as our static resource primary, and horizontal options as center. Cool. And on this vertical stack layout, now we can have some spacing. So let's have spacing of 5. And it is fine now. Okay. Now on this data template, on this border, let's have border dot gesture recognizers, tab gesture recognizer, and in here we are going to use one command, and this command is going to be we have defined this command on the base view model, right? So if we go to favorites view model, okay, let's do this. First, let's add the command for toggling the status. So here we'll say private async task toggle favorite async, and we'll get pat ID as a parameter. We can say relay command here, and now we can call our API to toggle the status. So here we can say try, and we'll set is busy to true. After that we'll say await users API dot toggle favorite async pat ID. Okay, now we have toggled, that means we have removed it, but before that let's do this. Let's find this pat from our collection, observable collection. So we'll say word pat equals pats dot first dot default, p goes to p dot id equals pat id, and if this pat is not null, then we'll do all of these things, although we know this is not going to be null. Okay, now we have this pat. So after setting is busy to true, we'll say pat dot is favorite equals false. Then we'll set is busy to true. Then we'll make this API call, and after making the API call, we will remove this pat from this collection, because Now we have removed this pet from users favorite list and we are on favorites page only. So this pet does not belong to this collection anymore. So here we'll say pets dot remove pet and we are good now. After this we can say finally we can set is busy to false again. Okay, so this command is ready. Then I was saying on the base we have this go to details page command. We will use this command to navigate to the detail page. So for this, the same thing we have on all pets page. So let's copy it from there. So we have this go to details page command, this one. Let's copy this. We'll go to favorites page here. Let's paste it. Binding ID, source, the view model is going to be favorite view model in this case. And we are good. After that, on the main grid, we'll set our activity indicator. With is running, we'll set to binding is busy. Then vertical option center, horizontal option set center, and color static resource primary. And then there is one more thing in the favorites view model. When we are initializing the data, okay, we are setting it directly, so we should be good. Okay, let's see if it works. So I'm going to restart the app. App is loading and app is here. Let's go to favorites page. We have activity indicator and then we do not have anything. And why we don't have anything? That's because I have added a breakpoint. We came to all pets page. This page takes time because we have this collection view which has the items as observable object. It came here. I did not add anything. Rebuild and apply changes. API is running. Response status code does not indicate 502 bad gateway. That means again the dev tunnel is not working. We need to wait. Restart. When we are using dev tunnel, then this 502 error, we do not have control over this 502. This is from Microsoft side. Okay, we'll go to favorites. We hit this breakpoint. And whenever I'm pressing this F10, there is some issue. Let's add a breakpoint here and we'll continue from here. I am not making any change. Favorites and we have data. So in API response data we have 5 records and this is why it is not loading. Let me first stop the API. Sometimes that hot reload messes up if we have API running. Okay, then we have one problem. This is not updating and that's because this is an observable collection. We are directly setting values to this. So we have two approaches. Either we can add observable property on this. Then we need to modify it to have a proper the variable. And the second approach could be instead of directly assigning value to this, we can add these items to this collection. So let's do the observable property option. So here we'll say underscore pets and we'll set it to default like this. Now it should work. Save everything, run the API, start without debugging, and API is running. Now we can run our MAUI app. And this time we should be able to see the all the favorite these pets. Favorites loading, and we can see this. Cool. If we tap on it, we can see the details. Go back, and if we tap on this, I'm removing Cooper. So I'm tapping on this and this got removed. Then I'm removing Buddy from here and we are good. If we go to home, if we go for Buddy, now it got removed. And if I add it again from this screen, if I go back, go to favorites, here I should see the Buddy. So that means this functionality is also working. So now our favorites page is also done. Cool. Login logout was already working. For my adoptions to work, for change password, we'll have a simple prompt. From there, we can change the password. So before doing that, we'll work on my adoptions, and for my adoptions, we need to work on adoption part first. So if we tap on this pad detail, we need to work on this adopt now button, right? So for this adopt now, we already have API ready for adoption. So we are going to use that API. First, let me close everything. Now let's go to details view model. And on this view model, we are going to create a new command. For this, we'll say private async task and we'll say adopt async. Okay. Well, let's say adopt now async. This is going to be a relay command. Now for the logic, first thing we'll check if user is logged in. So we'll say auth service dot is logged in. If user is not logged in, then we'll display instead of displaying toast, let's display confirm as. So show confirm async. Title is going to be, let's say, not logged in, and then message is going to be you need to be logged in to adopt a pet. Okay, and after that we'll have a new line, so environment dot new line, and then we'll ask user if user want to go to the login page. So here we'll say, do you want to go to login page, like this. Okay, then OK button and cancel button. So OK button is yes and cancel button we'll use no. So we're displaying a confirm box. So here we'll check if user pressed yes, user confirmed that he wants to go to the login page. So we'll say await inside this. We'll say await, go to async, and here we'll say login register page. Login register page. like this, name of login register page. Name of login register page. Cool. So we have these two if statements. We can merge these. So we'll say like this, like this. If user is not logged in, and this, then show this and return from here, or we can add else condition. Let's return from here. Okay, if that's not the case, then what we'll do, we'll say is busy to true, first thing. Then we'll add try catch block, and in here we will fetch our API response equals await users API dot adopt pat async, and we'll pass the pat ID like this. After that, we'll check if API response dot is success. If this is success, then we will go to one page, that thank you page. So kind of that will display that thank you message, or maybe successful message that adoption is successful. So let's create that page. We have not created that page, right? Adoptions, all this, yeah. So let's create a new page, new item, .NET MAUI, .NET MAUI content page XAML, and here we'll say adoption success page. Adoption success page. Fine. Okay. So if it was successful, we'll say await, go to async, and here we'll say go to name of adoption success page. Cool. And if that's not the case, that means the adoption process was not success. There was some issue. So then we'll say await show alert async error in adoption. And what is the error? That error is going to be API response dot message like this. After that, we'll set is busy to false, and then inside catch block, we will display error message, error alert. Here we'll say ex dot message, and then save is busy to false. Okay, we are good. Adoption process is busy true. Cool. So this should work now. Edit. We are going to use this adopt now. So after adoption, we should modify the status. Okay, we'll do that later when we'll implement a SignalR. We'll do this then. Then we just created a new page, this adoption success page. We need to add it to the MAUI program app shell. We need to add it to routing. So here in app shell, we'll say routing dot register route, and here we'll say name of adoption success page and type of adoption success page like this. Save. Now we can bind our adopt now command on this button. So here we'll say command binding adopt now command. Cool. So save everything, rebuild and apply changes. Now this Adopt Now button, it should work. Let's see. Okay, app is here. Now if we go to any detail page, we can press Adopt Now and we could see that what activity indicator, then it moved to this page, and this page should be, of course, it should be adoption success page only. We'll design this page later, but for now let's go back, and if we open this pet again, this Rani, it is still showing adopt now, but we already adopted this pet. That means something is missing. So we'll go to details page.xaml. On this button, we are going to add triggers here. So button.triggers, data trigger, target type button, binding is going to be binding pat details dot adoption status, and the value is going to be if the value is adopted. Then we'll use a setter property, and here we'll set text to value, we will use adopted. So it is showing adopted. Then with this one, we will set one more property, that is going to be is enabled, and we'll set it to false. So if pet is adopted, button should not be enabled. If we open any other, we can see adopt now, and this is working. If we'll adopt it, if we come back, it should show it is not triggering. Why? Whispers adopted. It is taking some time, maybe because we just made change, hot reload is not working properly. Okay, so the default case, this should not be adopt now, right? Because when we come to any one, it shows adopt now, but it should come when we have the data and we have the actual status. So for this, what we'll do, we'll change this, or maybe before that, let's add one more data trigger. This time the value should be available, and here text will say adopt now, and the is enabled value will set it to true, and the default text we are going to say checking, or we could say dot dot dot. To save everything, open any page, we should see those three dot dot dot, and by default let's say is enabled to false. And then is enabled true if the adoption status is available. Let's restart the app. Okay, it is coming. Dot dot dot, and then adopted, and Chandni dot 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 adopt now. Cool. So this is working great. Now let's work on this. We'll say adopt now. Let's work on this page. So for this page, adoption success page, what we'll say, the title is not coming on this page. Shell.navbar is visible true. No, This is this page only, right? Yes, this is this page. Oh, it is coming as model. It should not come as model. So we'll say shell dot presentation mode just animated. Okay, you see we have this issue. We'll fix this as well. We need to modify the status of that pad. Right now error in adoption Mira is already adopted. That means API, this functionality from API side is also working. If we try to adopt some pad which is already adopted, we are going to have this message. Okay, so let's fix this thing first. So in our details view model, after getting the pad details, we'll say pad detail dot adoption status. We'll set it to adopted like this. Let's rerun the app. Okay, let's open details. Adopted, body, adopt now. Adopted, it came here. It again came as modal animated. So we go back. This is adopted. But why this button is still enabled? Adopted. This is adopted, so is enabled should be false. Why this is not working? Okay, we'll check why this is not working. But right now the main problem is the way it is opening that success page. Missing somewhere. What am I missing? If I go to app shell, here I do not have any special setting. Nothing, right? Here nothing. Then on this adoption access page, navbar is visible true, title adoption, shell dot presentation mode, animated. Because it was using that modal animator. Okay, to check this, let's go to details view model and we'll directly go to this page. We are just testing it. So I'm adding this line first, then I'm returning from here so that whenever we press that adopt now, it should directly navigate to this page. We need to check what the issue is with this page and then we need to design this page. So let me restart the app. Okay, go to some pet. Adopt now, and it again came from the bottom only. What is the issue? Name of adoption success page. Let's say background color red. Yes, everything looks fine. Shell.navbar is visible true. Presentation mode animated. Modal not animated. We don't need this modal. If we say not animated, then what will happen? So maybe this is getting this status. Yeah, this thing is working. Not animated. It is not animated this time. But somehow It is coming as modal because the previous page is like this. I don't know. Do let me know in the comment if you guys know what is happening here. For me, I don't know what is happening. I maybe check. Maybe this is some issue from the MAUI side, or maybe this is the expected behavior. I don't know. If we are on a modal page and from there if we move to any internal page, then it comes as modal only. Maybe this is the default behavior. I have not tried it before. So if you guys know about it, do let me know in the comment. For now, we'll just use as it is working. So let it be. On this page, what we are going to do, we'll simply have a grid. In this grid, we are going to have a vertical stack layout. So why grid? We don't need grid. We can have vertical stack layout. We don't need that any activity indicator on this page, right? Right, right. Okay, even if we don't need activity indicator, yeah, let's not use grid. We'll use vertical stack layout. And in this vertical stack layout, we'll set horizontal options at center, vertical options at center, and then I'm going to have a spacing of 25. And now I'm going to have an image, and which is going to be, I have this image which is undraw confirmed, which I have downloaded from undraw.io. Then we'll set height and width. So height of 250 and width as well 250. Okay. Now if we go to that page, adopt now, we can see this image. Fine. After this image, I'm going to have a label with text. We'll say adoption successful. And then I'm going to say font size 30, font attributes bold, and text color static resource primary color. Cool. After that, I'm going to have a button with the text, let's say explore more pets, something like this. It is here. Now on this, I'm going to use, should we use the same style? No, let's do this. We'll say padding 0 and 15. And then, or maybe we can use that R button only, right? So let's say this style static resource retain panel. Yeah, this looks fine. This looks great. Okay, save it. And when we tap on this explore more button, it should navigate to the home page. So on this, I'm going to use clicked command, clicked event, not command. Here we'll say await shell dot current dot go to async. I don't have anything on this page, so I am not going to use view model for this page. So here we'll say this, then move to home page like this. Cool. So the basic page is done. Now we can add some animation to this image and this text. So for this, what we can say, we can do, let's add some animation on this image. So for that, we will add a name for this. Let's say image only. And then we'll use a default scaling on this 0.1. So very small image. Now we'll use this image field and we'll override a method here on appearing. And here we'll say await. First, let's say task.delay 100 so that we can see something. And then we'll say image.scale to. It is initially 0.1. We will make it 1.2. So zoomed in effect. Then we'll say the length, we'll minimize the length so that it animates very quickly. Wait, then let me copy it a couple times. Then I want it to come from 0.1 to 1.2. Then let's move it to 0.5, half of the size. Then again 1.2. Then let's copy these two lines and paste these 3-4 times. And then finally, I want it to be 1, which is the actual size. Okay, so let's rerun the app. It is coming. Let's open Adopt now and we can see this. This is a lot. Let's remove these. Then if we tap on explore more pets, then it moved to home page. So that means this flow is also working. Now we are good. Now we can go to our details view model and we can remove this thing which we have added just for testing. Cool. Save everything. Stop. And API must be stopped now. Let's stop it. Stop everything. Now next thing is we will work on our adoptions page, my adoption, where we are going to display the pets which that particular user has adopted. Okay, so for my adoptions, let's close all tabs first. Then we'll create a view model first. So in our view models folder, I'm going to create a new class. We'll say my adoptions view model. This is going to be public partial class with base view model as the parent class, base class. Then here we'll have a constructor. In this we need auth service and we need our users API. Cool. Now in this we are going to have one collection where we'll display our adoptions, user adoptions. For that I'm going to say private IEnumerable of pet list DTO, and I'm going to say my adoptions, and then with the default value enumerable of empty this, and this is going to be an observable property. Cool. Now we are going to have our initialize method. So public async task initialize async like this. Here first thing we will check if user is not logged in. Auth service dot is logged in. If this is not true, we will display alert toast. Show toast async. We'll say you need to be logged in to see your adoptions, and we'll return from here. Now if user is logged in, we are going to fetch user adoption. So we'll add try catch, we'll say is busy to true. Then let's say await task.delay of 100 to check if the activity indicator that is displaying. And here we'll say var API response equals await users API dot get user adoptions async. Okay. Now if API response dot its success is true, we can set our my adoptions to API response dot data like this. Let's use the finally block where we'll say is busy to false. And then in this exception, we'll simply say await show alert async. We'll say error and ex.message ex.message. And same thing we'll do in else case. If the API call was not successful, here we'll say API response dot message API response this, and we are good. Cool. Now let's register this my adoptions view model. So we'll go to our MAUI program, and here we'll add this with the shell route. So we'll say services dot add transient with shell route. First we need to have our page. So my adoptions, I do not have the page for my adoptions. Let's create a page first. Oh, this is adoptions, right? So the name is adoptions page, and the view model is my adoptions view model. The route we want is going to be name of adoptions page. Cool. Save everything. Now we can go to our page, which is this adoptions page, and we can inject our view model. So we'll say view model, then we'll set binding context of this page. So binding context equals to view model. Then we'll override on appearing, and here we'll say await view model dot initialize async like this, and cool. Now let's add the namespaces for this page. First, let's set the title. It is going to be my adoptions. The namespaces, we can go to all pets page. From there we can copy all our view models, all our namespaces. Then let's set the data type of this page. So x.datatype, this is going to be my adoptions view model. And for the design, we can use the design we have on all pets page. So we can use the complete design. So I'm going to use that. And we just need to fix some of the things. We don't need the refresh view on this page. So we can get rid of refresh view first. So we'll cut this out, remove this refresh view, add the main grid inside grid. So we don't need this grid as well, because we needed this grid on all pet space because we were displaying this label pull to refresh. So now we can simply get a scroll view, remove this grid as well, and now we should be good. Okay, the only thing is we need to first change this to my adoptions item source, and then there should be some command which is all pets view model. This should be my adoptions view model. Everything else should be fine. Great. Save everything. Stop it. Stop the API. Fine. Save everything. Now we need to move to this page, and that we are going to uh, come from this profile page. Right. So on profile page, we have this profile option row tabbed. Here, either we can have this thing in view model. From view model, we can call go to async. That is not accessible, so let's make that public. First go to async method, and here we'll say view model dot go to async, and here we can say name of adoptions page, like this. Cool. So this should work now. Everything should work now. Okay, before testing this, let's work on this change password as well. So for this change password, what we can do, let's have a method here. We have profile view model. Okay, so let's add that in this profile view model only. So we'll go to profile view model, and here we are going to create one more method, private async task. We'll say change password async. Okay, and this is going to be a relay command. Here first thing we will check if user is not logged in. So we'll say, do we not have auth service? And we have it. If auth service dot underscore auth service dot is logged in. If this is not true, then we'll display the same message we are displaying on our adoptions page view model, my adoptions view model, this thing. So you need to be logged in to change your password. Let's say this. Or you might remove this option altogether if user is not logged in, or maybe you can disable this option. It's up to you how you are approaching this. So you need to be logged in to change your password, and then we'll return from here. If user is already logged in, then we will have one prompt here. For this, we'll say await shell.current. No, not shell.current. We'll say app.current dot main page dot display prompt async. So the title is going to be change password. Password. Then comes message. So here we'll say change password only. Then comes accept button, placeholder, cancel button. So let's add placeholder. Here we'll say enter new password, and then okay, cancel. This should be fine. So let's do this. Let's store the value. So we'll say new password equals this. Now we'll check if this new password is not null or white space. Then we'll change the password. If that's not the case, we will not do anything and let it be whatever the default flow is. Now for change password, did I create controller action method for this? So login, register. Let's do this in user controller. Okay, let's create a new method here. So we'll say public async task of API response, and we'll say change password. And now we have a problem. This should be HTTP post, and URL is going to be, let's say, change password. Now we are only getting one value, so that is going to be a new password. Now first let's go to auth service to create this method. So we'll say task of API response, change password async, and here we'll say string new password, and then inside this auth service we will come here, we'll say public async task of API response, change password async, string new password, and we should have user ID as well. So we'll say int user ID, and let's move this password to the second parameter. Okay, let's copy this, change password. Okay, now first we'll get the user from the database, so we'll say db user equals await context dot users dot first dot default async. We'll say u goes to u dot id equals this user id. Now we'll say if db user is not null, then set the db user dot password equals new password, and this time we need to track the changes for this because we want to modify this as tracking this, and then we can simply say await context dot save changes async, like this. If that's not the case, from here we can return API response dot success. If that's not the case, we'll return API response dot fail with invalid request, some generic message. Change password async, we can use it directly, we are good. Now let's go to users controller, and here we can directly call await users, not use but auth service. We need to inject auth service. We'll inject it, auth service, iAuth service actually. So auth service, and then we can use our change password method on this auth service dot change password async user ID and new password. Everything is fine. There is one issue. This string new password, because this is a post method HTTP post, it is going to get the value from body, and string is not directly, we cannot consume string value directly from body. So for this I have created a DTO and share DTO's single value DTO, this DTO. So this is a record class. So whenever we need any single value, which could be maybe integer or single string value, single primitive value with string. So if that's the case, we can use this type. So here instead of using this string, we will say single value DTO of type string. And then here we'll say new password dot value, which will be the actual password value. So we can use it like this. Now let's add this to our iUser API Refit interface in our mobile MAUI side. So services iUser API, and let's copy the signature like this. And here we are going to say post, and then slash API slash user slash change password. change password like this. And now we should be good. We can directly consume this change password async. Okay, let's go to our profile view model, right? We were on profile view model. Where is it? Profile view model. Here. So now we have this new password value. First thing we'll say is busy to true. Then we'll say await users API. I don't have user API here. Okay, let's inject user API. On this user API, I'm going to call change password async. For this, I need to provide new single value DTO with new password. After that, I'm going to set is busy to false. And then I'm going to display a toast message. So show toast async that password changed successfully. Something like this. Save everything. And we can use this change password command now from our users profile page, right? So if we go to our profile page, profile, where is profile page? Profile page code behind here from this change password. Here we can say view model dot change password command dot execute async, and we don't need to provide any parameter, right? So we can say null. Save everything. Everything is in place now. So my adoptions and change password, both of these functionality should work now. Okay, let's first run our API. We made change in API as well. So we'll run our API, then I'm going to run our mobile app. Okay, app is here. If I go to profile page, change password, I can see this. If I cancel it, nothing will happen. If I say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Password changed successfully. If I go to my adoptions, on my adoptions, I can see these 4 pets. And if I tap any of these, I can see the details with adopted. Now let's do this. Log out, come to profile, tap on change password. You need to be logged in to change your password. Fine. Now if you press my adoptions, it navigated to this page and it displayed that toast message, you need to be logged in to see your adoptions. So this means right now complete functionality, complete app is working with all the functionalities, right? What I demoed you, everything is working fine. There's only one missing piece now, and that is SignalR integration. So that is we are going to do next. Okay, so before working on SignalR, let's see how the app is looking on iOS. So I'm on my Mac now. I have simply cloned this repo, pulled the changes. So let's run on Android device first. So I'm on my Mac, and VS for Mac does not support dev tunnel. So what I am doing, I am running dev tunnel, this API project, on my Windows machine, and I have simply checked the same what I mean, I'm using the same URL in my this Mac. So it is connecting to dev tunnel, and that dev tunnel is connecting to my Windows API basically. So this is how it is working right now. So dev tunnel is supported on Mac OS as well, but using command line utilities. So if you want to know about it, maybe I can drop the URL link of Microsoft official documentation in the description box, so you can check that out. You can enable that. Or if you want me to create a dedicated video for this, I can plan a video for this. Do let me know in the comment if you want to see how can we implement and connect to dev tunnels using macOS. I can plan a video for that. All right. And if you're not willing to do this, if you are working entirely on Mac, then you have that option. Maybe you can just run the API locally using HTTPS localhost, and the Refit configuration is going to change a bit. And for that I have already created a dedicated video, so you will find that video, maybe the previous video only from this video. So in that video I showed you how can you use Refit client to connect to HTTPS localhost API, so you can try that one. And if you will use HTTPS localhost, everything, all the calls will work, but this the image, these are not going to work. So in order to work with images, what you can do, you can go to let me open my GitHub. Okay, so this is my GitHub, and on here I have this repo pat adoption MAUI. So this does not have the complete code, it just has the simple you could say the starting point. And in this, if you go to API, and then we have www root images pads, here we have all these images. So what you can try, you can just grab this URL, copy this, and then go to Visual Studio. And in here, if you remember, in our API, in our extensions, we have mappers and selectors. So mappers and selectors here. So you can modify these two places and you can paste the complete URL like this, or we can do this. Okay, let's do this. Let's make your life easier. So in app constants, after this base API URL, I'm going to create another constant. So I'll say public const string and base images URL, and I'm going to paste it, and I'll remove images slash pets, this section. Okay, so now the by default, okay, first let me use this base images URL in both of these files. So instead of base API URL, we'll say base images URL. Then in mappers, I'm going to say the same thing, base images URL. Now for me, because I'm running this, okay, let's do this. Copy, paste, and I will leave it here so that you can directly use it. Uncomment this if you are using localhost HTTPS API. Okay, and then I'm commenting this line. So the default, I'm going to use the same base API URL only, like this. So I'm going to use this one. I have commented this out. So if you are using localhost HTTPS, then you can simply comment this line out and uncomment this one, then it will behave same. Okay, so let me save everything. Cool, and let's rerun. It will run without any issue, but let's still run. So we saw that the onboarding screen, and then we'll check. It was looking same. Okay, app is coming. And we are on home page. Okay, because we already shown that onboarding screen. Okay, that is fine. And this is not going to work. API stops. Let me run the API on my Windows machine. So the dev tunnel we created, that is somehow not working. That page keeps on loading, so it is not working. So I have created a new dev tunnel and ran it, and then I changed this URL to that new dev tunnel, and then I just run it, and now we can see this, but we cannot see the images. Why so? Dev tunnel space API URL. Did I change something? Let's see. In API mappers, base API URL, images, pads, p.image. Yeah, it should work. Base images URL, which is base API URL only. Let's try to hit this in browser. See, or maybe let's move to some other page. No image, no image. Okay, let's try this URL in browser. Slash images slash pad slash img underscore 1.jpg. Continue, and we can see this image. What is that sugar? Let's try to rerun the app, or maybe let me clean the app, then I'll clean this project. And then I'm going to run it. So it was still not working. Then I tried to check what is the image URL it is getting. So when I'm printing this, it is getting this URL. So this is somehow pointing to the old dev tunnels URL, but it should have mapped to this one. So maybe it is getting it from cache. So I'm going to uninstall the app and then starting the app again. Then let's see. Okay, so app is here. Let's see. Explore. We move to login register page. We can use switch to login, switch to register. So this is working fine. Let's log in with the same credential. Test@test.com. All fields are mandatory. This is coming. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Login. Incorrect password because we changed the password, right? So it is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and we are on home page now. What is happening? What is happening? Let me check the API. No, API must be running because we just tried login registers. All pads, go back to home page. Oh, it is still loading. Okay. And the URL is still the previous one. Why we are getting the previous URL? Mappers, base image URL. Oh, Oh my god. So did you guys get the issue here? The issue is I have modified this app constants in here, but this current app, it is actually connecting to our API using dev tunnel, and this project is running on my Windows machine, and at that machine I have not modified this URL, so that's why it is connecting to this URL. Okay, let me make these changes on Windows machine as well. Okay, so I have made changes there. I have run the API. Now let's try. And we can see the data. Okay, let's remove this section which I have just added on home page. So it was name, right? Name. Save everything and we are good. Cool. Home page is working. All pets page, it is working. Favorites page, it is working. Profile, change password, my adoptions, detail page, adopted. So everything is working. The design is same, so everything looks great here. Let's stop it now and let's try it on iOS. So I'll select my iOS simulator and let's run it. It should freak out. Most collection views just don't work like the way these works on uh, Android. Let's close all the pages and let it run, then we'll fix all the UI issues. Okay, it is coming. All right, so app is loading and this image, this should be the rounded shape, but this is not. And apart from this, everything looks fine on this screen. Let's continue. We'll fix this. Here again, image should be rounded, but this is not. Switch to login, register, things are working fine here. Okay, these are the default view, so I'm not going to modify this, but we'll definitely going to fix these images. Let's log in. So test at test.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 login. Activity indicator, incorrect password 7 2 3 4 5 6 7. Login, home page, and okay, this is pretty bad. Okay, we'll fix this. Let's open the detail page, and on detail page this image alignment is not right, and then this main image is not in that rounded shape. Go back, go to all pets. First I'm just looking around the complete app, then we'll fix all the issues one by one. This is looking same, right? There's no issue on this screen. Pull to refresh. This is working. Favorites, okay, this is also broken. Profile, this looks fine, only this test user, this is not coming right to, so T is clipped from this laptop. Change password, it is coming. My adoptions, and this screen is also fine. Okay, let's start working. First we'll try to fix our home page. So let's open home page. So the collection views, carousel views, and specifically if these are inside grid and all these alignment and spacing, this is messed up in .NET MAUI. There are a couple of open issues for this, and I think there is something coming in .NET 8 to fix this sizing, especially for iOS. But right now we are using .NET 7 and .NET 8 is not yet released. So let's try to fix it using some workarounds. So on home page, this main carousel view. So the problem is this collection view and carousel views, these cannot uh, determine the height and width of the screen or how much space it should take. So we will provide the exact measurements what we need. So here we have this border which is of height 250 and width 250. Then we have these two labels, name and price. So for border we know it is 250, and for name and price let's consider 50 more. So we'll use 300 on this carousel view. So we'll say height 300. So the height is here, this is fine. Now where is name and that? We cannot see the name, right? Let's restart the app. And then hot reload does not work properly with carousel view, that we already saw when we were building on Android. Okay, now we can see this is fine. Then let's go to this popular pets, the second section. So this popular pets, here we are using this item template which we have defined above. So this is border of 100 and then one label. So it's 100 and let's take this label at somewhat 25. So on this collection view we will set height of, let's say, 125. Okay, and the same thing we'll do for the second one. This collection view will set height request 125, and we are good. Cool. So this thing is fine. Now we just need to work on making this rounded. So for this, what we are using right now, we are using border and then image. So border somehow does not working in our case. So instead what we'll do, we'll change border with frame. So we'll use frame with same height and width. So height was 250 and width was 250, and then we have corner radius. To make it rounded we will use half of the height and width, that is 125, and then this grade dot row 0. Cool. And inside this we will add our image. So add the image, and then we are going to comment our border. Let's restart. Okay, this is rounded, but there is some issue. Image is coming out of this frame. So for this, on the frame we will set a property which is clip to bound. So using this we'll say that content should not overflow from the boundaries of this frame. So we'll say is clip to bound true. Cool. Okay, this is fine. Let's use the same thing for these two sections, the popular pets and you may like. So for these we are using this data template. Let's do the same thing here. So we'll say frame with the height request of 100, width request of 100 and corner radius of 50 and is clip to bounds true. And then we'll simply copy the same image, paste it here and we'll comment this border. Okay, let's restart. Okay, so app is here and this is looking fine. Cool. All pets was working fine. Then his favorite is pet details. I remember there was some issue with frame. That's why I stopped using frame. This tab gesture recognizes this does not work. And at that time I was using Windows machine for Android only. So maybe on Android this does not work. Okay, we'll fix this later, but on iOS this home screen is fine. After this, let's do the same thing for this detail page. I'm going to take a quick break, then I'll be back and then we'll work on this page. Okay, so for this one, let's go to detail page, details page, and we'll do the same thing. First, for this image, we have this border. No, not this border. We have this border. We will add a frame here. Frame grid dot row 1, then height 300, width 300, corner radius 150, and then is clip to bound true. And inside this we will simply copy our image, copy and paste, and then we'll comment this border. We'll remove these eventually, but right now I'm just using this. So okay, we need to restart them, but before that let's fix other things as well. So this this image, the heart image, let's fix this. So this image, not left arrow, this one, this heart. So for this we'll say horizontal options as center and vertical options as center. So it should be moved to the center. It is not going there. Why so? Let's restart the app. If it didn't work, then we need to add the height and width to this image. But for now, let's see if it works. App is here. Let's open the details. And cool. So this is fine, but this image, this heart icon, this is not at the proper place. And why so? If you go to this border style, icon btn container, we have height and width of 30 with 5 and padding 4. So let's try to set height and width of 30 and width 30. Okay, we may make this smaller, 26 and 26, because we have 4 padding, something like this. And again, this is not in center, it should be in center. Is it related to frame only, this image only? No, for the first one The first image, left arrow image, this is fine. Okay, so this is not looking good. If we do 30, then it should look good. Okay, let's bear with this only. Let's have it 30 only. Okay, so that means this page is also done. What happened? Is API disconnected? Let me check. No, it's here. Okay. Okay, cool. So this page is also done. After this, let's go to all page. Page was working fine. It was okay. From here also, we should see the correct design. Go back and let's work on favorites page now. This is really messed up. First, we'll save everything. So save all and go to favorites page. And this is a collection view with vertical grid layout, and the most common way to get height and width for this one, we can say we can wrap this in a vertical stack layout. Okay, now this spacing is bad, so we have margin 15 and it is working vertically, not horizontally. And if I add padding, would it work? Yes, but then it is clipped from right side, right? So this is not what we want. Let's do this. So items layout, we are setting it like this. So we'll use the detailed version. So here we'll say collection view dot items layout, and here we'll say grid items layout. First thing, orientation vertical, then span 2. So span is, if we are making our collection view as vertical grid, span refers to the number of columns, and if orientation was horizontal, it should have referred as rows. So right now we are using vertical, so span 2 means 2 columns, which is this default. Then here we can set horizontal item spacing. So we'll say 15. And now we should remove this items layout from here. And we can see this. Now let's do the same thing, horizontal items and then vertical item spacing again 15. And then we'll remove this margin from border. Now we don't need that, right? So we are handling it from the grid items layout only. Cool. So this page is also done. We can remove the items. Yes. Cool. Now let's go to profile page. Here this initials, these are messed up. So let's first save all, then go to the profile page. Here we have these initials. So if you have followed me in my previous videos, so for label, most of the time for iOS we need to add some padding. So padding 10. Cool, it works. Okay, now change password is done. My adoptions, this page was also fine, right? That means UI wise, design wise, everything is fine. Everything is working on iOS now the way we expected. Now let's do this. Stop it, save all, and let's try to run it on Android to check if we messed up something or everything still works same. So I'm going to run it on Android one more time. Android. Okay, and we missed the main page, the onboarding page, right? That UI is also remaining, so we'll fix that UI, and then login register UI as well. Okay, So for this, let's first fix those pages, then we'll check on Android. So let's go to iPhone again. Okay, app is here. Let's go to profile and log out. Now go to profile again and go to login page. So on login, we need to do the same thing for this image. So let's go to login register page, and here also we have this image. So we'll say frame, then let's copy all this styling, and inside this frame we need this image. And instead of border shadow, it should be frame shadow. And then stroke, can we have border color? Yes, so it is going to be border color. Stroke will be changed to border color. Then stroke shape, we don't need that. We have height and width 250 and the rounded rectangle, so we can say corner radius as 175, stroke thickness 10. So can we set border width or something like that? Stroke, no, we don't have it. What is it? 250, corner radius 175. It should be 175, right? Let's make this 300 and this one 150. Okay, so if we set 250 and 250, it should be 125. My bad, half should be 125, and then is clip to bound true. Aspect fill, all this, everything is fine, right? Inside frame, can we have border? Yes. First, let's try to restart the app so that we can see sometimes the hot reload does not work the way it should work. All right, profile, login, and we can see this something is not right. Frame, oh, I didn't comment out this border. Okay, the only thing is shadow is not working on frame. I don't know if I don't use frame. I rarely use it because there is that issue which I was talking about. I'll show you in a bit, but maybe we can try to fix it later. There is no point of spending so much time, but this is fine. This looks fine. There is no issue with this. Okay, so we'll leave it like this only. Now let's go back, test.test.com, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, or maybe let's fix that onboarding screen as well. So for that, what we are going to do, we'll go to onboarding screen and we'll do this same thing we are doing here. So let me copy this, go to the onboarding screen. I think the only difference is this image. This is img_22. So let me comment this, add it, and this should be 22, right? Now here I had 300 and 150. So 300, 150, 300, and then on this image we had 300 height and width, and aspect fill, everything is fine. Okay, save all, and now we should be good. Now let's check on Android. It was not working, so let me clean the solution, clean this mobile project. Cleaning, and then I'll run it on Android emulator. Run it, and where is it? It is here. All right, so on Android the UI looks same. There is this one line, I don't know from where it is coming. I am not able to fix it. If you guys know something about it, do let me know in the comment. Okay, so this is fine, this is fine. Popular pets you may like is fine. If you go to all pets, let's wait it to load. So this screen takes much time on Android than iOS. Okay, this is working. The detail page is working. Go back, go to favorites. So favorites also look same. We can remove items, go to profile. This is fine. Change password is working. Cancel my adoptions. This is working. So everything is working fine. Now the problem which I was showing you. Now if I tap on this image, I am tapping but nothing is happening. If I tap on this name or price, then it opens the detail page. But on iOS, if I press on this image, it opens up the detail page. So that works. Same for this popular pets. If I press on this image, nothing is happening. And if I press this text, then it should open. It is not opening from here. Okay, it is opening. It was so from image it does not work. What has changed? It was working before. The only thing that changed, now we are wrapping our images inside a frame. Earlier it was inside border. So on border this tab gesture recognizes work, but on frame it does not work. So let's go to home. If we go to the top carousel view, first we'll work on this carousel view, this one. So here we have this grid, and inside this grid we have our frame, image, label, everything. And I have this tab gesture recognizer on grid level. So if we have frame, then the parents gesture recognizer does not work. So the workaround would be, we can copy this and add this to the frame as well. So here we'll say frame dot gesture recognizer, and then we need to add it like this. Now if I save it, everything should work fine. But before that, let's do the same thing for our popular pets and you may like collections. So we have this gesture recognizer on vertical stack layout. Now we'll add this on frame as well. So let me copy this and we'll add it on frame level as well. So we'll say frame dot gesture recognizer and paste it. So now save all and restart the app in Android. And we again have this error. So this error, I am now getting this error quite often. So in order to work, we need to clean the project, then run it again. That works. It's here. Let's try now. And we can open it. Go back. If we tap on the image, it is opening. And we tap on the text, this is also opening. Okay, so that means this is working. Okay, that means we are good. Now let's try one more thing on iOS for the shadow. iPhone. frame has that has shadow, right? So that might be, I don't know what is in global styles. If we look for it, frame in this page, frame has shadow false. Border color, this is dynamic, corner radius. So we are overriding these two, and we didn't set has shadow to anything. So maybe that's why the shadow is not coming. Where is it? Okay. Profile, logout, profile, login. Go to login page, login register, and on this frame, if we say has shadow equals true, something definitely happened, but what, I don't know. Radius 250, brush is this. If we remove this, okay, this is also looking nice. Now what other properties I can set on this frame? I don't know. Let's try what other properties we have. So we have border color, corner radius, has shadow. That's it. In frame we only have these properties: border color, corner radius, and has shadow. We are using all these three. Okay. Now if we use this thing, if I say uncomment this, and then if radius is 0 and brush, if I say transparent, would something happen? No, right? I was thinking maybe we can make it something like it should have different appearance on iOS and on Android. On Android, we can have the shadow effect and all that. Okay, so let's do this. Let's do this. Let's remove this. We have a shadow true. So on iOS, let this frame be there, and for Android, we'll use this border. Yeah, let's do this. Hmm. So for this, what we'll say, for this border, we'll say is visible on platform. We'll say false, and on Android, we'll say true. So default false, but on Android, we want it to be true. Same thing, let's copy this, add it on this frame, and we'll say the opposite. It should be true. No, it should be false only, but it should be true on iOS, like this. Cool. So let's do the same thing on onboarding screen. So on frame, I'll say iOS true, and on this border, I'm going to uncomment it and add the same thing on platform false. So without any platform, it is default for all. Then we are overriding Android. So on Android, it should be true. That means it should be visible, and on all other platform, it should be hidden. That's what we are saying using this. Let's try it out again. I am restarting the app on iOS, then we'll check it on Android. Okay, app is here. Go to profile, go to login, and we can see this. Okay, now let's stop it and try to run it on Android. Not again. Okay, let me clean and rerun. Okay, it's here. Profile, logout, profile, login, and boom. So that means that platform specific UI for this section, it is also working. So we are good now. Cool. So we have fixed complete UI for iOS. Now next thing is, let's start. All the functionality is done. Everything is done now. Next, the SignalR. So let's implement SignalR. So for that, I'm going to go back to my Windows machine, and there we are going to implement SignalR Hub in API and then SignalR client in mobile. Okay. All right. So I'm on my Windows machine now. First thing, let's close all the tabs. Close all tabs. Now first we'll add our hub, SignalR Hub in our API project. For this, in our API project, we'll create a new folder. We'll call it hubs. And here we are going to create one hub plus pet hub. Okay, now in order to work with SignalR, we need to define a derived class from hub base class. So it has two flavors. One is normal hub class and one is generic hub class. So I'm going to use generic one, and then we need to provide type T, a base class for strongly typed SignalR hub. So I'm going to use strongly typed SignalR. So this type, it should be the type which client can connect to this pet hub. Or we could say, no, not client can. From this pet hub, the methods we can call from the client. This is what it means. What I mean is, let's define two interfaces here. So I'll say public interface, and first I say iPad client hub. So in this, I'm going to define methods which are server. This from API, we can call these methods from our client. That is going to be in our MAUI side. So here we are going to have a method which is, let's say, pet is being viewed. This, and we'll get a pet ID for this. So from this server, whenever let's say anyone is viewing some pet, from this hub, we will notify all other connected clients that this particular pet is being viewed by some user. And then the second method we would need, that is going to be pet adopted. So whenever some pet has been adopted, we will notify, we'll broadcast this message to all the connected users that this particular pet has been adopted by someone. Cool. So now this we are going to edit here. And now what we can do, let's have some, we can have on connected, on disconnected method. I'm not going to use it, but I'm just showing that now what we can do. So now we can say clients dot all dot. Now you see pet adopted, pet is being viewed. So we can have this thing, these IntelliSense, because we are using this generic strongly typed hub, this generic type of hub. In that case, we can have these methods here. So we can directly call this. Okay, I'm not going to use it. Now, one approach which I follow to avoid hard-coded method names and to define the actual methods names on this pet hub, I create one more interface where I define all the methods which this pet hub, this server side SignalR has. So I'll say iPet, okay, it should be iPet hub client like this. And here I'm going to say iPet hub server. So here I'm going to define the methods that can be invoked from the client. Okay. So first thing, if we start from the beginnings, whenever we open details page, add detail page on our mobile app, at that time we are going to call one method from our pet hub server where we'll say I am viewing this pet, int pet id. Okay. Then the second method, we can say that whenever user is moving away from that particular page, that detail page, then we are releasing that viewing pet route, right? Now the user is no more viewing that particular pet. So for this, we'll have one more, let's say release viewing this pet. Same, we'll have int pet id. Then for adoption, we will have int pet adopted, int pet id. Now it might sound confusing because we have this same method here and same method here. I'll tell you how the flow is going to work. Before that, we'll do this. Now I want my pet hub to implement this interface. So here I'm going to implement these methods. Now how all this thing is going to work, let me do this. When the user from our mobile app opens the details page, at that time we will create a SignalR connection. Okay, now pay attention what I'm saying. Then we are going to create a SignalR connection, and then we are going to invoke this method from pet hub server that I am viewing this pet, and from there we'll pass this pet ID. Then request will come here on this viewing this pet. Okay, so from here what we'll say await clients dot others. So others means we will skip this particular client which sent this request. So we'll say clients dot others, all other connected clients will say pet is being viewed pet id. Okay, so when user opens that details page, from there we will have this request viewing this pet. It will trigger this to the send this message to the server, and from server we will fetch this message, and then we'll notify this message to all other connected users that this particular pet is being viewed by someone else. So this flow is fine. Now when user is moving away from that page, at that time we will say release viewing this pet, and then we are going to call this, and I'll tell you why I have this method here. What is the point of this? I'll show you in a bit. But after that, what we have, if we are on detail page and if user adopted some pet, so after adoption, user from the mobile client side, we are going to raise this message, trigger this message, send this message to the SignalR hub server that I have adopted this pet. Then this request will come to this method, and now what we'll do the similar thing. We'll say await clients dot others dot pet adopted. Now we will notify all other clients that this pet has been adopted by someone. Cool. So all this is fine. Now for this release viewing this pad. So inside this pad hub, we are going to have a list of let's say the currently viewing currently viewing pads. Okay. So for this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have a private static read only I dictionary int, which is pat id, int, which is currently viewing count, we can say. And here we can say pets being viewed. Something like this. I cannot think of any other name, but this is what I can think of. So we'll have this here. Now what we'll do when we are saying viewing this pad, that means some user is viewing this pad. So here first thing what we'll do, we will check if we have this pad in our dictionary. That means someone else is looking at this pad, viewing this pad right now. So we'll say pads being viewed dot try get value pat id, and then we'll say out int and currently viewing. This is the count, and we'll say negation not if this pat id does not exist in this pad being viewed. Here we can set it to 0, which is going to default, but let's set it. Then what we'll do, we'll say underscore pads being viewed pat id currently viewing plus plus. So how this is going to work, if this is the first time we are coming here, so currently viewing is 0, so we will add this pad to the dictionary with value 0 plus 1, that is 1. Now let's say two users are viewing this pad already. Then if request came to this one, we'll check if we have this pad id in dictionary, so it will return true, and it will give us the 2 value, which is currently viewing count 2. Then we'll simply skip this if condition, we'll come here and we'll say 2 plus 1, which is 3. That is the current count. So this is how it is going to work. After that, we will notify others, notify other users. Okay. And we are going to do opposite of this in this release viewing this pad. So let's remove this row new, and here again we'll check the same condition, and now what we'll do, we will check if this pad is being viewed is true. Then we are going to decrement this currently viewing, because this current user has moved away from this screen. That means this current user is not viewing this pad anymore, so we can decrease this count. Now we will check if this currently viewing is equals 0, or let's say less than 0, if for some use case less than equals to 0. That means there is no user who is currently viewing this pad. So we can directly remove this particular pad from our dictionary. There is no point of having it in our dictionary. Where we'll say remove and this pad type. Okay, and if that's not the case, that means some user has moved away from this screen, but still there are some users who are currently viewing this pad. For this, we'll do the same thing, pads being viewed equals currently viewing this. Okay, after saying this, should we do something? No, we'll simply say return task.completed task, because all these methods in a hub must be task, must return task, right? And in this we are not doing any async operation, so we cannot use await. That's why we will just return task.from result. This is fine. Now let's Go to pet adopted. So for pet adoption, we are good. We don't need to do anything, or should we? Okay, we can do one thing. If user has adopted this pet, then there is no point of having this in dictionary, because we are having this in dictionary so that we can notify users that someone else is looking at this pet and they can adopt it before you. So if the pet is already adopted, then there is no point of having this SignalR connection, right? So we can say we'll notify others that this pet has been adopted, and then we'll simply check if this dictionary has this key, which it should. If it has this key, then we'll remove this from this dictionary like this. Cool. So we are good now. Okay. Now one more thing which we'll do. Now if user is coming for the first time on this screen, so right now it will raise a request that I am viewing this pet, but what if some other user also viewing this current pet? So in that case, what we are going to do, we will override on connected method. Okay, and inside this we do not have pet, right? uh, okay, maybe we'll think if we should implement this or not, or maybe we should implement, or maybe I can leave it to you. So I'll tell you what I'm saying. If there are a couple of viewers of this current pad, if I am the new user, or maybe new user in the sense I have just tapped on the pad detail. So it is opening the pad detail screen. And from there, I'm going to invoke this method, sending this request to SignalR server. Then it will notify others. But what if when I joined this section, when I opened this pet detail, someone else was already looking at this pet? So for that case, we should notify whenever we are connecting to the SignalR. At that time, we should notify the current user that this current pet is being viewed. So for that, what we can say, maybe we can create one more method that will be kind of handshake method. So okay, or maybe we can do this. We can have this functionality inside this viewing this pet only. Huh. Yeah, let's do this. Inside this viewing this pet, we will check if we have, if that pet has entry in this dictionary already. Then what we'll do, try get value. If not, if let's say else case, here we'll say this pet already exists in the dictionary, and what that means is we'll say there are users viewing this pet already. So in this case, notify this current new user that you are not the only one. You are not the only one viewing this pet. Okay, so for this, what we can do, we'll say await clients dot, how can we caller? Clients dot caller dot pet is being viewed, and here we'll say pet ID like this. Okay, so here we said that whenever I came to the app, if someone else was already viewing this pet, then I will be notified that someone else is already looking at this pet. Cool. So I think our pet hub is ready to be used. Now we will need this PetHub client and PetHub server in mobile app as well. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to move this to shared folder. So in here, let me move these, cut from here, paste these here and move these to separate files. Edit, edit. I will stop the API. Okay, we have these things here ready now. Our hub is ready. We just need to add the break using cool. Now we need to register this in our program.cs. This first we'll check if we already have add SignalR. No, right? SignalR dependencies are already installed in this web API project or MVC project. We just need to first we'll add builder dot services dot add SignalR. SignalR. Am I missing something? Add SignalR. Add SignalR. Add SignalR. I said okay, SignalR. So we have registered SignalR. Now we need to use it. So in order to use it, we need to define app dot map hub. Then we'll say we are mapping pet hub, and then we need to define the URL on which this pet hub is going to be connected. So for this, we'll say hubs slash pet hub like this. Save everything and we are good now. So API side connection, everything is done. Now we need to use this URL in mobile MAUI app as well. So let's move this to our app constants. Okay. So here, what I'll say public const string, and we'll say hub relative hub URL or hub pattern. Let's call it hub pattern. Okay, and we'll cut this from here, we'll add it here like this, and then we are going to use that here. So we'll say app constants dot hub pattern. Save everything. And now for our mobile client, SignalR client, we need to have the complete URL. So here we'll say public const string hub URL. So this is going to be base API URL, which is the first section. Then we'll say slash, and then we'll say hub pattern. So this is the complete hub URL. Let's say full hub URL, hub full URL, something like this. Cool. So for API side, everything is done, everything is fine. Now we need to move to client side, which is our mobile app. So for mobile app, first thing we need to install SignalR client package. So I'm going to open manage NuGet packages, and here I'm going to say SignalR, and we'll search for SignalR client. So SignalR Microsoft ASP.NET Core SignalR.client. Install. Apply, accept. And there is some error. What is this error? Detected package downgrade, logging abstraction from 701 to 700. SignalR client 7012, which uses Microsoft logging extension 701. And what we have, Microsoft extension logging, debug. Let's use 701 only. Now if we build our mobile app, okay, first let's try to build API to check if everything is working there. Okay, it built successfully. Okay, this did not get installed. Do we have 700 version? Yes, so let's better to deliver this thing, find, save. So I'm going to install the same version, which is 700, this version for ASP.NET, this SignalR client. Let's try this one, install. No, not 7012. I want to install 700. Install, apply, I accept. Cool. This gets installed. Save everything. Adding an abstract method over and oh, this is an old error. Can we remove this? No, right? So let's leave it. Okay, now we have installed SignalR dependency in mobile project. Now we need to use it. So there is only one page where we are going to use our SignalR, and that is our details page. Details page, we are using our detail view model, which is this one. So we are going to use this. Let's close all other tabs. So close all but this. Fine. Okay, let me minimize, collapse everything. Great. Now, so how we are getting that this is the on pat ID changing. This is the first thing which gets called when we are opening our pat details page, right? So we need to configure our SignalR client here only. After this await task.delay 100, I'll configure my SignalR client, SignalR connection. So for this, let's do this. Create a helper method. So I'll say private async task, and we'll say, let's say configure SignalR hub connection async, something like this, fully detailed. Okay, and inside this I'm going to use try catch first thing, and try catch exception ex. Okay, inside this try, first we'll create our connection. So we'll say var hub connection equals, we'll use hub connection builder, new hub connection builder, and using this builder we can configure our hub. First thing we'll say with URL, and here we have our app constants dot hub full URL. Okay, then dot build. So now our hub connection is ready. On this hub connection we are going to define couple of things, the methods which this hub connection can receive from the server. Okay, so from server, if we go to our pat hub, pat hub, so these things, when we say clients.others pat adopted this one, and then inside this nothing is happening, then this clients.caller pat is being viewed, clients.others pat is being viewed, all these calls. So these are coming from iPathUp client. That means we need to define these two things in here. So for this we can define on, okay, and we can make it generic, and this is the type of parameter we are going to receive, and we are going to receive pat ID as a parameter. and the type of that is going to be int, which is pet id. So int and then name of the method. So from there we are going to call these methods, right? So we need to define these. So I'll say name of iPet hub client dot. Now we can define both of these. So pet is being viewed. First I'm going to define this. Then we have action delegate. So here we'll say async. We will need async, right? Let's see. So here we are going to get pet id. And now we will check. We have one situation here. We are going to call it from here. And at this point, we don't have this pet id. We have this pet id. So let's get this pet id as a parameter. So we'll say int current pet id. We'll call it like this. So here we will check if current pet id equals this pet id, then only we need to show some message. Okay, now the point of this condition is we will always notify for all the pets, but maybe this time this current user is not viewing this particular pet. So let's say I was viewing pet id 1, you were viewing pet id 2, and there is some other user who starts viewing pet id 3. If he just opens that pet id 3, so I and you should not be notified for that, because I am viewing pet id 1, you are viewing pet id 2. We are not viewing pet id 3, but that message will come here as well. So it will come here, and now we'll check. If we are not viewing that pet id, then we will not display anything to the user. Cool. So here we need to notify the user that something has happened. So for that we'll say show toast async, and inside this we will display our message. We'll say someone else is also viewing this pet, something like this. Okay, now this is going to be awaited, so we'll add a sync here. Now there is one issue here. So this does not gets invoked on the main thread, because this is a kind of async operation which keeps on running in background. So from here we need to somehow send this message to the main thread, main UI thread, that something has happened like this. So for this, .NET MAUI gives us something, and that something is dispatcher. So we have app or application dot current dot dispatcher. We have this object. So on this dispatcher we have a method dispatch async. We can call this method to send something from any other thread to the main UI thread. So here we'll say just invoke this message without await, like this, and then we'll add await to this main thing. Okay, remove this. We'll say await, and we'll remove the second line. Now we don't need this thing. Cool. So this thing is done. Now we have one more method, which is, let me copy this. That method is pet adopted, right? So pet id, if current pet id is that pet id, then we'll do this. And what we are going to do here, and now we have one more issue. No, we don't have that issue. Okay, now what we'll do on this pet details. So we'll access our pet details object. On this we will use this adoption status, and here we'll say adoption status dot adopted, that this pet has been adopted by someone. And then we'll notify, we'll show this toast. So we'll show this message which will say someone adopted this pet, you won't be able to adopt this pet now. You won't be able to adopt this pet now, like this. And now we are good with this setup. Okay, now we have set up. After this, we will start our hub connection. Right now, this is not started here. We are just configuring our hub connection. Now we'll say hub connection dot start async, like this, and this is going to be awaited. Now our hub connection has started. After starting it, we will notify the pet hub. We'll simply invoke this method viewing this pet. Now we'll say that hub connection has established. Now we'll say that I am viewing this pet, so you should notify all other connected users that I am viewing this pet. So now we will invoke that method here. So for this, we'll say await hub connection dot send async, name of the method which is on server side. So we'll say name of iPet hub server dot viewing this pet. I am viewing this pet. Which pet? The pet ID, which we have as current pet ID, like this. Now everything is set up correct. Now inside this catch, if something from this section does not work, then we are good. We can eat out this exception. Because this is not an essential feature. This is not an essential feature for this app. If there is some issue with the SignalR, if there is some issue with the SignalR connection, we can skip it, as the app will work without SignalR. The app will work fine without SignalR as well. Fine without SignalR as well. Okay. So we are good. You might add this exception, and maybe you can check this exception, or maybe send to some logging service, and then you can maybe troubleshoot it if you want. But in our case, in this particular app, we can simply skip this exception. Now we have created this hub connection, we have started it. Now when we will move away from this screen, we should stop this connection. We should not leak this connection for a very long time if we are not using it, right? So we need to stop it. In order to stop it, we need to have access to this hub connection, but this is a local variable for this method. So what we'll do, we will move this variable out of this method, so it will be a class level variable. So this build returns hub connection. So this is going to be a hub connection. Here we'll say private hub connection. This is going to be nullable, and we'll say hub connection like this. And now we are going to change this hub connection to this hub connection, and we'll remove this var like this. Cool. We have set up our SignalR connection. Now we are going to call it from this pet details on this on pet ID changing. So we'll say configure SignalR, and we'll provide this pet ID with await. Cool. Okay, fine. Now after this, as I said, we need to release this connection. So for this, we need to know that when we are disposing this, when we are moving away from this, we will dispose this. So we can say I disposable, and then we can simply implement our interface, or maybe let's use I async disposable. I async disposable. We'll implement the interface in here. So what we'll do, we'll first check If hub connection is not null, then we'll say hub connection dot stop async, like this. This should be async in this case. Okay, so we are good now. But before doing this, before stopping, we should say, we should release this current path, right? We should release this. So we'll say await hub connection dot send async, and here we'll say name of iPad hub server dot release viewing this path, and then path ID, like this, and then we'll stop it. So let's add try catch block here as well, and from here as well we can skip this exception. Skip this exception. Cool. Now we are good. Now there is this adopt now async method. We have adoption here. We have setting it. After setting the adoption status, before moving to go to async method, let's notify other users. So we'll say await, and it's always a good idea to check if hub connection is not null. Okay, then we'll add try catch again, where we'll say hub connection dot send async, name of iPad hub server dot path adopted, and then path ID. So this path has been adopted, like this, like this. Cool. So we are good with this setup. Now the only thing is this dispose on this details view model. We don't know when this dispose method is going to be called. So whenever we are moving away from this screen, we should manually dispose it. What I mean is, we will go to our page, details page, its code behind. Okay, and here we'll do this. We'll override one method which is on disappearing. That means when we are moving away from this page, at that time we would explicitly call dispose async method, like this. Or instead of calling dispose async, what we can do, let's go to details view model and let's cut this logic, create a new method here. So we'll say public async task, and we'll say stop hub connection, like this, like this. And from dispose async, we will call this stop hub connection, and from this on disappearing, we'll say view model dot stop hub connection, like this. This should be safe. And for a safer side, we can maybe implement iAsync disposable on this details page as well. This is coming in our interface. Okay, we'll implement this and we'll call this same method from here as well, like this. Now complete setup is done. Now we can try it out. So in order to try it, we need to have two devices. Okay, so first let's try to see it on this. First let's try if we are able to run our mobile app without any issues. So let's first run the API. So we'll say start without debugging. Okay, API is running. Now let's run our mobile app. So mobile, XLR. All right, app is running. That means let's open the detail page first. And I think we are good. Maybe we can try adding a breakpoint so that we know that what is happening. Stop hub connection, and then let's use this configure hub connection like this. And let's use this thing as well. Hub connection like this. I'll go back. Stop hub connection gets called. We came here and we have some exception here. We need to check what exception we are getting. Let's have that here as well, just for debugging purpose. So let's add this breakpoint here as well. Let's run. What are we missing? Configure hub connection builder, hub connection this, start async. We have some exception, and that exception is response status code does not indicate success 404 not found. And why so? What is the full URL? Full URL is this one with double slash. This is the issue. Double slash. It should be single slash only. So let's go to our app constants. Base API URL. In hub pattern, we have this four. Just remove this. Save. And now we need to stop the API. Save everything. Let's run the API again. And then I'm going to start MAUI mobile app. Okay, app is coming. Let's open the detail page. We are here. Start async. Started. We send a message. Continue. And we are good. Let's move away from this page. Stop hub connection. We'll came here. Send async and then stop async. So that means we are releasing SignalR connection and creating SignalR connection just fine. Cool. Now what I am going to do, let me try to connect my physical device, my mobile device, and I'm going to show that using Visor. So we'll see that this uh, notification toast messages are working. So let me connect my device, install the app on my device. I have connected my device and I just hit. I'm running the app, so it is going to take some time because it is going to install it for the first time in my mobile device. So let's wait for it. Installed, it is checking for viruses. Okay, now I can open it. Loading. And we can see, okay, this is working, this is working, this is working. Go to all pads. Okay, we have a list. We can tap on some pad and it should open the detail page. Oh, we have this breakpoint got hit. Let me disable all the breakpoints. Disable, continue. We have detail page and we have this data here. You need to be logged in and it crashed. Okay, so let's do this. I will run this app directly without debugging on my mobile device, and let me open this. So I'm going to open apps on both this emulator and my device side by side. Okay, so let me do this. What is happening? So let me open Buddy here on my physical device, and I'm going to open it on this device, the Android emulator. Someone else is also viewing this pet. This thing is here. We got that notification on both of these devices. Now if we go back, if I open this whiskers, I should not see any notification here, right? Now if I go back and open this pad from my physical device, whiskers, now I should see the notification on both of these devices, right? Someone else is also viewing this pad. Cool. Now let's find some pet which is not adopted. Kumar, is this adopted? No. So Kumar is not adopted. I'm going to open it from this left screen as well. So let's adopt it from somewhere. From this device, I'm not logged in. Let me log in on my physical device, right? So I'll say, okay, if I'm saying no, I'm getting this 401. That means there is some issue. The issue is even after saying no, it is sending that request, but it shouldn't. We'll fix it. But first, let's check the functionality. I am login page, so I'll simply use the same credential test.test.com and then password, login. We are here. Let me open Kumar again. I should see the notification on both the screens. I did not get it on my left screen. Okay, we'll check this as well. Now if I'll adopt it from my physical device, I'm going to adopt it. So keep an eye on this emulator. I should see that notification here that someone else has adopted this pad, and this adopt now button should become adopted and disabled on both the devices. Adopted, someone adopted this pad and now this is adopted. That means all the functionality is working. SignalR is working fine in this case. Okay, now let's see that issue. It was adopt now. It should be in adopt now is synced. When we said not logged in, and from here if we said yes, then it come here, and if we said no, okay. If we said no, then it should break from here, but that is not happening. So for this, we need to use this in a different if. So if this, then we'll check if this, return always from here, right? No, not always. Yes, we are going to return always from here. So if user selected this yes, user wants to log in, then it will go to login register page and it will not execute further code. It will return from here. And if user selected no, user does not want to log in, then also will not navigate user anywhere, but will directly return from here. We will not execute this logic. So this is the only missing piece that we done already. So looks like everything is working. What I demoed you, all that thing is working. Everything is working fine now. So we are done with this app. That's all what we are going to do in this app. So please like this video, share this video, subscribe my channel, and do let me know in the comment if you liked this video and if you want me to create this kind of complete full stack apps which includes all these features, mobile, MAUI, API connection, and all these things, SignalR, all these things. If you want me to create others videos like this, please drop a comment, share this video for sure, and like this video. And if I'm going to get a better uh, visibility, and if this video has views, it will encourage me to create other videos as well. Okay, so I think that's all. I will be back soon with some other cool project. Till then, bye bye.